Okates, think. The frost had teeth. It bit through the wool of Lysandra's traveling cloak before she reached the gate, found the gaps at her wrists and throat, and settled into her bones like a debt she would be expected to repay. Above the rooftops of Drosven, the sky hung dark and tight as a sealed ledger, and every breath she drew tasted of coal smoke, river salt, and the particular cold that meant the keys would lock within the week. The footman who met her at the Wexgrave House entrance did not take her name. He took her letter of introduction, glanced at the seal she had forged with her own hand, and left her standing in the servants' passage while he carried it deeper into the house. Not the front hall, not even the kitchen. A narrow corridor where the wall sconces burned low and the draft from the river slipped through the mortar like a whisper. She had expected the slight, had planned for it. A false governess arrived as goods to be inspected, not as a guest to be welcomed. Still, her mother had taught her that waiting in a cold passage told you everything about the house that owned it. The quality of the flagstone, the speed of the footman's step, whether the servants who passed you looked through you or at you. Wexgrave House, she was learning, trained its people to watch without appearing to watch. A maid went by with Liddens and managed to study the new woman's shoes, her hem, the set of her shoulders, all without slowing. Lysandra let herself be studied, let her face remain what she had shaped it to be. Modest, slightly tired, grateful for the position she had not yet earned. The mask beneath her skin held steady. It always did, as long as she fed it the correct balance of concentration and salt will. But the cold gnawed at the edges of her focus, and she could feel the strain gathering behind her eyes like a second headache waiting to break. She did not touch her face. The mask was not worn. It was. 11 years since the counting hall burned. 11 years since she had been pulled from the floodside shrine by a gravekeeper's hands, fever-blind and smelling of ash. 11 years of discipline, study, borrowed names, and the slow, patient construction of the woman who now stood in a servant's corridor and waited for Corvane Wexgrave to decide whether she was worth his time. The footman returned. His face told her nothing. He simply gestured for her to follow, and she did, through a narrow service door, up 3 steps, and into a part of the house where the air changed. The cold remained, but it was a different cold. Polished, expensive, the cold of high ceilings and marble that had never been warmed by a servant's fire. The archive door was closed. She recognized it before the footman spoke a word. Iron-banded oak set into a stone frame, with 3 locks arranged in a descending row, and the faint residue of lamp oil around the lowest keyhole where someone had opened it recently. The seal above the door bore the Wexgrave crest, a river barge with scales balanced at the mast. Weighed and found solvent. "Wait here," the footman said, and left her alone in the corridor with the sealed archive and the silence of a house that did not trust her yet. Lysandra faced the door and let herself look. Not too long, not with the greedy intensity of a thief marking a target, but long enough to count the locks, to read the age of the iron, to note that the lowest key had twisted slightly on its last use, as if the hand that turned it had been fatigued or impatient. She catalogued it all in the same part of her mind that still held her mother's face. The hymn fragment that had been the last sound from the counting hall, the texture of the blanket Brother Aemon had wrapped around her when she was too sick to speak. The archive door was a problem, but not the first problem. "Miss Threnody." She turned at the exact pace of someone who had not been startled, because governesses did not startle. They composed themselves. She composed herself. The man at the end of the corridor was precisely as she remembered from the sketches she had studied. Tall, lean, silver at the temples, with pale gray eyes that had seen too many debt seizures to register surprise and anything a new employee might do. The burn scar along his jaw caught the lamplight, a relic of some old negotiation that had turned physical. He held her letter in one hand, and his right little finger was slightly stiff, slightly bent, as though it had been broken once and set badly. Corvane Wexgrave did not love at her like a man inspecting a servant. He looked at her like a site he intended to excavate. "Forgive my son," Corvane said without turning. "Caedmon does not announce himself. It is both his talent and his discursity." Caedmon Brannigan, the heir who had taken his mother's name, the one whose reputation in the river trade reports was divided, brilliant with contracts, troubling with people. He did not speak, he simply watched, and in the weight of his attention, Lysandra felt the first true quack in her certainty that she had walked into this house invisible. He was looking at her as if he already knew whose face she was not wearing. "Coralie Threnody," Corvane said, closing her letter. "You will begin tomorrow. The children rise early. Mirelle will show you the nursery and explain the household schedules you are expected to respect. There are doors in this house you will not open, corridors you will not use, and questions you will not ask. If you understand all of this, you may go." She understood. She understood that he had not told her which doors, which corridors, which questions. The test was whether she would ask. She did not. Lysandra curtsied with the exact depth that propriety demanded, and turned to leave. As she passed Caedmon Brannigan in the doorway, his voice reached her, low enough that Corvane could not hear. "The remembrance mask," he said. "It is pulling at the corner of your left eye. You should rest it before morning." She did not stop walking. She did not let her stride change. But in the cold corridor outside the study, with the sealed archive behind her and the night ahead, Lysandra Okwuosa understood that she had entered a trap she had not yet fully seen. The hunter had come to Wexgrave House, and one of them was already watching her step. Chapter 2. The cold woke her before dawn found the windows. The servants' chamber was small, meanly furnished, and exactly what a governess with forged references should expect. A narrow cot, a washstand with chipped porcelain, a single tallow candle burned low in its holder. The air held the mineral bite of old plaster and the faint sweet rot of river damp seeping through stone. Lysandra sat up and tested the mask. Her fingers found the edge of her jaw where the remembrance bonds pressed against bone. The strain from the night before had settled into a dull ache behind her left eye, exactly as Caedmon Brannigan had warned. She worked her jaw slowly, feeling the salt will fibers reweave themselves beneath the skin, and made herself breathe through the nausea that always accompanied reassertion. She could not afford to slip again, not on the first full day. The house would be watching. She dressed in the dark, pinned her hair tight against her scalp, and became Coralie Threnody before the candle had burned through its first measure of tallow. Mirelle Valclair met her in the lower corridor at the hour of the first bell. The housekeeper moved like someone who had learned to make her presence known exactly when she chose. She was built narrow and upright, with hands that did not fidget and eyes that recorded everything they passed over. She carried no candle. She knew the dark passages of Wexgrave House well enough to walk them without light. "You rise early," Mirelle said. Not an accusation, not a compliment, a notation. "I prefer to be ready before the children wake." "The children have been awake since 5:30 bell. They are dressed, washed, and waiting in the nursery. You are the one who is late." Lysandra did not argue. She had not been told the children's rising hour. That had been the test, and she had failed it. She filed the failure where it could be useful. "Then I will not keep them waiting longer." Mirelle turned without acknowledging and led her up the service stairs, past the kitchens where the cook's staff was already elbow-deep in the morning bread, past the counting room where the door stood ajar and the smell of old ink bled into the corridor. Lysandra let her gaze drift through the gap without turning her head. Ledgers on the left wall, a locked cabinet beside the desk. A clerk she did not recognize bent over a column of figures. She memorized the angle of the cabinet lock and kept walking. The children were precisely as Mirelle had described, dressed, washed, and waiting. Corvane Wexgrave was 9 years old, with his father's stillness and his brother's watching eyes. He sat at the nursery table with a primer open in front of him and did not look up when she entered. Lyra, 7, was the opposite. She swung her legs against her chair, fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, and studied Lysandra with the naked curiosity of a child who had not yet learned to hide her interest. "You are the new governess," Lyra said. "You are younger than the last one." "I am older than some and younger than others," Lysandra said, taking the seat opposite them. "That is usually true of most people." Lyra considered this. "That is a clever answer. I have had practice." Soren turned a page. He had not acknowledged her at all. Lysandra let the silence settle. She did not rush to fill it. Children, like servants, revealed more when they were not being pressed. She opened the lesson book the previous governess had left, scanned the marginal notes in a cramped hand, and assessed a level of instruction. Arithmetic, river history, recitation, the same curriculum that had shaped her own childhood in a different house, before the purge had scattered the Oso family into salt and memory. She pushed the thought down where it could not surface in her expression. "We will begin with the arithmetic," she said. "I understand the last governess left off at compound rates. You will show me what you remember." Lyra brightened. Soren said nothing, but he turned another page a fraction slower, and Lysandra understood that he was listening after all. By the midday bell, she had drawn a map of the household from the children's chatter. The nursery faced east over a walled garden, where the frost had killed the last of the winter herbs. The kitchens ran the length of the west wing, connected to the dining rooms by a heated passage that kept the food from cooling before it reached the family. The counting room sat at the heart of the house, buried behind the entrance hall like a second spine. And the archive, Lyra mentioned it without understanding what she was giving away, stood behind the counting room, accessible through a corridor that servants were forbidden to use. "Father says the old papers are dangerous," Lyra said, swinging her legs during a break in the recitation. "He says they can make people disappear." Soren shot his sister a look of pure sibling warning. "Old papers are just old papers," Lysandra said mildly. "They cannot harm anyone who does not sign them." But she stored the detail the way she stored every useful truth, in the part of her memory that hunger could not reach. The archive corridor, forbidden to servants, guarded by silence and habit. She would need a route that did not look like a route. The afternoon brought the household's quiet hour. As she was making her way back toward the nursery stairs, the corridor was empty. The candles had burned low in their sconces. The house had settled into the particular stillness that followed midday, when the family retreated to their private rooms and the servants moved in whispers. She rounded the corner and stopped. Caedmon Brannigan stood at the far end of the passage, his back to her, his hand resting on the frame of a door she had not yet seen opened. The archive door, the one with 3 locks and the river barge seal. He did not turn. He did not acknowledge her presence, but his voice caroled through the silence with the precision of someone who had known she was coming. "You adapt quickly, Coralie. That is either admirable or a warning. I have not yet decided which." The door clicked shut behind him. The locks engaged in sequence. 1, 2, 3, and the sound moved through the corridor like the closing of a cage. She did not answer. She did not need to. He was watching her step. and he was letting her know that every step she took in this house would be measured against a map she did not yet hold. Chapter 3. It happened in the moment between course and silence. The dining room of Wexgrave House ran the length of the east wing, paneled in wood so dark it swallowed the candlelight. The table seated 12, but only 5 chairs were occupied. Corvane at the head, Sabine to his right, her husband absent on a river claim. 2 empty places where the children ate in the nursery, and Caedmon at the far end, as far from his father as the table allowed. Lysandra had been placed at the middle, a neutral ground that felt deliberate. She had dressed for scrutiny, dark wool, high collar, her hair pinned so tightly that not a single coil could escape. The mask sat against her bones like a second skin, steady now that the cold of the day had receded into the walls, but she could feel its weight behind her left eye, a pulse that would not stop. Corvane lifted his glass and studied her over the rim. "Tell me, Coralie, how did you find the children's aptitude?" She had expected this. The testing would not end with the interview. It would continue through every meal, every passing glance, every moment she appeared before him. "Liazma is go about single slams, turnix, rond ryle?" Liazma smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "Practical. You approve of practical education." "I approve of education that serves its purpose." The answer hung between them. She had not said whose purpose. Sabine set down her fork with a click of silver on porcelain. "The last governess thought poetry was the highest discipline," she said. She had Lyra memorizing ballads about dead lovers and drowned ships. It took 3 months to unteach her the habit of weeping over the breakfast table. Lysandra kept her face still. "Poetry has its place, but I prefer lessons that prepare a child for survival rather than sentiment." Sabine's eyes narrowed, calculating, and Lysandra understood that she had just been weighed and found interesting. "Survival," Corvane repeated. "You speak as if you expect the children to need it." The room went still. The servants had withdrawn after the first course. The candles burned low in their silver branches. The only sound was the wind pressing against the frost-sealed windows and the soft hiss of wax pooling in the holders. Lysandra met his gaze. "Every child needs to survive their inheritance. Some inherit money, some inherit debt, some inherit names they did not choose." She let the silence stretch 1 beat, 2. "I was hired to prepare them for whatever they inherit. That is the full measure of what I meant." Corvane's expression did not change, but his right hand rested on the table, and she saw the little finger, stiff and slightly bent, a detail he had noted in the interview and stored like a key. He tapped it once against the wood. "You choose your words with care." "I was taught that words have weight, sir. A careless word can sink a ship as surely as a leaky hull." "And who taught you that?" The question was too close. She felt the mask pull at the corner of her eye, a warning ripple beneath the skin. She answered as if she had not noticed. "My father. He was a man who signed his name only after reading every line." Corvane leaned back. The movement was small, but it changed the geometry of the table. He was no longer testing, he was hunting. "A merchant?" "A clerk. He taught me to read ledgers before I could read verse." It was not the truth. It was close enough that the lie would not catch in her throat. Her father had been master of the Okwuosa cartage house, and he had read every line of every contract until the day he signed one that killed them all. She pushed the thought down, deeper than where the mask sat. Sabine spoke before the silence could harden. "You handle him well." The comment was directed at Lysandra, but her eyes slid to Corvane, measuring his reaction. He gave nothing. He simply lifted his glass and drank. Caedmon had not said a word, in forwardly like tram, place, as this full rhotic. Corvane did not respond. His eyes were on her hands, on the way she held the spoon, on the way she broke the pear into measured pieces before eating them. She realized he was cataloging her the way she cataloged the household. The hunter and the hunted, trading roles across a table set with silver. The meal ended when Corvane stood. The servants appeared as if summoned by his movement alone, clearing plates with practiced silence. Sabine rose, brushed past Lysandra without speaking, and disappeared into the corridor. Her footsteps did not slow. Corvane paused at the door. "Coralie?" She looked up. "You will find that this house rewards discretion. It also punishes curiosity." He did not turn. His voice was calm, almost kind. "The two are not as different as they sound." He left. The dining room fell into that particular emptiness that follows powerful men leaving a space. Lysandra remained seated. The candles had burned low, the windows had frosted over. The house creaked around her, settling into its bones. She should leave. She should return to her room and review what she had learned and prepare for the morning. But she did not move, because Caedmon had not moved either. He was still seated at the far end of the table, and he was still watching her. And the silence between them was no longer passive. It was a question, a dare, a thread she could pull or cut. She stood. He stood a moment later, not following, not approaching, just matching her motion in perfect parallel. "The servants' passage behind the kitchen leads to the counting wing," he said. His voice was low, meant only for her across the expanse of dark wood. "The door at the end looks like a linen press. It is not." He did not wait for her response. He walked past her, close enough that she caught the scent of wood smoke and wool and something metal beneath, and he did not look back. Lysandra stood alone in the empty dining room, her hands steady at her sides, her mask intact, and she understood that he had just given her a key. She also understood that keys could open cages. Or close them. January 1. She did not sleep. The hidden door behind the kitchen was a splinter behind her ribs, sharp enough to keep her from lying flat. She spent the night in the chair by the window instead, watching frost bloom across the glass in feather patterns, listening to the house settle and groan around her. The key Caedmon had given her was not a thing of metal. It was a piece of information, a location, a path she could take or refuse, and she had not yet decided which choice was the trap. Morning came gray and cold. She reasserted the mask before the first servant passed her door, felt the familiar pull behind her left eye, the nausea that crested and subsided as the swat wheel settled. Her face in the mirror was Coralie Threnody's face. Steady, plain, unremarkable. She dressed and went down before the bell. The kitchen was already alive with fire and steam and the clatter of iron pots. A scullery maid had dropped a tray of preserved plums. The syrup had spread across the stone floor in a dark stain, and the maid was on her knees, scrubbing with shaking hands while the cook's daughter stood over her, voice pitched low and venomous. "Cost more than your wages. Do you know how much sugar went into that syrup? Do you know how long it takes to—" "I'll replace it," the maid whispered. "I'll pay from my own." "With what? You don't have 2 coppers to rub together." Lysandra stepped into the light. The cook's daughter looked up, mouth open, ready to snap at whoever had interrupted. She saw Coralie's plain dress, her governess's cap, and something in his face shifted from anger to calculation. "This is household business," she said. "I heard." Lysandra walked past her to the maid, who had not stopped scrubbing. The girl's hands were raw. Her knuckles were chapped so badly the skin had split. "What is your name?" "Nell, miss." "Nell. The plums are ruined. That cannot be undone." She turned to the cook's daughter. "But the syrup is still on the stone. If it is scrubbed clean before the floor dries, the loss is only the fruit, not the entire jar. Is that not right?" The cook's daughter hesitated. Lysandra held her gaze. "The girl was careless," the woman said, but her voice had lost its edge. "Careless, yes, but not malicious. And a maid who is forced to pay for a mistake she cannot afford becomes a maid who hides her errors rather than reporting them. That costs more than a jar of plums in the long run." The kitchen had gone quiet. The fire crackled. The syrup glistened. The maid had stopped scrubbing and was staring at Lysandra with an expression she could not quite read. Hope, perhaps. Or fear that this stranger's intervention would make things worse. The cook's daughter pressed her lips together. Then she turned and walked back to her work without another word. Lysandra knelt beside the maid. "Boiling water first. It lifts the sugar before it sets. Then cold water to seal the stone." The girl nodded and scrambled to her feet. Before she left, she paused. "Thank you, miss. Most of them would have let her make me pay." "Then most of them are fools." She said it without thinking. The words came out in her own voice, not Coralie's careful modulation, and she felt the slip like a chill across her skin. But the maid only gave a quick, grateful nod and hurried to the kettle. Lysandra stood. The kitchen was watching her now, the undercook at the preparation table, the boy feeding the fire, the serving girl who had been pretending to polish silver. They had all seen her step between a servant and punishment, and they had all seen the cook's daughter retreat. She had not planned it, but she recognized the shape of the opportunity as it settled around her. She left the kitchen and walked toward the nursery. The children were already awake. She heard Lyra's voice before she reached the door, bright but insistent, arguing about something that involved the word injustice, said with 7-year-old gravity. Soren's responses were quieter, shorter, the sound of a boy who had learned that silence cost less than speech. She opened the door. Lyra stood in the center of the room, hands on her hips, a wooden counting token clutched in one fist. Soren sat at the table with a book open in front of him, not reading, just staring at the page. "Miss Coralie?" Lyra turned to her with the desperate relief of a child who had been waiting for an adult who might actually listen. "Soren says I am not to touch his things, but he left the token on the floor, and a thing on the floor is not a thing that is kept, it is a thing that is lost. And if it is lost, then it belongs to whoever finds it." Lysandra looked at the token. It was carved with a river barge crest, the same crest that marked the archive door. "Soren," she said, "is this yours?" He did not look up. "Yes." "Did you leave it on the floor?" A pause. "Yes." "Then Lyra is correct that it was misplaced. But a found thing does not become a taken thing unless the finder refuses to return it when the owner asks." Lyra's face fell. "That is not fair." "Fairness is not the same as ownership." Lysandra held out her hand. Lyra hesitated, then dropped the token into her palm with a theatrical sigh. "If you find something that belongs to Soren again, you may bring it to me. I will ensure it is returned. And if Soren leaves his things on the floor, he will lose the right to complain when they are found." Soren looked up at that. His eyes were dark and watchful. He was 9. But there was something in his stillness that reminded her of his father, and something else that reminded her of the brother she had lost. of worries that came from learning too early that adults could not be trusted. "Thank you, Miss Coralie," he said. The words were correct. The tone was empty. She filed it away. The morning lessons passed without incident. Arithmetic, river history, recitation of the guild charters that every merchant child was expected to know by memory. Lyra recovered her good humor quickly. Soren remained guarded but attentive, and Lysandra caught him watching her the same way Caedmon watched her, as if he were reading a text she had not realized she was writing. At the midday meal, she ate in the servants' hall. It was a calculated choice. The governess was permitted to take meals in the nursery or the dining room, depending on the household's mood. But the servants' hall was where information flowed, where resentments were aired, where the shape of a house's hidden life became visible. She sat at the end of the bench, close to the door, where she could leave without drawing attention. The maid from the kitchen, Nell, sat across from her. The girl had scrubbed the floor clean. Her hands were still raw, but she no longer looked like a woman waiting for punishment. "You have a way with the children," Nell said, not quite a question. "I have a way with messes." Nell laughed. It was a startled sound, as if she had forgotten how. Then she leaned forward, dropping her voice. "You want to know who really makes the messes in this house? It is not the children." Lysandra lifted her spoon. "Who then?" "The steward." Nell glanced around before continuing. "Psych. He has been here longer than anyone except the master. He knows where every coin goes. And he has been taking his share for years." "How do you know?" "Because I carry the laundry to the counting room sometimes, twice a week, through that corridor you are not supposed to use. And I have seen him. He counts the household receipts before he records them. He takes what the master will not notice." Lysandra's spoon paused. The Steward, Chapter 5. The servants' hall emptied in stages. Kitchen maids returned to the scullery. Footmen vanished toward the front halls. The cook's daughter passed through with a basket of linens and did not look at Lysandra twice. Nell lingered, scraping the last of her bowl, but a bell pulled her away. She left with a glance over her shoulder that said, "Be careful." Lysandra stayed. The bench was cold against her back. The fire had burned low. She turned the information over the way she had been trained, not as a problem to solve immediately, but as a shape to understand before she touched it. Psych. The steward had been here longer than anyone except Corvane. He knew where every coin went, and he took his share openly enough that a laundry maid had seen it twice a week. The question was not whether he was guilty. The question was how to use his guilt without touching it herself. If she accused him, she would become the second person sent away with a bad reference. Corvane had already proven he would protect Psyche over an accuser. Direct confrontation would burn her cover before the first document was within reach. But if Psyche accused himself, if his own greed pulled the rope tight around his throat. She rose from the bench and walked toward the counting wing. The route was deliberate. Through the main corridor, past the dining room, past the servants' stair. She carried a lesson book in one hand and a half-written arithmetic sheet in the other, the props of a governess too busy to be dangerous. The counting room door was open. Psyche sat inside at a wide ledger desk, the noon light falling across columns of figures. He was a thin man with soft hands and a face that had learned to smile without meaning it. His ink pot was full. His sleeves were rolled precisely. Everything about him suggested a man who believed he was the smartest person in any room. Lysandra paused in the doorway. "Steward Psyche." He looked up. The smile appeared shallow and practiced. "Miss Coralie, should you not be with the children?" "Finished early. Lyra is reading. Soren is working sums." She stepped into the room, letting her gaze drift across the ledger with polite, empty interest. I wanted to ask about the household accounts for the nursery. The previous governess left notes on supplies, but the numbers seem low for the winter quarter. Psyche's eyes flicked to the book in her hands. The nursery accounts are handled through me. Of course, I only wanted to understand the process. She let a pause settle, then added with the faintest edge of admiration, "It must be difficult to manage so many lines of credit without error. I studied some bookkeeping in my previous post, not at this level." The smile sharpened. "You studied bookkeeping?" "Enough to recognize competence." She tilted her head, letting the lesson book fall open to a blank page. "The household ledgers I saw in my last position were far simpler. Single entry, easy to audit, nothing like the structure here." Psyche's hand rested on the ledger. He did not close it. "Single entry is for tradesmen who cannot afford a proper clerk." "Exactly what I thought." She let the words land like a compliment offered to someone who deserved it. "But I imagine a house like this requires more subtle accounting, multiple lines, overlapping receipts, the kind of system where a man who understands the flow can keep things running smoothly without disturbing the surface." Psyche was watching her now, not with suspicion, with interest. "You have an eye for it," he said. "I have an eye for what works." She closed the lesson book. "I would not presume to understand the full scope of your responsibility, but if you ever need assistance with the lower accounts, the ones that require less attention, I have time in the evenings." His fingers tapped the ledger once. "I will keep that in mind." She left before he could ask another question. The bait was laid. She did not look back. 2 days passed before he took it. Lysandra was in the nursery when a junior clerk appeared with a message. The steward requested her presence in the counting room for a review of the winter supply accounts. She thanked the boy with the right measure of surprise and followed him down. The counting room smelled of ink and lamp oil. Seek sat behind the wide desk with a stack of ledgers open before him. He gestured to the chair across from her. "I have been reviewing the household receipts," he said. "There are small accounts, kitchen coal, candle wax, linen replacement. They require reconciliation, but they are beneath the attention of the senior clerks." "I understand." "The work is tedious." "Tedious work is honest work." He smiled again, broader this time. A man who believed he had found a useful fool. "I will leave the lower supply ledger with you. Please review the entries for the past quarter and note any discrepancies. If you find none, initial the pages and return the book to me." He slid the ledger across the desk. Lysandra opened it. The entries were clean. Too clean. Every column balanced perfectly, which meant someone had adjusted the numbers before they reached this book. The real accounts, the ones the household actually spent, would exist elsewhere, probably in Psyche's private desk or a pocket ledger he carried. She looked up with the faintest crease between her brows. "These seem accurate." "I pride myself on accuracy." "But the kitchen coal order for midwinter week is lower than what I have seen consumed. Perhaps the record was written before the cold worsened." Psyche's hand paused on the desk. "You think there is an error?" "I think there is a gap." She let her voice soften, as if she were revealing something she should not. "If the lower accounts were adjusted to match projected use rather than actual use, the surplus would be invisible to anyone who only checks the totals." He stared at her. "You understand the structure?" "Only the surface." He leaned back in his chair. The smile returned, but it was different now. Sharper. He was reassessing her, and she could see the calculation behind his eyes. A governess who understood ledgers was either a threat or a tool. "Perhaps I was too hasty in giving you only the supply book," he said slowly. There is a secondary account, inventory reserves. Items that are logged but rarely moved. The numbers there require a light touch. A light touch? Adjustments for spoilage, breakage, loss that cannot be recovered. He watched her face. A skilled hand could make those adjustments without disturbing the annual totals. Lysandra let the silence stretch. Then she nodded, just once, as if she were accepting an honor. I would need to see the full inventory records to understand the pattern. You will have them. He unlocked a drawer and placed a second ledger on the desk, thicker than the supply book. Older. The spine was cracked from years of opening and closing. Psyche did not open it for her. He placed it beside the first and pressed his palm flat on the cover. The inventory reserves are sensitive. I trust you understand what discretion means in a house like this. Discretion is survival, she said. He smiled. Then we will work well together. She spent the afternoon with the ledgers in a small alcove off the counting room, a desk meant for junior clerks who had not earned a proper place. The supply book was clean. Expected. The inventory ledger was not. The first discrepancy appeared in the third entry. A shipment of river salt logged at full weight, then adjusted for spoilage at a rate that would have required the salt to be stored underwater. The second discrepancy followed 4 lines later. The third was embedded in a page that had been rewritten, the original numbers scratched out and replaced with figures that favored the steward's pocket. Psyche was skilled. But skilled men made the same mistake as careless ones. They believed the pattern was invisible. Lysandra did not correct the entries. She noted them, memorized the page numbers, the dates, the amounts. Then she closed the ledger and returned it to Psyche with a face of pleasant calm. There are adjustments, she said, but I assume they are standard practice for a house of this size. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Standard practice, he agreed. He thought she was blind. She let him think it. That evening, as she crossed the main hall toward the servants' stair, she felt eyes on her. Not Psyche's. She turned slowly as if adjusting her shawl. Captain Ivo Mendica stood in the shadow of the eastern corridor, arms folded, watching her with the stillness of a man who had been trained to notice. He did not move, did not speak, but his gaze tracked from her face to the lesson book in her hand, to the direction she had come from. The counting wing. Lysandra nodded once, the way a governess might acknowledge a senior servant. He did not nod back. He only watched, and when she climbed the stair and looked back from the landing, he was still there, tall and motionless, adding her face to a list she had not known he was keeping. Chapter 6. The morning of the books check arrived with a sky the color of old pewter and a cold that had crept through every window crack. Lysandra stood in the counting room anteroom with her hands folded, watching the clerk from the riverbank lay out his ledgers in precise rows. His name was Harville. She had learned his habits over 3 days of careful observation. He arrived at the 4th bell, took tea with 2 sugars, and never looked a servant in the eye. Mirelle Vauclair stood at the door. She had not said why she was present. Harville had not asked. The housekeeper's presence was statement enough. This check was not routine. Lysandra had arranged it through 3 separate touches. A comment to Sabine about how diligently the steward managed the household accounts. A question to Corvane's secretary about whether the winter inventory had been certified by outside examiners. A small, worried hesitation when Mirelle asked if the supply books seemed in order. Nothing direct, nothing traceable. But when Harville's letter of inquiry arrived that morning, signed by the senior factor of the Riverbank Guild, Corvane had no polite way to refuse. Psyche entered at the 5th bell. He looked composed. His coat was brushed, his soft hands steady. He carried the inventory ledger under his arm with the ease of a man who had done this many times. "Mr. Harville," he said, with a nod that was almost condescending. "Early in the season for a full check." "The Guild prefers winter audits," Harville said without looking up. "Fewer shipments to distract from the books." Sykes' smile did not waver. He placed the ledger on the table and opened it to the first page. Lysandra watched his hands. They were calm. She had planned for that. The first hour passed without incident. Harville checked the supply book against the invoices, initialed each page, moved to the next. Syke answered questions with practiced ease. Yes, the salt shipment had been logged at full weight. Yes, the spoilage was regrettable but unavoidable. Yes, the breakage in glassware was higher than average because of the river frost. Mirelle watched. Lysandra watched. The fire in the hearth popped once, sending a spark onto the stone floor. Harville reached the inventory reserves ledger. Sykes' hands were still calm. "Interesting," Harville said, "so get the nod with the Cark recent to that. Number is not emergent to Grav. Early in the season for a full check." "The Guild prefers winter audits," Harville said without looking up. "Fewer shipments to distract from the books." Sykes smiled did not waver. He placed the ledger on the table and opened it to the first page. Lysandra watched his hands. They were calm. She had planned for that. The first hour passed without incident. Harville checked the supply book against the invoices, initialed each page, moved to the next. Syke answered questions with practiced ease. Yes, the salt shipment had been logged at full weight. Yes, the spoilage was regrettable but unavoidable. Yes, the breakage in glassware was higher than average because of the river frost. Mirelle watched. Lysandra watched. The fire in the hearth popped once, sending a spark onto the stone floor. Harville reached the inventory reserves ledger. Sykes' hands were still calm. "Interesting," Harville said. "Interesting." Sykes' voice stayed light. "The salt adjustments. You recorded 27% spoilage across 3 shipments. The storage conditions were poor. We had a leak in the cellar that quarter." "The cellar has brick flooring," Harville said. "If there was a leak, there would be water damage to the construction records. I checked those this morning." Silence. Sykes' left hand twitched. Just once. "Perhaps I misremembered the details," he said. "It was 2 winters ago. The records may have been written from memory rather than the original receipts." "I see." Harville turned the page. "And the coal discrepancy for midwinter wheat?" "Which discrepancy?" "The one where the supply book shows a lower figure than the inventory ledger, despite both being initialed by you on the same date." Sykes' mouth opened, closed. Lysandra kept her breathing even. She had not written a single accusation. She had only made sure the 2 ledgers existed in the same room, in the same hour, in front of a man who knew how to read both. Harville turned another page, then another. "The scratched-out entry on page 43, he said. "The replacement figures do not match the warehouse log I reviewed before coming here." "The warehouse log is maintained by dockhands. They make errors." "The dockhands log each crate as it moves. Your ledger reduces the count for 6 crates of river salt that never left storage." Syke looked at Mirelle. She looked back with no expression at all. He looked at Lysandra. She let her eyes widen slightly, as if she were surprised, as if she had not seen any of this coming. "Perhaps there is an explanation," she said softly, as if trying to help. "The steward has been managing these accounts for years. Surely there is a reason." Syke's face tightened. He knew. She saw the recognition pass across his features, the governess who understood ledgers, who had asked to see the Residue book, who had nodded and smiled and returned it without comment. She had handed him the rope. He had tied the knot himself. "This is irregular," he said, his voice thinner now. "These are minor adjustments. Standard practice for a house this size." "Standard practice," Harville repeated. He closed the ledger and set his pen beside it. "I will need to take these books to the guild for full examination. My Lord Corvane will hear of this." "Lord Corvane signed the authorization for this audit himself," Mirelle said. Psyche stopped moving. His face went gray. The dismissal came before noon. Lysandra watched from the main hall window as Psyche walked down the carriage drive with a single bag, his thin shoulders hunched against the frost. He did not look back. The household had gathered in whispers. A footman told the potboy, who told the laundry maid, who told the kitchen. By the time the dinner bell rang, every servant in Wexgrave House knew the steward had been caught stealing, the books had proved it, and the new governess had been present for the entire check. No one said she had caused it. No one needed to. Sabine Cazet stopped her in the upper hall with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "You have a talent," Sabine said, "for being in the right room." "It was my duty to attend." "I am sure it was." Sabine walked past her without another word, but the smile stayed, and that was worse. The steward's office was locked. Lysandra had expected that. What she had not expected was the folded note pushed under her chamber door, written on cheap paper in a hand she did not recognize. The narrow corridor behind the chapel accounts for more than it should. Someone has been moving papers above the steward's reeds for weeks. Psyche did not tell you. I am telling you now. No signature. She read it twice, then held it to the candle flame and watched the paper curl to ash. Above the steward's reach, someone else. She thought of Caedmon standing outside the archive with the locks clicking shut behind him. She thought of Ivo Mendica in the shadow of the eastern corridor, watching, tracking, never speaking. Someone else. And that someone had known she would need to hear this secret before Psyche carried it out the gate. Chapter 7. The stillroom smelled of dried lavender and the sharp tang of vinegar waiting in crockery jars. Lysandra had come for rosemary, for the children's cough syrup, and found Mirelle already there, sorting bundles of chamomile with the precise patience of a woman who had never hurried in her life. The housekeeper did not look up. "The steward's office has been cleared," Mylanza said. "The new books will arrive tomorrow." Lord Corvane had appointed a temporary overseer from the counting wing until a permanent replacement is found. Lysandra took the rosemary from the shelf. "That seems efficient." "It was efficient before." Psyche simply chose to exploit the gap between what was recorded and what was real. Mirelle broke a dried stem and let the pieces fall into her gathering basket. "The gap existed for years. It required someone to notice it. The guild clerk noticed it. The guild clerk was invited to notice it." The words hung in the stillroom air, soft as dust, final as a door clicking shut. Lysandra turned, holding the rosemary against her palm. "I was present for the audit, yes. Lord Corvane required it." "Lord Corvane required a witness from the household. He did not require you specifically." Mirelle set down the chamomile and faced her fully. The winter light through the high window caught the silver in her hair and the absence of warmth in her eyes. "You have been in this house less than a fortnight. In that time, the steward who managed these accounts for 11 years has been dismissed. The children speak of you with cautious approval. The kitchen staff mention your name without resentment. And you have developed an interest in ledgers that seems unusual for a governess." Lysandra held still. She had known this moment would come. Someone in the house would eventually look at the shape of her movements and see intention instead of accident. She had hoped for more time. "I have an interest in understanding the household I serve," she said. "The ledgers were a courtesy to the steward, nothing more." The steward is gone. The courtesy was no less sincere for its outcome. Mirelle studied her with the same stillness she had showed at the audit door, the same silence that had let Psyche's composure crack without a single word from her. She was not a woman who needed to threaten. She only needed to wait. "I have managed this house for 23 years, Mirelle said. "The ledgers were a courtesy to the steward, nothing more." "The steward is gone." The courtesy was no less sincere for its outcome. Mirelle studied her with the same stillness she had showed at the audit door, the same silence that had let Psyche's composure crack without a single word from her. She was not a woman who needed to threaten. She only needed to wait. "I have managed this house for 23 years, Mirelle said. "The ledgers were a courtesy to the steward, nothing more." "The steward is gone." The courtesy was no less sincere for its outcome. Mirelle studied her with the same stillness she had showed at the audit door, the same silence that had let Psyche's composure crack without a single word from her. She was not a woman who needed to threaten. She only needed to wait. "I have managed this house for 23 years, Mirelle said. "I have watched 3 governesses come and go. I have watched tutors, maids, clerks, and visiting merchants pass through these halls with their own purposes. Some were honest, some were clever, some were both, and those were the ones who left the note in the first place." Above the steward's reach, Mirelle Vow had been in this house for 23 years. That was long enough to have moved papers above anyone's reach. The children's lessons passed in their usual rhythm. Lyra recited her river history with theatrical enthusiasm, and Soren worked his sums in silence, his gray eyes tracking Lysandra with the same watchfulness that marked his half-brother. She corrected neither of them beyond what was necessary. She let the afternoon drift, measuring the house's mood through its small sounds. The bell for the kitchen, the footsteps in the upper hall, the distant clatter of a coal bucket in the servants' passage. When the light began to fade, she dismissed the children and walked to her chamber. The note was ash. The knowledge remained. Someone else was playing a game inside Wexgrave House, and Mirelle had just told her the board was larger than she assumed. The service corridors behind the kitchen smelled of wet stone and old soap. Lysandra had mapped them during her first week, memorizing the turns that led to the counting wing, the passage that curved toward the archive, and the narrow throat of the corridor that connected the scullery to the linen press. Caedmon's hidden door. She had not used it yet. The key sat beneath her floorboard, wrapped in cloth, waiting for a moment when using it would not be suicide. Tonight she wanted something simpler. The linen records. Every household of this size kept a secondary set of documents, the daily movement of sheets, blankets, tablecloths, and kitchen linens. The maids logged each item as it left the press and returned from the wash. The records were dull, repetitive, and beneath the notice of anyone important. That was precisely why they were useful. No one guarded them. No one altered them. And if someone had been moving papers through the chapel corridor, the linen records would show the only thing that mattered, whether extra linens had been requested on nights when no guests had arrived. The linen press was a tall oak cabinet in the alcove between the scullery and the lower servants' hall. Lysandra reached it during the dinner hour, when the kitchen staff were occupied and the upper house was silent. She found the records in a leather-bound book on the third shelf, wedged between folded sheets and a jar of dried mint. The entries were handwritten, cramped, and monotonous. 7th of Frostmarch, 12 tablecloths to the main hall, 8 returned. 9th of Frostmarch, 14 linen napkins to the counting wing supper, 11 returned. 10th of Frostmarch, 6 sheets to the east guest chamber, 6 returned. She turned the pages carefully, her fingers cold against the paper, her eyes scanning for anything that did not belong. And then she found it. 13th of Frostmarch, 2 bath sheets to the chapel anteroom, none returned. The date was 3 weeks ago. The chapel anteroom had no bath, and the entry below it in the same hand had been scratched out so thoroughly that the paper had torn. Lysandra ran her thumb across the tear. The ink had bled where the nib had crossed back and forth, as if someone had tried to erase a name by destroying the page itself. She lifted the book closer to the candle. Below the tear, barely visible in the shadow of the scratched ink, a single word remained. Wo so. Her breath stopped. The word was not complete. The ink had been scraped away, the fibers of the paper roughened and broken, but the first 3 letters were still legible, written in the same hand as the rest of the entry, and the shape of the 4th letter followed the curve her mother had taught her to recognize before she could read. Someone in this house had written her family's name in a linen ledger 3 weeks ago, and someone else had tried to cut it out of the book. She stood in the cold alcove, the candle flame trembling, the torn page pressed against her fingertips, and felt the walls of Wexgrave House tighten around her like a fist closing over a secret that had waited 11 years to be found. Chapter 8. She pressed the torn page flat against the ledger and closed the book. The names steadied her vision, burned there like afterlight. 3 letters. 1 family. Her family. She slid the ledger back onto the shelf between the folded sheets and the dried mint, fitting it exactly where she had found it. The candle flame steadied, her hands did not. 3 weeks ago, someone in this house had written Okuso in a linen record, and someone else had tried to erase it with enough violence to tear the page. That was not a clerical error. That was a scar. She needed the counting wing. The thought arrived cold and clear, cutting through the pulse beating in her throat. She needed the older storage ledgers, the ones that predated her arrival, the ones that might show transfer notes from the purge years. If a single household servant had written her family name in the linen book, there had to be other records, other mentions, other threads leading back to the winter that had hollowed her out and left her walking. The hidden door stood 3 paces from her left hand. Caedmon's key sat beneath her floorboard. She had told herself she would wait until she understood the geometry of the house, until the mask was a second skin instead of a constant effort. But the torn page had changed the calculation. Someone else was already moving through the same ruins she was excavating, and they had been here first. She blew out the candle. The dark folded around her, thick and familiar. She stood in it for 3 breaths, letting her eyes adjust, letting the scrape of her own panic settle into something harder. Then she moved. The service corridor curved past the scullery and into the narrow throat of the passage she had memorized during her first week. The air changed as she walked, warmer where the kitchen fires breathed through the walls, then colder as she passed the pantry, then still again as she reached the alcove where the linen press stood. She stopped. The press was closed, the ledger was hidden, nothing looked disturbed, but the passage beyond it led to the counting wing, and she had never walked that route in darkness. She reached for the edge of the press, found the seam where the wood met the wall, and pressed. The door swung inward without a sound. Caedmon had oiled the hinges. The thought arrived uninvited, and she shoved it aside. She did not want to think about what his preparation meant, whether it was aid or bait, whether he had planned for her to use this entrance long before she decided to step through it. She stepped through it anyway. The passage beyond was narrow, barely shoulder width, and the walls were rough stone instead of plaster. The air tasted of dust and old salt. She moved forward with her palm brushing the left wall, counting steps, listening for the shift in acoustics that would tell her she was approaching the counting wing. 43 steps. That was how many she had counted when the passage opened into a wider corridor, and she recognized the smell of ink and ledger paper. She was inside the counting wing. The archives were 2 doors down from where she stood. She knew this because she had mapped the house from every angle during her first 3 days, because Coralie Threnody was a meticulous governess who memorized floor plans and staff schedules as naturally as other women memorized recipes. She knew which doors locked at night and which servants held keys. She knew the hour when the night guard changed, and the precise interval between the kitchen clock striking midnight and the last candle being extinguished in the upper hall. She knew all of it. And she still felt the walls pressing as she moved toward the archive door, because someone in this house had written Okuso in a linen book, and that meant she was not the only person in Wexgrave House who remembered. The storage ledgers were kept in a narrow room behind the main counting chamber, accessible through a door that had no lock. She found it open. The room inside was small and cold, lined with shelves stacked high with leather-bound books whose spines were cracked and faded. She ran her finger along them, reading dates, skipping forward, skipping back, until she found the year she needed. 11 winters ago. The ledger was thin, barely half the thickness of the others on the shelf, and when she pulled it free, she saw why. The last third of the pages had been cut out. Not torn, cut. Cleanly, with a blade, leaving a straight edge and a fringe of paper fibers that caught the candlelight like tiny teeth. She stood in the cold, held the mutilated book, and felt the mask strain against her skull. The ache behind her left eye sharpened into something that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She pressed her free hand against her temple and forced the salt wheel to hold, forced Coralie Threnody's face to stay where it was, forced the familiar nausea to remain below her throat where she could swallow it. Not now. Not here. She opened the ledger to the first surviving page and began to read. The entries were cramped and faded, written in a hand she did not recognize. They recorded the movement of goods, the receipt of payments, the logging of inventory against incoming shipments. Nothing about debt seizures, nothing about emergency executions, nothing about the winter purge that had erased House Okuso from the river trade. But the cut pages meant someone had removed evidence. That was proof in itself. She turned more pages, her vision blurring at the edges, her left eye throbbing with a pain that made the letters swim. She blinked hard, forced them back into focus, and saw it. A single line on a page near the middle of the ledger. Not an entry, a marginal note, written in a different hand, smaller, as if the writer had not wanted it noticed. Transferred to Vault C, under seal of urgent debt. The date matched the week of the purge, and below it, in the same small hand, a name. Quist. She stood very still. Tevian Quist. The junior clerk. The one with the vanity and the hunger and the easy smile she had already noted as a potential pressure point. He was in the ledgers from 11 years ago. That meant he had been here before the purge, or he had been named in connection with the documents that survived it, or someone had deliberately written his name where it could be found by someone who knew where to look. She closed the ledger. The pain in her skull was a steady, grinding pressure now, and the mask felt thin, stretched, ready to crack if she pushed it one more hour. She slid the ledger back onto the shelf, turned toward the door, and heard the footsteps. They were coming from the main counting chamber. Not the shuffle of a servant making rounds. These were deliberate, measured, the tread of someone who knew exactly where they were walking and why. Ivo. She knew the rhythm of his boots from the one time she had heard him cross the courtyard, near the weight of his step, the pause as he reached a door and considered what lay behind it. He was coming toward the archive room. She looked for cover. There was none. The room was small, the shelves narrow, the space beneath the desk too shallow to hide in. She ran her finger along them, reading dates, skipping forward, skipping back, until she found the year she needed. 11 winters ago. The ledger was thin, barely half the thickness of the others on the shelf, and when she pulled it free, she saw why. The last third of the pages had been cut out. Not torn, cut, cleanly, with a blade, leaving a straight edge and a fringe of paper fibers that caught the candlelight like tiny teeth. She stood in the cold, held the mutilated book, and felt the mask strain against her skull. The ache behind her left eye sharpened into something that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She pressed her free hand against her temple and forced the sought will to hold, forced Coralie Threnodi's face to stay where it was, forced the familiar nausea to remain below her throat where she could swallow it. Not now. Not here. She opened the ledger to the first surviving page and began to read. The entries were cramped and faded, written in a hand she did not recognize. They recorded the movement of goods, the receipt of payments, the logging of inventory against incoming shipments. Nothing about debt seizures, nothing about emergency executions, nothing about the winter purge that had erased House Okwuosa from the river trade. But the cut pages meant someone had removed evidence. That was proof in itself. She turned more pages, her vision blurring at the edges, her left eye throbbing with a pain that made the letters swim. She blinked hard, forced them back into focus, and saw it. A single line on a page near the middle of the ledger. Not an entry, a marginal note written in a different hand, smaller, as if the writer had not wanted it noticed. Transferred to Vault C, under seal of urgent debt. The date matched the week of the purge, and below it, in the same small hand, a name. Clist. She stood very still, examining his cans. Didning to the whole state, too, for the maskatly cleared. They've been the day, behind at the moment when we have turned. Lysandra held her breath, pressed flat against the wall behind the door, the ledger still warm in her hands. The pain behind her eye had become a spike driven through the socket, and she tasted copper on her tongue, blood or the salt will breaking, she could not tell which. The door opened inward. Ivo Mendica stepped into the room. He did not look behind the door. He stopped 2 paces inside, his gaze moving across the shelves with methodical patience, checking for disturbance, for heat still rising off disturbed leather, for the shape of someone who did not belong. He would turn in a moment. She had nowhere to go. The mask screamed. She held it. You should not be here. The voice came from the doorway behind Ivo, low, unhurried, carrying the weight of someone who expected obedience. Ivo turned. Caedmon stood in the entrance, one shoulder against the frame, his hands empty at his sides. He had not raised his voice. He had not needed to. The threat was in the stillness, in the way his body blacked the door. Caedmon waited, and then Ivo stepped aside. Find her, he said, and tell her the counting wing is off limits after evening bells. I do not care who sent her. He walked past Caedmon without another word, his boots striking the stone floor with the same measured rhythm Lysandra had heard approaching. The door clicked shut. She did not move. The mask was a hairline crack away from shattering, and she could hear her own pulse in the space where her breath should have been. Caedmon stood with his back to her, facing the closed door. He did not turn. You can come out now. She stepped from behind the door, the ledger pressed against her chest like a shield. Her legs were unsteady. The ache behind her eye had become a steady throb that blurred her vision at the edges, and she could feel the salt will fraying, pulling thin, threatening to release. He turned. His pale gray eyes moved over her face, and she saw something flicker in them. Not surprise, not concern, but recognition. He knew exactly what she was carrying. Miss Threnody. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. I believe you have something that does not belong to you. She did not answer. He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the cold air still clinging to his coat, the faint cedar of the hallway he had come through. He did not reach for the ledger. I told Ivo you were here at my request, he said. That means I will have to produce a report in the morning. Household inventories, cross-referenced against the previous years, as in the dog and the counting room was quiet. she agreed. Ivo stood motionless for a long breath, then turned his head slightly, scanning the corners of the room. I saw no one leave. Then she is still here. Caedmon's voice carried a smile she could not see. Perhaps you missed her. The silence stretched. Ivo's hand rested on his belt, near the truncheon he carried in place of a blade. He did not reach for it. He did not need to. The threat was in the stillness, in the way his body blocked the door. Caedmon waited, and then Ivo stepped aside. Find her, he said, and tell her the counting wing is off limits after evening bells. I do not care who sent her. He walked past Caedmon without another word, his boots striking the stone floor with the same measured rhythm Lysandra had heard approaching. The door clicked shut. She did not move. The mask was a hairline crack away from shattering, and she could hear her own pulse in the space where her breath should have been. Caedmon stood with his back to her, facing the closed door. He did not turn. You can come out now. She stepped from behind the door, the ledger pressed against her chest like a shield. Her legs were unsteady. The ache behind her eye had become a steady throb that blurred her vision at the edges, and she could feel the sought will fraying, pulling thin, threatening to release. He turned. His pale gray eyes moved over her face, and she saw something flicker in them. Not surprise, not concern, but recognition. He knew exactly what she was carrying. Miss Throna. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. I believe you have something that does not belong to you. She did not answer. He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the cold air still clinging to his coat, the faint cedar of the hallway he had come through. He did not reach for the ledger. I told Ivo you were here at my request, he said. That means I will have to produce a report in the morning. Household inventories, cross-referenced against the previous years. He tilted his head. I assume you can produce that by dawn if I help you through the numbers. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to thank him. But the words would not come, because the mask was a living thing now, a second skin that pressed against her bones, and she could feel it beginning to slip. He must have seen it. He reached out, slowly, and touched her wrist. Not a grip. A brush of fingers, light enough to be accidental. Breathe, he said. She did. The mask held. He let his hand fall and stepped back, his composure intact, his voice returning to its usual measured calm. We have 4 hours before dawn. I will meet you in the kitchen study. Bring the ledger you are holding and any notes you made tonight that you do not want Ivo to find. He turned toward the door. Why? The word came out before she could stop it. He paused, his hand on the handle, and looked over his shoulder. Because you needed a reason to be in this room, he said, and I needed to know what you were willing to risk to find it. He opened the door and left. She stood alone in the dark room, the ledger heavy in her hands, the mask screaming, and the question he had not asked hanging in the air between them. Why did a governess need records from a year before she was born? The kitchen study was a small room off the main scullery, used for nothing more important than sorting supply receipts and keeping the cook's ledgers separate from the steward's. It had a single window that looked onto the courtyard, a scarred wooden table, and a single candle that guttered in the draught from the chimney. Caedmon was already there when she arrived, seated at the table with a sheet of blank paper in front of him and a pen lying crosswise on the inkwell. He did not look up. Close the door. She did. The ledger she had taken from the archive room was hidden under her shawl, pressed against her ribs. She set it on the table between them, the letter cover still cold from the storage room. He looked at it, then at her. 11 winters ago, he said, the year of the river freeze that sank 3 barges and bankrupted 2 houses. He paused. The yearly family died. She said nothing. He picked up the pen, dipped it in the ink, and began to write numbers in a steady, unhurried hand. 4 hours, he said. If we are going to produce a report that survives Ivo's scrutiny, I will need to know exactly what you were looking for. She sat down across from him, the candle flame casting shadows that moved across his face. And for the first time since she had entered Wexgrave House, she did not know whether she was sitting across from an ally, a rival, or a hunter who had just shown her exactly how deep the trap went. Chapter 10. The oil lamp on the table cast long shadows across the ledger pages, and the scratch of T-Bun's pen was the only sound in the kitchen study. He wrote numbers in even columns, his hand steady, his pale gray eyes fixed on the paper, as if the conversation happening in the silence between them did not require his attention. Lysandra watched him. The ledger was still tucked under her shawl, pressed against her ribs where she could feel the cold of its leather cover seeping through the wool. She had not opened it since the archive room, had not dared to look at the cut pages again, had not let herself think about the name Quist, or the seal of urgent debt, or the implication that someone in this house had removed an entire third of a record book with a blade. Caedmon finished a column and set the pen down. "You have not answered me." She met his gaze. "You have not asked a question you expect me to answer." A flicker crossed his face, not quite a smile, something sharper. "Fair," he said. "Then let me ask one you can." He leaned back in his chair, his hands resting flat on the table, his posture open and unhurried. "What were you looking for in the counting wing tonight?" She had prepared for this question. She had known it would come the moment he intervened with Ivo, known it would be the price of his silence. But preparation did not make the answer easier, because every lie she told him now would be another thread he could pull later. "I was looking for evidence of theft," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "You already found that. Psych was dismissed this morning." Psych was one layer. She kept her voice even, her eyes on his. "A steward does not steal from a house like this without someone higher noticing. I wanted to know how far the corruption reached." It was not entirely a lie. Psych had not acted alone, and someone had moved papers through the chapel corridor. She simply omitted the years she was investigating, the name that had been scratched out of the linen ledger, the 3 letters that still burrowed in her memory. Caedmon studied her for a long moment. The candle flame moved in the draft, shifting shadows across his face, and she could not read what passed behind his eyes. "You are an accomplished liar," he said. She did not flinch. "I am a governess who has learned to survive scrutiny." "That is not what I meant." He picked up the pen again but did not write. "You lie well enough that most people would believe you. The problem is that I am not most people." He looked at her. "I know what year you are investigating. I know which ledger you took, and I know you did not take it because of a corrupt steward." The air between them went still. Her hand moved, almost without thought, to the ledger under her shawl, a protective gesture, a warning. "Then why did I take it?" she asked. He tilted his head. "I was hoping you would tell me." The silence stretched, the candle flames steadied. She could feel the mask pulsing at the edge of her awareness, a low pressure behind her eye, the salt will holding but beginning to grate. She had rehearsed this moment 100 times, the moment when someone inside Wexgrave House asked her directly what she was doing. She had prepared answers for Corvane, for Sabine, for Mirelle, for Ivo. She had not prepared for Caedmon, because she had not expected him to see through her so completely, and she had not expected him to stand between her and exposure before she had asked him to. "What do you want?" she said. His hand stopped moving. He set the pen down and gave her his full attention, his stillness so complete she could see the reflection of the candle in his eyes. I want you to tell me the truth. His voice was quiet, measured, as if he were choosing each word with care. Not because I intend to use it against you, because I cannot protect what I do not understand. The word protect landed like a door closing in a room with no other exits. She had heard it before, from her father before he signed the order that destroyed them, from the debt collectors who promised safety if she signed their papers, from every man in Drosven who had ever offered shelter while reaching for the latch. Protection was never free. It always came with a lock. I do not need your protection, she said. You may not need it, he said, but you needed it tonight, and you will need it again. She did not answer. He waited. The candle flickered. The silence pressed. And then she spoke, not because she trusted him, but because he had already proven he could expose her and had chosen not to. If he wanted leverage, he already had it. The only thing left to negotiate was the terms of his silence. I am looking for records from 11 winters ago. She watched his face for any sign of surprise. There was none. Transactions, debt seizures, anything that connects this house to the collapse of a Carthage family called Ogua. He did not look away. I know, he said. She had expected denial, feigned ignorance, a performance of surprise. She had not expected calm acknowledgement, and the absence of shock unsettled her more than outright hostility. How long have you known? Since the night you arrived. He picked up the pen again, but did not write. You stepped through the front door and looked at the hall as if you were counting the seconds until you could burn it down. I have seen that look once before, in a mirror. She did not know what to do with that information. She filed it away, a piece of the puzzle she had not expected to find. If you knew, she said, why did you not tell your father? Because I have not decided whose side I am on. The honesty of it was worse than a lie. She set the ledger on the table between them, the letter cover landing with a soft thud. He looked at it, then at her. I took this because it contains a marginal note pointing to Vault C, she said. Transferred under seal of urgent debt during the purge week. The name Quist appears beneath it. His expression should not change, but something shifted in his stillness, a new quality of attention. Tavian Quist, he said. You know him? I know of him. Junior clerk at the Wexgrave private bank. Ambitious. Underpaid. Hungry for recognition. He paused. He would be easy to manipulate. She heard the implication. You have already considered this. She had, but she did not tell him. If the records were moved to Vault C, she said, they would require multiple signatures to access. The seal of urgent debt means someone in the house authorized the transfer during a period of crisis. That someone would know what was removed from the cut pages. Someone does, Caedmon agreed. The question is whether they know you have found the gap. The candle hissed. She looked at him across the scawed wooden table, the ledger between them, the ink drying on the paper he had filled with numbers that did not belong to any real inventory. You helped me tonight, she said. You gave me an alibi, and you offered to fabricate a report. What do you want in return? He considered her. I want your promise, he said. She waited. If you risk yourself again, he said, I will know first, not because I am watching you, because you will tell me. It was not a request. She had refused to give Psyche a single truth about herself. She had kept her voice steady through Corvane's interrogation, and Mirella's probing, and Sabine's suspicion. She had given nothing to anyone in this house, because giving anything was the first step toward losing everything. But Caedmon had already taken what she would not give. He had seen through her mask. He had stood in front of Ivo and lied for her. And now he was offering her a route to Vault C in exchange for a promise that she would not walk into the dark alone. She could refuse. She could fabricate the report herself, return the ledger to the archive, and find another path. But the pages were cut. The trail was cold, and Tavian Quist's name was the only thread she had left. "I will not promise you what I cannot keep," she said. "Then promise me what you can." She looked at him, the candle flames steady between them. "If I intend to enter the counting vault," she said, "I will tell you before I go." It was not everything he wanted. She could see that in the way the corner of his mouth tightened, the slight adjustment of the line. But he nodded. "Then I will tell you how to reach Tavian Quist without being noticed by Ivo." He dipped the pen and began to write on a fresh sheet of paper. "There is a delivery passage from the kitchen cellars that opens into the bank's lower offices. It is used for coal and wine. No one will question a servant moving through it in the afternoon." He slid the paper toward her. A map. Simple, unmistakable. She looked at it, then at him. "Why do you know this passage?" she asked. He folded his hands on the table. "Because I have spent the last 2 years learning every way into and out of this house." He paused. "I do not trust my father, and I do not trust the bank. I have been preparing for something, Miss Threnody. I simply did not know what until you arrived." He looked at her across the ledger, ink and candlelight. "How long until the mask cracks?" he asked. She nearly recoiled. The question landed like a hand on a wound. "I do not know," she said. He nodded as if he had expected the answer. "Then let me tell you what I have already done to keep it from breaking before you are ready." The air in the room changed. She waited. "The ledger you hold is not the only record I have altered," he said. "When I recognized you, I began moving pages that would have led Ivo to your identity before you had established your place in the house. I redirected a notice from the Cartage Guild that might have mentioned your family's name in the same breath as a pending audit. And I removed your father's signature from a document that would have told you the truth before I had the courage to let you see it." The candle flames stilled. She heard the words. She could not process them. Her father's signature. He had taken her father's signature from a document. He had kept it from her. He had chosen to let her believe the story she had carried for 11 years rather than let her see the page that might have shattered it. "You knew," she said. Her voice did not sound like her own. "You knew what the documents contained, and you hid them from me." He did not deny it. "I hid them from you," he said, "because I knew you would stop hunting if you found the truth too soon. And I needed you to keep hunting because I needed you to stay." She stood up. The chair scraped against the stone floor. He did not move. She stood above him, the ledger in her hands, the map on the table, the weight of his confession pressing against her ribs like a second mask. "You do not get to choose what I know," she said. He looked up at her. "I know," he said. Then he stood, slowly, his gaze never leaving hers. "But I am telling you now, before you find it yourself, before you learn what I have done and decide I am no different from the men you came here to destroy." He paused. "I am giving you the truth, even if it makes you hate me." She held his eyes for a long moment. Then she took the map, folded it, and tucked it into her sleeve. "We have 3 hours before dawn," she said. "Show me which numbers you need me to commit to memory for your fabrication to hold." He did not push. He sat down, and she sat across from him, the ledger open, the ink drying, the truth between them like a blade that had not yet been drawn, saying to her third. She wrote until her hand cramped and the candle burned to a stub. The numbers blurred. She memorized them anyway, page by page, building the fiction Caedmon had designed. Inventory figures that matched the household records. Dates that aligned with his cover story. Nothing that Ivo could disprove without admitting he had been watching the counting wing when he should not have been. Caedmon left at the third bell, taking the original ledger with him. He did not say where he was hiding it. She did not ask. The map sat folded in her sleeve, pressing against her wrist like a second pulse. She finished the report by dawn, set it on the kitchen study desk, and walked to the nursery to begin the children's lessons. Lyra recited river history with theatrical enthusiasm. Soren solved sums in silence, his gray eyes tracking her movements the way Caedmon's did, as if he could hear the lie beneath her voice. At midday, Sabine Caedmon appeared in the doorway. "The household is making a charity delivery to the Floodside Shrine this afternoon," she said. "Mirelle asked if you would accompany the cart. The children have been restless, and she thought fresh air might serve them." Lysandra kept her face still. "I would be glad to," she said. Sabine's smile did not reach her eyes. "How generous of you, Miss Threnody. Most governesses consider such errands beneath their station." "The children come first," Lysandra said. "The rest is schedule." Sabine held her gaze a beat too long, then turned and walked away. The cart rattled through the frozen streets, with Lyra pressed against Lysandra's side, and Soren perched on the opposite bench, watching the soot-stained buildings slide past. River fog curled through the alleys, carrying the smell of salt, wet rope, and the smoke from a dozen coal fires. The Floodside Shrine stood at the edge of the quay, a low stone building with a sagging roof and a bell tower that had not rung in years. The priest who tended it kept the bodies of the unclaimed, blessed them with salt water, and spoke their names into the river current so they would not be forgotten. His name was Ammon Skell. He had pulled her from this Sarum shrine 11 years ago, wrapped her in a blanket, and hidden her until the soldiers stopped searching for survivors. The cart stopped. The driver lowered the tailboard and began unloading crates of dried fish and winter vegetables. Lysandra helped Lyra down, then Soren, and told them to stay close to the cart. She walked toward the shrine door. The stone was cold under her hand. The wood groaned as she pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of incense, damp wool, and the faint metallic tang of the river. Candles burned in iron holders along the walls, their flames reflected in the dark water of a stone basin set into the floor. Brother Aaron knelt beside the basin, his back to her. His robes were patched at the elbows, his hands raw from cold water and salt. He did not turn. "The cart is early," he said. His voice was low, roughened by years of speaking over river wind. "The household usually sends a kitchen girl, not a governess." She closed the door behind her. "I needed to see you," she said. He went still. Then he turned. He was older than she remembered. His face was lined, his beard streaked with gray, his eyes the same pale brown she had seen through fever and candlelight when she was 9 years old, too weak to stand, too terrified to speak her own name. He looked at her face, looked through it. "Coralie Threnody," he said, "the new governess at Wexgrave House. I heard you had arrived." She did not answer. He studied her for a long moment. Then he dipped his fingers into the stone basin, drew a line of water across his brow, and stood. "You should not have come here," he said, "until this project. The house has eyes in every district." "I know." "Then why?" She stepped closer. The candlelight caught the edge of her face, the curve of cheekbone that belonged to the woman she had been before the mask. "Because you remember?" she said. His hands stopped mid-motion. "Remember what?" She did not answer. She did not need to. He stared at her for a breath, 2 breaths. Then his face changed, the caution cracking into something older, something wounded. "Lysandra," he said, her name, spoken aloud for the first time since she had entered Wexgrave House. The sound of it hit her like a blow to the chest. She did not move, did not speak. She simply stood in the candlelight, letting him see the ghost beneath the governess. "You should not be here," he said again, but his eyes, pale brown and full of grief, followed her until the door swung shut between them. Chapter 12. The cellar door closed behind her with a sound that seemed to echo through the stone, a whisper she could not silence. Caedmon's eyes had not moved from hers. "You were right," he said again, his voice low, as if the walls themselves might carry his words to ears that should not hear them. "There is more, and I think you are not the only one looking for it." She stood in the doorway, the payment abstract pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The tremor in the blood tink had not faded from her memory, the fear still pulsing beneath her skin where she had pressed her palm to the page. "Who else?" she asked. He did not answer immediately. He moved to the desk, his hand brushing the edge of the candle as if testing the heat, then turning toward her with a stillness that reminded her of the river in winter, frozen and deep. "The same person who left the anonymous note," he said. "The same person who has been moving papers through the chapel corridor for weeks. The same person who wrote your family's name in the linen ledger 3 weeks before you arrived." She felt the air leave her lungs. "You know who it is." "I have suspicions," he said, "but I do not have proof. And suspicion in this house is as dangerous as certainty." She crossed the room, the distance between them shrinking until she could see the shadows under his eyes, the tightness at the edge of his jaw. He had not slept either. "Tell me," she said. He looked at her for a long moment. The candlelight caught the pale gray of his eyes, making them look like winter sky reflected on black water. "The chapel corridor," he said, "leads to a room that has been sealed since before I was born. A private chamber that does not appear on any map of the house. My father built it when he first inherited the bank." "Built it for what?" "For secrets," Caedmon said. "The kind that cannot be written in ledgers or spoken aloud. The kind that require someone who is not a Wexgrave to guard them." He paused. "The steward before Psyche was a man named Heir. He served my father for 20 years, and then, 12 years ago, he disappeared." She felt the cold settle into her bones. 12 years ago, she repeated. "A year before the purge." Caedmon nodded. Veller knew everything about this house, every passage, every seal, every debt had ever been signed in blood ink. And when he vanished, the records he had been keeping vanished with him. She looked down at the payment abstract in her hands, at the tremor in the ink that had belonged to Corvane Wexgrave. "You think Veller is alive?" "I think someone is keeping his old channels open," Caedmon said. "Someone who has the authority to move documents through the chapel corridor without being stopped. Someone who knows exactly what the Okwuosa purge cost and who paid for it." He stepped closer. "And I think that someone is the person who scratched your family's name out of the linen ledger." She raised her eyes to his. "Mirelle," she said. Caedmon did not confirm. He did not deny. "She has been in this house for 23 years, he said. "She has served my father, my mother, my sister, and me. She knows every lock, every key, every shadow that bends in a certain light." He paused. "And she is the only person in this house who could have written that note." She felt the truth of it settle into her chest, heavy as the document she carried. Mirelle had warned her. Mirelle had stood in the stillroom, measuring her with those cold eyes, and told her to understand who else was watching her before she investigated the chapel corridor. Mirelle had known about the Okwuosa entry in the ledger. Mirelle had been feeding her intelligence from the beginning. But to what end? Why? She asked. Why would she help me? Caedmon's expression shifted, something passing behind his eyes that she could not read. Because she knows what my father did, he said quietly, and she has been waiting for someone who could stop him. The words hung in the air between them, heavier than the frost outside, colder than the stone beneath their feet. She stood in the candlelight, the first document hidden against her ribs, and realized that the house she had infiltrated was not the fortress she had imagined. It was a trap, and she had walked into the middle of a war that had already been waiting for her. I need to see the chapel corridor, she said. Caedmon shook his head. Not tonight. Ivo will be circling again before dawn, and if he finds you anywhere near that passage, he will not ask questions. He will act. Then when? He looked at her, and for a moment she saw something break through his control, a flash of the same fear she had felt in the blood ink. Tomorrow night, he said, after the feast. She felt her pulse quicken. The masked river feast, the public event where the house would be distracted, where creditors and guild representatives would fill the halls with noise and wine, where she could move without being seen. Where Caedmon would stand beside his father, playing the loyal heir, while she hunted through the sealed room behind the chapel. The feast, she repeated. I will make sure the passage is clear, he said, but I cannot promise what you will find inside. She looked down at the payment abstract, at the tremor that had frozen the ink like a scar. It does not matter what I find, she said. I will finish what I started. He held her gaze for a heartbeat longer, and then he stepped back, reaching into his coat and pulling out a small brass key. For the passage, he said. The lock is old, but it will open. She took the key. It was warm from his hand. She closed her fingers around it, the metal pressing into her palm like a promise. Thank you, she said. He did not answer. He simply turned and walked toward the door, his footsteps silent on the stone, and disappeared into the darkness of the corridor beyond. She stood alone in the kitchen study, the candle burning low, the key in her hand and the document against her chest. Tomorrow night she would find the room behind the chapel. Tomorrow night she would learn who else had been watching her. And tomorrow night she would move one step closer to the confession she had come to extract. But as she stood in the silence, the key pressed against her palm, she could not shake the feeling that the war she had walked into was not the one she had planned to fight, and that the person who had been pulling the strings all along was not Corvane Wexgrave. It was the woman who had found her in the dark, warned her of the danger, and sent her toward the answer. Mirelle. She closed her eyes, the blood ink. Chapter 13. She stayed in the kitchen study long after Caedmon left, the brass key warm against her palm, the payment abstract folded beneath her shirt, where the paper pressed against her ribs like a second skin. The candle burned to a nub and died. She did not light another. Dawn came gray through the high window, frost lacing the glass in ferns that looked like bones. She had not slept, but that was familiar. She had spent 11 years learning to function without rest, to move through the world on discipline and salt will, while her body begged for mercy she never gave it. She rose, washed her face in the icy basin water, and reasserted the mask. The ache was worse today. Behind her left eye, something pulsed like a second heartbeat. The nausea rose and receded in waves that left her swallowing against the back of her throat. She pressed her palm flat against the wall and waited for the vertigo to pass. Not much longer. The household stirred before the bells. She heard the kitchen staff moving in the lower rooms, the clatter of pots, the hiss of water thrown onto coals. smelled bread rising and salt pork rendering into fat. The ordinary sounds of a house preparing for another day of survival. She smoothed her dress, pinned her hair tighter, and walked out into the corridor. Caedmon was waiting. Not in the doorway, not blocking her path, but standing at the far end of the hall where the morning light fell through the narrow window in a column of pale gold. His back was to her, one hand resting on the sill, watching the street below as if he had nothing better to do than admire the frost. She stopped. He had not turned, had not acknowledged her presence, but she knew he had heard her. Knew he had counted her footsteps from the moment she left the study. "The children will be awake soon?" she said. "They will." "Then why are you here?" He turned then, slowly, and the light caught his face in a way that made him look older. Not in years, but in something heavier, something that had settled into the bones beneath his skin. "I wanted to see if you slept." "I did not." "I know." She felt the words like a pinch. He had not been watching her room. He had not needed to. He had simply known, the way a hunter knows which path the quarry will take before the quarry chooses it. "You should not be seen speaking to me," she said. "The servants will talk." "Let them." "Caedmon." His name came out sharper than she intended. He did not flinch. "I am not hiding what I am doing," he said. "That is how you make people suspicious. I am standing in a corridor I have every right to stand in, speaking to a governess my father hired. If anyone asks, I was discussing the children's progress." She almost laughed. "And what progress would that be?" "Soren has finished his arithmetic primer ahead of schedule," he said, without missing a beat. "Lyra has memorized the first 3 stanzas of the river cant. They are both bored and understimulated, and I am considering whether to authorize access to the upper library." She stared at him. He had known the answer before she asked. He had prepared for this conversation the way he prepared for everything, in advance, in silence, with the same meticulous care that had oiled a hidden doy she had never touched. "Is there anything you do not anticipate?" she asked. He held her gaze. "Your next move," he said. "That is what I am trying to learn." The words landed soft, but the meaning was not. He was studying her, reading her, building a map of her habits and reflexes the way he had mapped the corridors of Wexgrave House. She should have felt threatened. Instead, she felt something worse. Understood. "I need to prepare for the feast tonight," she said, stepping past him. "If you will excuse me." He did not move to block her, but as she passed, his voice followed. "You need to let the kitchen know about any dietary restrictions the children have. Lady Sabine is particular about the menu." She stopped. "I am aware." "And the mask," he said, quieter now. "It will strain harder tonight. The crowd, the heat, the wine fumes. If you push it too far in front of the wrong person." "I know how long it will hold." "Do you?" She turned back. He was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not concern, not warning, something between the two, a border she had not learned to read. "I have worn this mask for 11 years, she said. "I know its limits." "You wore it in the South," he said, "in cold rooms and empty streets. You have never worn it through a Wexgrave feast. There are 80 guests expected, candles in every corner, servants in every passage. And my father will be watching you." She felt the words settle into her chest like stones. "Then I will be careful." Careful is not enough. He stepped closer, not close enough to touch, but close enough that she could smell the starch in his collar, the faint trace of something sharp and clean beneath it. "You need to be invisible," he said, "and invisibility is not a choice. It is a discipline. Every glance, every breath, Every pause between words must be rehearsed until it feels like nothing. She lifted her chin. I have been invisible my entire adult life. Then tonight, be invisible again. He held her gaze for a beat longer, and then he stepped back, letting the space between them expand. I will clear the passage after the first course, he said. When the toasts begin, the corridor behind the chapel will be empty for exactly 12 minutes. Use them. He turned and walked away, his footsteps silent on the stone, and disappeared into the shadow of the eastern corridor. She stood alone in the pale morning light, the brass key pressing against her palm, and felt the weight of the night ahead settle across her shoulders like a shroud. 12 minutes. She had 11 years of hunger behind her. She would make them count. The day passed in a blur of lessons, fittings, and whispered instructions. Lyra asked her 3 times what she was wearing to the feast. Soren watched her with those gray eyes that saw too much and said nothing at all. Sabine appeared twice in the nursery doorway, once to check on the children's wardrobe, once to examine Lysandra with a gaze that lingered too long on her face. You look pale, Sabine said, the second time. I did not sleep well. The house does that to newcomers. You will adjust. It was not a comfort, it was a test. Lysandra smiled her governess smile and said nothing. By dusk, the house had transformed. Candles burned in every sconce. The main hall blazed with light, the winter darkness pushed back behind frost-laced windows. Servants moved in choreographed currents, carrying trays of glazed meat and pickled vegetables, and the sweet, heavy smell of mulled wine. Lysandra stood at the edge of the gallery, watching the guests arrive. She wore a dark dress, plain enough to pass for a servant, fine enough to be mistaken for a minor creditor's wife if anyone looked too closely. Her hair was pinned tight, her mask held steady. But behind her left eye, the ache had settled into something deeper, a throb that matched the rhythm of her pulse. She pressed her hand against the banister and waited. The first toast came, then the second, and as the noise raised and the wine flowed and the candles flickered in the draft of opening doors, she slipped away from the gallery. The brass key in her hand, and it moved toward the chapel corridor. Chapter 14. The chapel corridor smelled of old wax and colder secrets. Lysandra pressed her back against the wall, the brass key slick in her palm, and counted her breaths. 12 minutes. The toasts would fill the main hall with noise and wine, drawing every eye toward the raised table where Corvane stood with his glass raised. She had the window. She had the key. She had 11 years of hunger driving her forward. But the corridor was empty. No guard, no servant, no sound except the distant swell of applause and laughter from the feast. Caedmon had kept his promise. She moved. The passage ran narrow, barely wide enough for 2 shoulders, the walls damp with winter condensation. No windows, no sconces. The only light came from the chapel door behind her, a pale rectangle of candle glow that shrank as she advanced. The key turned in the lock at the passage's end with a click that sounded too loud in the silence. The door swung inward, and she stepped into the sealed chamber. It was smaller than she expected. A desk, a chair, a single shelf of ledgers bound in dark leather, their spines unlabeled. The air was stale, undisturbed, carrying the faint metallic tang of old ink and older dust. She crossed to the shelf in 3 strides. The first ledger she opened recorded debt seizures from 12 years ago. The second listed property transfers. The third... She stopped. The third ledger was open to a marked page, and on that page, in a hand she recognized from a lifetime of studying her father's letters, was the name Okwuosa. Not scratched out, not hidden. Written plainly, with a date beside it, and a notation she had never seen before. Collateral accepted against emergent note. C Vault C, Shelf 4, under seal of mutual guarantee. Her hand trembled against the paper. She had found the trail. But before she could read further, a footfall sounded behind her. She spun. Ivo Mendica stood in the doorway, his face expressionless, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. "Miss Throda," he said, "you are in a room that does not exist." Chemtenth. 6:15. The barge groaned against the winter current, 40 feet of polished deck and wrought iron lanterns, strung between velvet canopies. The river ate the light in black ripples, and the masks moved beneath them like a single creature with 100 faces. Lysandra stood at the edge of the crowd, a silk half-mask borrowed from the household wardrobe pressing against her cheekbones. The fabric smelled of cedar and someone else's perfume. She forced the thought down and scanned the crowd. The masks made everyone a cipher. A woman in gold leaf and peacock feathers laughed beside a man whose wolf mask glittered with riverstone eyes. Servants moved between them with trays of wine cups, their faces bare, their shoulders tight from the cold. Somewhere among these creditors and guild agents was a clue about the second document. Tavian Quist had been the courier. Someone here had received what he carried. She threaded through the bodies, listening. "The Cartage Guild is bleeding contracts since the winter freeze." Wexgrave called in 3 notes last quarter alone. The old fox is consolidating. Heard the Okwuosa name come up in arbitration. 11 years and still not settled. She stopped at the last voice, her body going still before her mind caught up. A man in a boar mask was speaking to a woman whose mask bore river reeds painted in silver. He was heavy-set, his voice carrying the lazy confidence of inherited wealth. "There's no case," he said. "The house was dissolved, debts were assumed, the papers were sealed." The woman tilted her head. "Sealed by whom?" "By whoever holds the vault key. That's how these things work. You burn the ledgers or you bury them so deep the river freezes over before anyone reaches them." Lysandra's pulse hammered. She stepped closer, pretending to adjust her mask. "And if someone found them anyway?" the woman asked. The boar mask laughed. "Then they'd be smarter than the people who hid them. But that kind of thinking gets you a knife in the ribs, not a seat at the table." He moved away before she could hear more, swallowed by the crowd. She followed. The barge had 3 decks. The main deck held the feast tables and the dance floor, where musicians played a reel that sounded half like a dirge. The upper deck was reserved for senior creditors and family. The lower deck housed the kitchens and the storage holds, where a hand pan her arm. She turned. The boar max had doubled back. He stood too close, his breath sour with wine, his free hand bracing against the railing beside her, boxing her in. "You've been listening," he said. "I've been walking." "Same thing, with that look on your face." He tilted his head, studying her through the mask's eye slits. "You're one of the Wexgrave household. The governess, I'd wager. The new one with the quiet mouth and the sharp eyes." She said nothing. "I'm right." He smiled. "I can always tell. The servants wear their attention differently. You're not paid to think, but you do it anyway." He leaned closer. She smelled wine and oiled leather and something older, something possessive that made her skin tighten. "What did you hear that interested you so much?" "This dej is figuralisting. This dej is it frabel. Next one will cost you." He turned his back on Kellic, took Lysandra's elbow with a grip that was firm but not painful, and guided her through the crowd. The guests parted around them like water around a stone, their masked faces tracking her with new attention. She had been seen. Marked. When they reached the upper deck's shadowed corner, away from the lanterns and the whispers, Caedmon released her and leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the black water below. "He'll remember that," she said, her voice low. "And he'll remember you did it for a governess." "Let him. You made me visible. I made you safe." He turned his head, and in the half-light his gray eyes held something she could not name. "There's a difference." The river lapped against the hull. The music swelled below. And Lysandra stood in the shadow of the man who had just claimed her in front of half the river trade, knowing the cost of that protection was still being written in a ledger she could not yet read. "Which Redirection?" Slowly amazes. "Always my families made by my braggers. You want to love." "I made you safe." He turned his head, and in the half-light his gray eyes held something she could not name. "There's a difference." The river lapped against the hull. The music swelled below. And Lysandra stood in the shadow of the man who had just claimed her in front of half the river trade, knowing the cost of that protection was still being written in a ledger she could not yet read. Chapter 16. The guests had not resumed dancing. They stood in clusters along the upper deck, masked faces turned toward the corner where Caedmon had taken her, the whispers rising like heat from damp wood. Lysandra felt each glance like a touch, assessing, categorizing, slotting her into a new understanding of the house. She was visible now in a way she had never intended. Below, on the main deck, Clerk had retreated to a cluster of river trade men. He was speaking too quickly, his hands making sharp gestures of outrage that no one answered. The men around him listened with the careful neutrality of people who had just watched him lose a public contest and were calculating whether his value had dropped. "You should go back inside," Caedmon said. He had not moved from the railing, his gaze still on the water. "The toasts will resume soon. Corvane will notice if you are absent." "He will notice that I arrived with you." "He will notice that you arrived protected." Caedmon turned. The black silk mask did nothing to soften his face. "That is not the same thing." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that protection and possession were the same face when the protected had not asked for it. But the words would not come, because she had felt it. In that instant when Clerk's hand fell away, when Caedmon stepped between them and the crowd went silent, something in her chest had opened like a door. She had been seen. Not as a servant to be dismissed, not as a woman to be cornered, but as someone worth drawing lines for. The door closed again. She forced it closed. "What did you do to him?" she asked. "I reminded him of his position." "You threatened him." "I educated him." Caedmon's mouth curved. "Clerk's father controls 3 grain warehouses and a stretch of the lower quay. He has been borrowing against those warehouses for 2 seasons, hoping the winter ice breaks early enough to move spring grain before his notes come due. He is leveraged to the teeth, and everyone at this feast knows it." "You made him look in front of his creditors." "I made him look like a man who touches what does not belong to him." Caedmon stepped closer. The space between them shrank to the length of an arm. "That is a more expensive reputation than any debt." She should have stepped back. She did not. "You claimed me," she said, "in front of half the river trade. That is not protection. That is a flag." "It is both." His voice dropped. "And I will not apologize for it, because he would have followed you. He would have found you alone on the lower deck, or in the passage between the kitchens, and he would have assumed that a governess has no recourse. Now he knows better. And every other man at this feast knows better too. Yes. The word hung between them, simple and absolute. She should have felt safe. She felt cornered. The music shifted below, a new measure rising through the deck boards. The toasts would resume soon. She needed to move, to find the woman in the silver riveried mask, to trace the thread that led from Tavian Quist to whoever had received the Ouzo package 11 years ago. But she could not move past the weight of his gaze. "Why did you come for me?" she asked. "You could have watched from the crowd. You could have sent a servant to interrupt. You did not need to claim me in front of everyone." Caedmon was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, almost careful. "Because I saw his hand on your sleeve, and I stopped thinking." The admission landed like a blow. She did not know what to do with it. She did not know whether to weaponize it or flee from it. She did not know whether the door in her chest had opened or broken. "We have less than 8 minutes before Corvane calls for the next toast," she said, her voice flat. "I need to find the woman who is asking about the sealed papers." Caedmon's expression did not change, but something in his stillness shifted, a recognition that she had chosen the mission over the moment. "Silver mask," he said. "River reed pattern. She will be on the lower deck, near the stern, where the senior creditors are drinking brandy from Corvane's private cask." "You know her?" "I know everyone at this feast." He paused. "Her name is Ilara Ven. She is a records agent for the Cartage Guild. She has been asking about the Ouzo arbitration for 3 months." Lysandra's pulse jumped. "Why?" "That is what you should ask her." Caedmon stepped back, giving her room to pass. "But be careful. She is not an ally. She is a woman who wants something, and she has been waiting for someone to walk into her field of vision with the same hunger she carries." Lysandra moved past him, her skirts brushing the railing, her hand already reaching for the stair rail. "One more thing," Caedmon said. She stopped. "Kellic will try to salvage his reputation tonight. He will find someone smaller than himself to humiliate, or he would make a show of strength that reminds the room why his family still holds the grain contracts." His voice hardened. "Do not be alone on the lower deck." She turned her head, meeting his gaze over her shoulder. "I am never alone," she said. "I have your flag, remember?" She descended before he could answer, the weight of his stare following her down the stairs like a thread tied to her spine. The lower deck was crowded with the city's second rank, warehouse supervisors, junior factors, clerks who had earned a seat through years of loyalty rather than birth. They stood in tight circles, glasses raised, laughter rising and falling in waves. The air smelled of cheap wine and expensive cigar smoke. She found Ilara Ven near the stern, exactly where Caedmon had said she would be. The silver riverreed mask covered half her face, leaving only her mouth visible. She was leaning against the railing, a glass of brandy in her hand, watching the crowd with the patient attention of someone who had learned to see through celebrations. Lysandra approached without hesitation. "You were asking about the Ouzo arbitration?" she said. "Ilara Ven's." Gloving Ministry Mixed Snaps, typically able to buy B. Chapter 17. Lysandra held Ilara Ven's gaze for a beat longer than was safe. "The lower deck is watched," she said. "If you want to discuss vault keys, choose a better place than a feast where every steward remembers faces." Ilara Ven's mouth curved again, sharper this time. "The Floodside Shrine. Tomorrow, when the tide bell rings for evening prayer." She turned before Lysandra could answer, melting back into the circle of senior creditors, her silver mask catching the lantern light like river ice. Lysandra stood alone at the stern railing, the brandy fumes thick in her throat, the name Alar Ven burning in her memory. A Carthage Guild records agent who had been asking about the Okwuosa arbitration for 3 months. A woman who had been waiting for someone to walk into her field of vision with the same hunger. The music shifted again, the toasts threatening to resume. She moved through the crowd with her head low, letting the silk half-mask do its work. The guests were dispersing now, the formal portion of the night giving way to the looser hours when debts were discussed and favors traded in lowered voices. She counted the steps to the stairwell, the seconds until she could breathe air that did not smell of cigar smoke and expensive wine. The kitchen study was dark when she reached it. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it, her palm flat against the wood, her heart beating too fast for a woman who had done nothing more dangerous than speak to a stranger. The payment abstract pressed against her ribs. The brass key was still in her pocket. The name Elara Ven was a new thread, and Lysandra did not yet know whether it would lead to the vault key or to a trap. She crossed to the desk and lit the lamp with steady hands, forcing the tremor out of her fingers. The door opened behind her without a knock. She turned, her hand already reaching for the letter opener. Caedmon stood in the doorway, his silhouette cutting the light from the hall. He had removed his feast coat and loosened his collar, and his face was stripped of the polished ease he wore in public. "The house is settling," he said. "Corvane is drinking with the senior creditors. Mirelle has dismissed the servants for the night. And you are in my study. I needed to see that you returned." She set the letter opener down slowly, her palm flat on the desk. "I returned." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, the latch clicking with soft finality. The room sank around them, the lamplight pooling on the desk and leaving the corners deep in shadow. "You found Elara Ven. She wants to meet at the Floodside Shrine tomorrow evening. That is either an opportunity or an ambush." "I know." Caedmon moved closer, his steps slow and deliberate, as if he were approaching something that might startle and flee. He stopped at the edge of the desk, close enough that she could smell the river salt in his coat and the faint trace of brandy on his breath. "What did she tell you?" "That she has been asking about the Okwuosa arbitration for 3 months, that she wants to know who holds the vault key." Lysandra studied his face in the lamplight. "You warned me she was not an ally, but you did not tell me why she wants the papers." "Because I do not know," he said. "She appeared 3 months ago, asking questions that no one in the Carthage Guild should have been asking. I assumed she was working for a rival house, or for someone who wants to reopen the purge investigation for political reasons." "And now?" He was silent for a long moment. His gaze moved over her face, tracing the line of her jaw, the curve of her shoulder, as if he were memorizing something he might not see again. "Now I think she has been waiting for you." The words landed in the space between them, heavy and precise. Lysandra did not look away. "Then I will meet her," she said, "and I will learn what she knows before she learns what I am." Caedmon's hand moved. It was a small gesture, almost unconscious. His fingers brushed her wrist where it rested on the desk, a touch so light she might have imagined it. But she did not imagine the way his thumb traced the inside of her wrist, where the skin was thin and the pulse beat close to the surface. She felt it in her chest, a sharp and unwelcome heat. "Caedmon." "I know." His voice was low, almost rough. "I know I should not have come here. I know I should not have touched you. I know that every step I take toward you makes your position more dangerous and my control less certain." He lifted his hand, but he did not pull away. His fingers curled around her wrist, not gripping, just holding, as if testing whether she would pull free. "But I saw his hand on your sleeve," he said, "and I stopped thinking. And I have been thinking ever since, and I still cannot find the distance I need." She should have pulled away. She should have reminded him of the terms, the truce, the mission that mattered more than the heat between them. She did not move. "What do you want from me?" she asked. The question hung between them, raw and unguarded. Caedmon's jaw tightened, his thumb moved again, a slow stroke across her pulse point. "I want you to be safe," he said. "I want you to trust me. I want you to look at me the way you look at the door to the vault, like something you intend to open, no matter what it costs." His hand tightened once, brief and fierce. "But I know you cannot give me those things. Not yet. Maybe not ever." He released her wrist and stepped back, his expression shuddered. "So I will settle for honesty. The truth you still cannot give me, I will wait for." Lysander's hand stayed where he had left it, the skin warm where his fingers had pressed. The silence stretched, fragile and aching. She opened her mouth to speak, and the door crashed open behind him. Chapter 18. The door crashed open, and Lysandra's hand shot toward the letter opener before her mind caught up with her body. Sabine Caedmon filled the doorway, her feast gown still intact, her hair escaping its pins. She was breathing hard, and her eyes moved past Caedmon as if he were furniture, and landed on Lysandra with the precision of a blade finding a joint. "The house is searching for you," she said. "Both of you." Caedmon turned, his posture shifting from raw exposure to polished defense in the space of a breath. "Who is searching?" "Ivo, father, 3 senior clerks who want to know why the heir left the feast before the final toast." Sabine's gaze did not leave Lysandra. "I told them you were unwell, that I had sent you to the Stillroom for a headache draught, and the heir had gone to check on you when you did not return." The lie was clean, practical, and cost Lysandra nothing. "Why?" Lysandra asked. Sabine smiled, the expression thin and humorless. "Because I want to know what you're doing in my father's house before he does. And because Caedmon owing me favors is more useful than Caedmon exposed." She stepped aside, leaving the doorway open. "You have 2 minutes to compose yourselves. Then I will walk you both back to the gallery and explain that the draft worked." Caedmon moved first, crossing to the door with controlled steadiness. He paused beside Sabine, close enough that his voice did not carry. "What do you want?" "Later," Sabine said, "when the house is quiet." She turned and disappeared into the corridor, her footsteps already measured, her posture that of a woman who had never interrupted anything at all. Lysandra stood. The warmth of Caedmon's fingers still ghosted against her wrist, but she pushed it aside, locked it behind the same door she used for grief, hunger, and every other thing that could not help her survive. "Go," she said. "Walk me back. Play the concerned heir." Caedmon's jaw tightened, but he nodded. The corridor swallowed them, and the silence between them was heavier than any words. The feast collapsed slowly, like a fire burning down to ash. Guests drifted to the queue, to waiting carriages, to the warmth of their own households. Corvane shook hands at the door, his pale eyes tracking every departure with the methodical attention of a man counting coin. At the edge of the crowd, near the servants' passage, with a ledger jerked under one arm, and his gaze following the departing creditors with barely concealed hunger. Tavian Quist, Lysandra saw him before he saw her. She saw the way he straightened his coat when a senior clerk passed, the way his mouth tightened when the man did not acknowledge him. Ambitious, underpaid, hungry for recognition. Caedmon had described him exactly. She moved before she had fully decided to, letting the flow of departing guests carry her toward the passage. Tavian noticed her when she was 3 steps away, and his expression shifted from wariness to interest in the space of a blink. "Miss Throna," he said, "I did not expect to see you here." "I could say the same. The counting vault is a long way from the brandy table." He smiled, a quick flash of teeth. "Someone has to make sure the books balance after the feast. The senior clerks are too busy drinking to check." She tilted her head, letting her voice carry a note of admiration. "You balance the books alone?" "Someone has to." He said it with practiced modesty, but his chin lifted. "The vaults do not close themselves, and the registry copies need to be filed before morning or the guild auditors will raise questions." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "I have never seen the counting vault. The real one, I mean. Only the household ledgers in the archive." Tavian's eyes brightened. He was already imagining himself as the guide, the man who showed the clever governess something she had never seen. "It is not meant for visitors," he said, "but it is quiet now, and I could use company while I file." The vault was not difficult to enter. Tavian used his key for the outer door, his seal for the inner grate, and his voice for the clerk who had stayed late to finish a reconciliation. He dismissed the man with casual authority, and the clerk left without question, grateful for the early release. The vault room was smaller than Lysandra had expected, lined with shelves of bound ledgers and stacked registry copies. A single lamp burned on the central desk, casting long shadows across the floor. Tavian gestured as if he were showing her a cathedral. "This is where the real work happens. The ledgers upstairs are summaries. The details live here." Lysandra moved along the shelves, letting her fingers brush the spines. She asked questions about the filing system, about the dates, about the way the registry copies were cross-referenced with the vault seals. Tavian answered with growing enthusiasm, his voice warm and expansive. She found the shelf she needed without appearing to search. The registry copies from 11 winters ago, bound in stained leather, their spines cracked from age and handling. "What are these?" she asked, her voice light. Tavian glanced over. "Old transfer records. Most of them are obsolete." She pulled one down, opened it to a marked page, and let the columns of dates and amounts settle into her memory. There it was. A transfer record showing private holdings routed through 3 shell companies and ending at a numbered account opened in the same week as the Oso purge. The second document, the proof that someone had paid for access to the cartage routes before the fire. She did not take it. She could not. Tavian stood too close. Chapter 19. Fresh ink dried darker than old Lysandra had learned in a counting house at age 14, when a ledger master had shown her how to date a forgery by the depth of the stroke against the paper grain. She stood in the kitchen study with the memory of 8 altered pages burning behind her eyes, the lamp turned low, her hands steady on the table. Tavian Quist believed she had left the vault impressed by his expertise. He had locked the grate behind her with the satisfied air of a man who had shown off his kingdom and expected admiration. She gave him that. She gave him a smile that cost nothing and a promise to mention his diligence to the household senior clerk. Now she sat alone in the cold, the second document transcribed from memory onto a scrap of paper she would burn before dawn. The transfer chain was clean. 3 shell companies, a numbered account, a payment date that matched the purge week exactly. Someone had paid for access to the Okwuosa cartage routes before the fire, and the money had moved through Wexgrave instruments. But that was not the question that kept her still. The alterations were. She reached into her sleeve and drew out a strip of linen she had torn from the hem of her petticoat in the vault, pressing it against the fresh ink before Tavian could see. The residue was faint, barely visible in the low light, but she had trained herself to read what the eye could not hold. She touched her tongue to the cloth, tasted salt and iron and the sharp copper tang of blood ink that had not fully set. Days, she thought. The alterations were made within days, possibly hours. The old ink to knit the erased entries had been there for 11 winters. She had felt its age in the way the paper held the stain, the way the fibers had accepted the pigment and stopped breathing around it. Fresh ink sat on top of the surface, a layer of new lies pressed over old ones. She spread the cloth flat on the table and closed her eyes, letting her memory reconstruct vault shelves. The altered ledgers had all come from the same year, the same section, the same hand, if she could trust the pressure marks and the angle of the strokes. Someone had gone through the purge-era records systematically, changing figures, erasing names, rewriting the sequence of payments. Not destroying evidence, reshaping it. That required access, that required keys, that required time alone in a vault that Tavian Quist believed he controlled. She opened her eyes. The kitchen study was cold. The lamp flame trembled in a draft she could not feel. She thought of Caedmon sliding a key across his palm in the kitchen cellar. She thought of him mapping the house for 2 years before she arrived. She thought of the oiled hinges on the linen press door, the fabricated ledger report, the corridor cleared for exactly 12 minutes during the feast toasts. He had been inside every locked space in Wexgrave House before she ever set foot in it. The thought settled like river silt, fine-grained and heavy. She did not want it to be him. The admission came without permission, a crack in the wall she had built around her judgment. She did not want to look at Caedmon Brannigan and see the hand that had rewritten her family's destruction into a shape more convenient for his purses. But wanting had nothing to do with evidence. She rose from the table and crossed to the cabinet where she kept her few possessions. The purge-era storage ledger was still there, hidden beneath a false bottom she had cut into the shelf lining. She pulled it out, opened it to the marginal note she had found nights ago. Transferred to Vault C, under seal of urgent debt. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, the letters pressed deep into the paper. She held the page close to the lamp and studied the pressure marks, the tilt of the characters, the way the writer had crossed each two with a sharp horizontal stroke that bit into the page. She turned to the cloth on the table. The fresh ink residue had transferred in faint smears, but the shape of the letters was still legible in reverse. She compared them. The same pressure, the same shape cross, the same angle, the same rhythm, the same hand that had written the marginal note had also altered the vault ledgers. The marginal note had been written 11 years ago. The alterations had been made within days. The same person had accessed these records twice, once at the time of the purge and once in the present. She closed the ledger and pressed her palms flat against the cover, feeling the leather cold against her skin. The question was no longer whose hand had touched the records. The question was who had been inside Wexgrave House long enough to reach both the archive and the counting vault without raising suspicion. Tavian had been inside for 2 years. Tavian had keys to the archive, the chapel passage, the counting wing. Tavian knew every petrol shift, every servant schedule, every blind spot in the household's surveillance. Tavian had studied her for weeks, waiting to see what she would do before he decided what to reveal. She thought of his hand on her wrist, his voice in the dark kitchen, telling her he wanted her safe, telling her he could not find the distance he needed. The confession had felt like an opening. She had almost believed it. But openings could be bait. She stood, leaving the ledger on the table, and crossed to the window. Frost had formed on the inside of the glass, thin feathers of ice catching the lamplight. The courtyard below was empty, the servants' quarters dark, the counting wing a black silhouette against the river fog. Somewhere in that building, the altered ledgers sat on their shelves, their new lies curing in the cold. And somewhere in that building, the person who had rewritten them was waiting to see what she would do next. She pressed her forehead against the glass, let the cold bite into her skin, and forced herself to think past the noise. If Tevan had altered the records, he had done it before she arrived. The fresh ink was days old, not hours. He had not been reacting to her search. He had been preparing for it, shaping the evidence she would find, before she knew which questions to ask. That meant he knew what the original entries contained. That meant he had decided she should not see them. The same conclusion she had reached when he admitted removing her father's signature from a document, the same cold logic that had made her trust him less and need him more. She turned from the window and looked at the ledger on the table, the cloth beside it, the marginal note that had led her to the vault in the first place. The handwriting was the same. She had known it for 5 minutes now, and she had not wanted to admit it. She crossed to the table, picked up the cloth, and held it to the lamp flame until the edges caught. The linen blackened, curled, and turned to ash. She let the ash fall into the cold hearth and ground it to dust with her heel. Then she left the kitchen study and walked through the dark house toward the east stair, where the servants' corridors converged near the counting wing, where a man with a key could reach the vault without being seen. She did not know what she would find when she got there, but she knew whose trail she would be following, and she hated that the thought made her heart beat faster instead of colder. Chapter 2. She took the east stair at a measured pace, one hand trailing the cold stone wall, her footsteps soft against the worn treads. The house had settled into its midnight quiet, the kind of silence that pressed against the ears and made every breath sound too loud. She passed the servants' corridor, the counting wing entrance, the darkened alcove where she had first seen Ivo's patrol pattern shift. No one stopped her. No voice called from the shadows. She reached the vault corridor and stopped at the door that Tavian Quist had unlocked for her hours earlier. The lock was unchanged, the mechanism smooth and familiar. She pressed her palm against the wood and listened. Nothing moved on the other side. She turned the handle and slipped inside. The vault room was dark and cold, the ledgers still on their shelves, the air thick with the smell of old paper and lamp oil that had burned down to bitter dregs. She crossed to the cabinet where she had found the altered records and pulled it open. The freshly inked pages sat where she had left them, their new lies gleaming faintly in the dim light from the corridor. But she was not here for those pages. She needed to know what the original entries had said, what the marginal note had led to 11 years ago, before someone decided those words should not survive. She began at the back of the cabinet, working forward shelf by shelf, scanning spines and dates. The purge-era ledgers were grouped together, their bindings cracked and faded, the ink on their labels barely legible. She pulled the last volume from the bottom shelf and opened it. The first page was clean. The second page was clean. The third page had been cut out with the same blade that had taken the final third of the storage ledger. She traced the edge of the cut with her fingertip, feeling the precise, deliberate stroke. The same hand, the same tool, the same intention. She set the ledger aside and reached for the next volume. This one was thicker, its spine reinforced with leather straps, its pages yellowed but intact. She opened it to the first entry and saw the date. 11 winters ago, the week of the purge. The handwriting was cramped, professional, the entries dense with figures and references she could not parse without more context. But near the middle of the volume, a page had been folded down at the corner, the crease old and brittle. She opened to the folded page. The header read, Order of Payment, Emergency Debt Clearance, Okwuosa Cottage House. Date, 4th of Deep Frost. The ink is black, the letters formed with the same deliberate pressure she had seen in the marginal note. The same shack cross, the same angle, the same rhythm. And at the bottom of the page, in a hand she had not seen alive in 11 years, a signature. Caedmon Okwuosa, her father's name. She read it 3 times before the words made meaning. The letters did not change, the ink did not blur. The signature sat at the bottom of a payment order authorizing emergency debt clearance against the Okwuosa Cottage House, dated 3 days before the counting hall burned. Her hand trembled against the page. She pressed the other hand flat on the cover to steady herself, but the tremor moved deeper, into her chest, into the base of her throat. Her father had signed an order that cleared debt by transferring assets out of the house. He had authorized the dispersal of holdings 3 days before the fire. He had written his own name beside the words emergency debt clearance and transfer of collateral. She had spent 11 years believing Corvane Wexgrave had destroyed her family from outside. That her father was a victim, a man killed by the same fire that had taken her mother, a man whose only crime was being weaker than the house that swallowed him. But the signature on this page was not the signature of a man being coerced. The pressure was even, the letters formed without hesitation. The ink had not blotched or bled where a shaking hand might have paused. She turned the page, her fingers cold and stiff, and found the attachment. A list of properties, routes, and contracts transferred under the order. Warehouses, dock rights, grain stores, the family home, everything that had belonged to House Okwuosa, itemized and reassigned, all bearing her father's initials beside each line. She closed the ledger and set it down on the cabinet shelf, her breath coming shallow and fast. The room felt smaller, the air felt thinner. She looked at the cabinet again, at the ledgers she had not yet opened, at the folded page that had guided her here. Someone had wanted her to find this. The crease was too deliberate, the page too accessible. This was not a record that had been hidden. It had been placed. She turned the ledger over and examined the spine. The letters had the tossed jube dre, but being guy high of gens, by the way the deduced gen kide for exact. Fancer of den stracum, which has had. At the building of scores just put on, a story of what we think actually mention or rejecting. I am ascribed that this room cased a place, like fire specific ideas. The little can be half the fulfill. My mind first might just report it for unique clears, until it make maybe onto my own. And I must have the papachal, completely, again from the lead, rut, subject, then skc. I've been ever listening at the Juroway purpose to, O Woot's holy fit lore, which I love with meat both more, at more, clearness, which have ever required my bother is been the heavy of you through the creets. I am hopely complete me found, inside the question will add under purode, which is crowned, sweeting it the still capped up. Chapter 21. She closed the ledger and set it down on the cabinet shelf, the leather cold against her palms, the names still burning behind her eyes. Caedmon Okwuosa. She had spent 11 years building a story in which her father was a victim, a man killed by the same fire that had taken her mother, a man whose only crime was being weaker than the house that swallowed him. She had built her life on that story. She had become Coralie Threnody because of it. She had learned to read blood ink, to move through dark houses, to smile at men who would have let her family burn if they had known her name. But the signature on this page was not the signature of a coerced man. She pressed her palm flat against the letter cover and felt the cold seep into her bones. The vault was silent except for her breathing, too loud in the narrow space, too fast. She forced it slower, forced her hand to still. The memories came anyway. Her father's hands, ink stained at the knuckles, spreading a ledger open across the dining table after the servants had cleared. Her mother's voice from the doorway, sharp with something Lysandra had not understood at 9. Again, Kaelin? The children are waiting to say goodnight. Her father looking up, the ledger still open, his smile thin and distracted. Soon. I promise. She had believed him. She had always believed him. She closed her eyes and saw the counting hall as it had been that night. Orange through the window glass, heat cracking the street stones. She had been in the kitchen with her mother, folding linen, when the first shout came. Her mother's hand gripping hers too hard. The run through the back garden, the heat at her back like a living thing. She had never seen her father again. She had assumed he died in the fire, that the men who set it had trapped him inside with the ledgers. She had assumed he was a casualty, not a signatory. The ache behind her left eye sharpened, and she felt the mask pull at the edge of her vision. A warning. She was pushing too hard, staying too long, feeling too much. She heard the footsteps before she placed them. Not Ivo's measured tread. Softer, faster, someone who knew the house well enough to move through it without waking the stones. She turned toward the vault door, her hand still on the ledger, and saw Caedmon standing in the gap between the cabinet rows. His coat was dark, his collar loose, his face stripped of the careful composure he wore in public. He looked like a man who had been rutted. He stopped when he saw her. His gaze went past her face to the ledger on the cabinet shelf, to her hand still resting on the leather cover, and something in his expression shifted. Not surprise. Recognition. He knew she had found it. She saw it in the way his shoulders dropped, the way his breath released, the way he did not ask what she was doing here. He had known she would come. He had left the page folded. He had been waiting for this moment. The understanding hit her like a blade. "Tell me," she said, and her voice was steady, steadier than she had any right to expect. "That you did not know what was in that ledger when you left it for me." He did not answer. "Tell me you did not read my father's signature before you decided I was ready to see it." He held her gaze, and she watched him choose. She watched him weigh the lie against the truth, the protected version against the real one. She watched him decide which version of herself he wanted her to be. "I read it," he said. The words landed like stones in still water. "I read it the night I found it, 3 winters ago, when I first started mapping the house. I read it and I put it back and I waited." "Waited for what?" "For you to be strong enough to find it yourself." Her hand lifted from the ledger. She let it fall to her side, the cold air rushing into the space where her paw had been. "You have been curating my revenge," she said. "You have been deciding what I could bear and when I could bear it. You have been treating my memory like a shelf you could go arrange." "I have been protecting you." "No." The word came out sharp, clean, the first honest thing she had said all night. "You have been protecting the version of Lee that needs you." Something flickered in his eyes, there and gone, too fast to name. "I recognized you the night you arrived," he said quietly. "Not from the mask, from the way you looked at the house, like it had already hurt you and you were deciding whether to hurt it back." She said nothing. "I remembered you from before the fire. You were 9, maybe 10. You came to the counting hall with your father once, during the autumn harvest audits. You stood in the corner and watched the clerk's work, and you did not fidget. You did not speak. You just watched, the way you are watching me now." The memory surfaced, unbidden, a high counter, rows of ledgers, her father's voice explaining the difference between a debit and a credit. She had not remembered that day in years. "I did not know your name then," Caedmon said, "but I remembered your stillness. And when you walked into my father's study 11 years later, wearing a dead woman's face, I knew exactly who you were." The ache behind her eye pulsed, and she felt the mask shudder against her skin. A warning she could not afford to ignore. "You have been shaping my investigation since I arrived," she said, "moving pages, altering records, deciding which truth I was ready to see." Yes, no denial, no justification, just the single word, clean as bone. "Why?" He stepped closer, and she let him, because the vault was too small to retreat, and because she wanted to see his face when he answered. "Because the truth you were looking for would have destroyed you before you were ready to survive it. And you decided I would rather have you hate me for keeping it than watch the truth break you before I could catch the pieces." She looked at him, at the man who had recognized her, protected her, lied to her, and arranged her grief like a stage. She looked at him and felt the shape of everything she had believed crack along the edges. "There is more," she said. It was not a question. He held her gaze, and she saw the answer in his stillness before he spoke. A warning, a preparation, a door he had been keeping closed until she was ready to walk through it. "There is more," he said. The ache behind her eye flared white, and the mask pulled tight, and she felt the first crack run through the careful face she had worn for 11 years. Chapter 22. The ache behind her eye pulsed once, twice, a heartbeat that did not belong to her. She pressed her palm against the vault shelf and felt the mask pulled tight across her cheekbone, the skin beneath it burning where the crack had opened. Not visible yet, not to anyone who was not looking, but she felt it like a split in the hole, water seeping through. Caedmon was still watching her, still holding that impossible stillness, and she hated him for it. She hated that he had known, that he had been ready. "There is more," she repeated, because he had not denied it, because he was still standing there with that look on his face, like he was bracing for a blow he intended to take without flinching. "There is more," he said. She waited. He did not speak. "Then tell me." "I will." He did not move. "But not here." The answer landed wrong, a key scraping at a lock that did not fit. She studied his face, the shadows under his eyes, the set of his jaw, the way his hands hung open at his sides like a man who wanted to prove he carried nothing hidden. "No," she said. "Here. Now." He shook his head once, small and final. "The vault is not safe for this conversation." "It was safe enough for you to leave my father's signature for me to find." "That was different." "How?" He looked at her, and something in his expression shifted, a crack of his own barely visible. "Because I knew what you would find. I knew what it would do to you, and I knew I would not be able to help you through it if I was watching from the other side of a locked door." She felt the words slide under her skin like splinters. "You planned this. You planned for me to find it tonight, in this room, at this hour." "I planned for you to find it when you were ready." "You just said you did not know I would survive it." "I said I hoped you would." His voice dropped, rough at the edges. "There is a difference." She turned away from him, walked to the vault door, pressed her palm flat against the cold iron. The metal grounded her, pulled her back from the edge of something she could not name. "How long have you been shaping my investigation?" He did not answer immediately, and she heard him take a breath, heard him choose the words the way she had watched him choose the truth a moment ago. "From the beginning." She closed her eyes, the mask pulled tight again, and she felt the crack deepen, a hairline fracture running from the corner of her left eye down to her jaw. You altered the records before I arrived. Some of them. Which ones? The ones that would have sent you after the wrong target. She turned to face him. The wrong target. Your father's signature was not the only thing I found when I started mapping the house. He stepped closer, slow, careful, the way a man approached a frightened animal. There was a trail, a clean one. It led straight to my father's desk, straight to his signature on the warrant that authorized the debt enforcement. It was designed to be found. She felt her stomach drop, a cold plummet that left her hollow. You are saying someone wanted me to find evidence against Corvane? I am saying someone built a case against my father and left it where a clever person could follow it. The marginal notes, the transfer records, the cut pages. Someone wanted the Okwuosa purge solved, and they wanted my father to be the answer. And you destroyed that trail. I redirected it. He said it without apology, without hesitation. I kept the evidence that proved my father's guilt, and I buried the evidence that would have made you stop asking questions. Because you wanted me to keep looking. Because I wanted you to find the truth, not the story someone else had written for you. The words hung between them, and she felt the shape of them settle into her chest like stones. You do not know that my father's signature was not part of that story. He did not answer. You do not know. She heard her voice crack, the first break in its steadiness, and she felt something in her chest give way, not the mask, something deeper. You have been curating my revenge, she said again, because the words were the only thing she could hold on to. You have been feeding me a version of the truth that kept me moving toward a target you chose. I gave you the truth. You gave me the truth you wanted me to have. I gave you the truth you could bear. The difference was a hairline fracture, a crack she could feel spreading through everything she had believed about him, about herself, about the shape of the vengeance that had carried her for 11 years. Why now? She asked. Why let me find the signature tonight, in this vault, instead of hiding it forever? He held her gaze, and she saw the answer in his eyes before he spoke, and she knew she would not want to hear it. Because my father is going to test you tomorrow. And if you do not know the truth about your father before he puts his knife in it, you will break in a way I cannot fix. The ache behind her eye flared white, and the mask shuddered against her skin, and she felt the crack widen, a seam opening between her true face and the one she had worn for 11 years. She lifted her hand, touched her cheek, and felt the edge of the fracture, a raised line of raw skin where the mask was pulling apart. Caedmon stepped forward, his hand rising, stopping short of her face. Your mask is failing. She saw his expression shift, the controlled stillness cracking into something raw, something she could not read but felt in her chest like an echo. We need to get you out of this vault. We need to finish this conversation. We cannot finish it if your face gives out in front of my father's guards. He was right. She hated that he was right. She lowered her hand, pressed her palm flat against the cold iron again, and felt the mask settle, the crock sealing with a burn that tasted of salt and copper. Tomorrow, she said, after Laraven, you tell me everything you have been hiding, or I will burn every record in this vault and let the truth destroy whatever it touches. He looked at her, and she saw something like pride in his eyes, a recognition that cut deeper than any confession. I will tell you everything, he said. Maybe we need not forgive me for it. I may not. She walked past him, out of the vault, into the cold corridor, and she did not look back. Behind her, the candle guttered and died. Ahead of her, the dark house waited, full of doors she had not yet opened, full of truths she had not yet survived. Chapter 23. The cold of the corridor bit through her clothes as she walked. each step carrying her deeper into the dark house. Behind her, she heard Caedmon's footsteps, measured, unhurried, matching her pace without closing the distance. She did not stop, did not turn. You should not be following me. You should not be alone. She reached the narrow stair that led up to the servants' floor, and she took the steps one at a time, her hand sliding along the cold iron railing. The crack in her mask pulled every time she blinked, a raw seam that burned when her skin moved beneath it. Caedmon's voice came from the bottom of the stair. I meant what I said. I would destroy anyone who exposed you. She stopped with her hand on the railing, her back to him, her breath clouding in the dark. That is not a comfort. It is the truth. She turned then, slowly, and looked down at him. He stood in the pool of darkness at the foot of the stair, his face half lit by the faint glow from the corridor beyond, his pale gray eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made her chest tighten. You speak of destroying people as if it were a gift you are offering me. It is. I did not ask for it. No. He climbed one step, then another, his boots quiet on the worn wood. You never ask for anything. You endure, you calculate, you survive. You never ask. And you resent me for it? I admire you for it. He stopped 3 steps below her, close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw, the pulse at his throat. I have watched you move through this house like a blade through silk. I have watched you bend people to your purpose without ever raising your voice. I have watched you burn evidence and lock away your own grief and stand in a vault with your mask cracking and still refuse to break. He took another step. I would destroy anyone who took that from you, anyone who tried to make you small again, anyone who believed they had the right to own what you have built. She felt the heat of his nearness, the weight of his words pressing against the walls she had built around herself. The mask pulled, and she felt the crack deepen, a hairline fracture that ran from her cheekbone to her jaw. You cannot protect me from everything. I can try. That is not the same. No. He reached up, his hands stopping a breath from her face, his fingers hovering over the scene where the mask had split. But it is all I have to offer. She did not pull away, did not step forward. She stood still, her heart beating against her ribs like a trapped thing, and she watched his hand hover there, trembling with the restraint of not touching her. Every time you speak of protection, she said, I hear possession. Do you? I hear a man who has decided what my future should look like. Your future? He let his hand drop, and she felt the absence like a cold draft. I have spent 3 winters imagining your future, not because I wanted to own it, because I wanted to be in it. The words landed like a blow, clean and precise, and she felt something shift in her chest, a crack that had nothing to do with the mask. You cannot decide that. I know. You cannot shape my revenge and then ask me to share the aftermath. I know. Then why do you keep doing it? He was silent for a long moment, his gaze holding hers, and when he spoke, his voice was raw in a way she had not heard before. Because I am afraid that when this is over, you will walk out of this house and never look back. And I will spend the rest of my life standing in the shape of where you used to be. The air between them thickened, charged, and she felt the full of his nearness like a current dragging her toward a shore she had sworn she would never land on. You do not get to ask me to stay. I am not asking. He stepped closer, and this time he did not stop, did not hold his hand back. He touched her face, his fingers tracing the line of the crack, feather light, reverent. I am telling you that I will follow you wherever you go, even if you hate me for it. She should have stepped back, should have pulled away and walked up the stairs and locked the door between them. But his hand was warm against her cheek, and the crack in her mask hummed under his touch, and she had not been touched without violence in so long that she had forgotten what it felt like to be held. "You cannot follow me," she said, and her voice was barely a whisper. "I can try." Caedmon. His name broke something in both of them. She saw it in his eyes, the way they flickered, the way his breath caught. He leaned closer, and she felt his forehead rest against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "Let me protect you," he said. "Let me be the thing that does not break. If I let you in, you will never leave. No, I will not be owned." "I know. Then what are you asking for?" He peed back just enough to meet her eyes, and she saw something in his gaze that she had never seen before. Not possession, not control. Something rawer, more desperate. "I am asking you to let me choose you, even if you never choose me back." The silence stretched, and she felt the mask strain, the crake burning, the ache behind her eye flaring white. She reached up, took his hand, and pulled it away from her face. "Tomorrow," she said, "after the shrine, you tell me everything." "I will. And then we decide what comes next." She saw the flicker of hope in his eyes, the crack in his own composure, and she hated that she was the one who had put it there. "One more thing," he said, as she turned to climb the stairs, still wadded the story, that burned. Chapter 24. The morning light was the color of old bone when a knock came at her door. Not the children's knock, quick and impatient. Not Nell's apologetic and soft. This was a single, deliberate rap, knuckle against wood, the rhythm of someone who expected to be answered. Lysandra opened the door to find a footman she did not recognize, a boy of perhaps 16, with the pinched look of someone who had been sent on an errand he did not want to carry. "Lord Corvane requests your presence in the private study, before the children's lessons." "No, please. No room for refusal." She nodded, and the boy fled down the corridor as if the message itself had burned him. The study was in the east wing, a room she had never entered, and she walked toward it through halls still slick with the night's frost, her breath visible in the cold. The crack in her mask pulled tight with every step. A thin seam of fire from cheekbone to jaw that she could not soothe. She had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times in the 11 years since the fire, the confrontation, the accusation, the moment when Corvane Wexgrave looked into her face and understood. She had never rehearsed this version, the one where she entered his study as a woman he could dismiss. The study smelled of ink, old paper, and the faint mineral tang of riverstone. Corvane sat behind a desk of dark wood, his pale gray eyes fixed on the door as she entered, as if he had been watching it for some time. He did not rise, did not gesture for her to sit. "Close the door." She did, and the latch clicked like a lock sliding home. Corvane's gaze traveled over her with the same methodical attention he gave a ledger, reading each column for discrepancies. His right hand rested on the desktop, little finger stiff and bent, the old break catching the lamplight. "You have been in my house for 16 days, he said. "I have not spoken with you alone since the night you arrived." "I have had no cause to trouble you, my lord." "No." He leaned back, and the chair creaked under his weight. "You have been remarkably untroublesome, competent, quiet. The children speak well of you. Mirelle has not complained." She held still, said nothing. Sabine mentioned that you seemed unwell at the feast, dizzy, she thought, faint. "A quiet strain, my lord. The household is demanding." "Yes." He picked up a quill, turned it in his fingers, set it down. "I imagine it must be, for someone unused to our ways." The words hung between them, and she felt the mask tighten, the crack whispering against her skin. Before your time here, you worked for House Valara's counting office. Is that correct? Yes, my lord. For how long? 3 years. And before that? She had the answer ready. She had always had the answer ready. I served in the household of Lady Astrid Vane, south of the river as an assistant tutor. Vane. He said the name as if tasting it for impurities. Yes, I recall the family. They lost their shipping interests in the winter purge 11 years ago. House Race bought the routes at arbitration. Her chest went cold. The winter purge, she repeated, as if the phrase meant nothing to her. Surely you remember. He picked up the quill and examined the tip. The Okwuosa matter, a cartage house that collapsed under debt and fire. The Vanes held shares in their grain routes, quite a scandal at the time. She could not hear the words Okwuosa and fire in the same sentence without feeling the heat of it, the smoke filling her lungs, the sound of her mother screaming from the counting hall. But she held her face still, kept her breathing even, and let her expression settle into polite disinterest. I was very young then, my lord. I do not recall the details. Do you not? It was not a question. He set down the quill and reached for a leather-bound document on the corner of his desk. He opened it without haste, turned several pages, and read aloud. The Okwuosa cartage house held 3 primary river routes: the north grain run from flood meat to the ice markets, the salt and timber line down the east tributary, and the western wool route that passed through 4 toll houses before reaching the port. He looked up. Does any of that sound familiar? She kept her face empty. I have never had reason to study cartage routes, my lord. No, of course not. He closed the document, slid it aside, and folded his hands on the desk. I ask because I have been going over old records. The Okwuosa case is being discussed in arbitration again. Someone has been asking questions, pressing for a review of the debt orders. Her heart seized, but she did not let it reach her face. I would not know about such matters, my lord. No, you would not. He studied her with the same attention he gave a ledger, and she felt each second like a weight added to her spine. And yet, you have been in my archive, my counting wing, my vault. The words dropped into the silence like stones into deep water. Caedmon vouched for you, he continued. Said you were researching household expenses, preparing lesson materials on river history. A plausible explanation. It is the truth. Is it? He leaned forward, and the lamplight caught the burn scar along his jaw, throwing it into sharp relief. I have spent 40 years reading people, Governess. I know when a signature does not match the hand that wrote it. She did not look away. And you, he said softly, do not match your references. The silence stretched, and she felt the crack in her mask pulse with heat, felt the ache behind her left eye throb in rhythm with her heart beating against her ribs like a bird trapped behind glass. She did not go to the nursery. She went to the kitchen study, locked the door, and pressed her palm against the crack in her face. He knew. He did not know her name, did not know her face beneath the mask, but he knew she was not who she claimed to be, and he was setting a snare. And when she stepped into it tonight, the magistrate and the guild masters would be there to watch her fall. She had 16 hours to find a way out before the trap closed. She did not have 16 hours. Chapter 25. Sabine found her in the stillroom, not the kitchen study. Lysandra had chosen the smaller space deliberately, the one with the locked door and the single high window that looked onto the service courtyard. She had been pressing a cold cloth to the crack in her face when the knock came. 3 firm beats that did not wait for permission before the latch lifted. She turned from the basin, cloth still in hand, and found Sabine Keza closing the door behind her. The married daughter wore house clothes now, wool and linen instead of feast silk, but her posture held the same polished authority. She crossed to the work table without asking, pulled out the chair opposite Lysandra, and sat. "You look worse than you did at the feast." Lysandra set the cloth aside. "The children have been demanding." "The children have been with their tutors all morning." Sabine folded her hands on the table, and her eyes moved over Lysandra's face with the same attention Mirelle used when counting linens. "I am not here to discuss your health." "Then why are you here?" Sabine did not answer immediately. She studied the stillroom instead, the jaws of dried herbs, the mortar and pestle, the half-burned candle on the workbench. Measuring the space the way Lysandra had measured the archive. "My father is hosting a dinner tonight," she said at last. "The magistrate, 3 guild masters, a banker from the upper river who holds notes on half the grain warehouses in Floodmeat." "I am aware." "I imagine you are." Sabine's voice carried no warmth. "He told me you would be attending, asked me to ensure you were properly dressed, presented." She paused. "He did not ask me to ensure you were comfortable." Lysandra kept her hands still on the table. "That is not unusual for a household event." "It is not a household event." Sabine leaned forward, and her voice dropped, not in volume but in register, losing its polished edge. "It is a staging. He wants the guildmasters to see a governess standing at his table, representing his house, speaking his words. He wants them to wonder why a woman of your apparent education has no family, no connections, no past that anyone can verify." The words landed like stones. "And he wants them to remember your face, so that when questions are asked later, they can say they saw you, that you were real, that Wexgrave House had nothing to hide." Lysandra did not blink. "That is a generate interpretation of a dinner invitation." "It is not an interpretation." Sabine's hands were still folded, but her knuckles had gone white. "It is what he does. He builds traps out of social obligation. He invites you into a room where every word is a witness and every silence is a testimony. And when the trap closes, he is never the one who sprung it." The stillroom felt smaller. The high window let in grayer winter light that caught the dust motes floating between them. "Why are you telling me this?" Sabine's eyes met hers, and for a moment Lysandra saw something beneath the polished surface, something that looked almost like hunger. "Because I have watched him do it for 30 years. To my mother, to my brother, to every servant who outlived their usefulness. And I have watched him do it to me, every time I thought it rare to place at his table." She spoke without bitterness, which made it worse. "You are not the first clever woman he has tried to break, but you might be the first one I want to see survive." The offer hung between them, unspoken but unmistakable. Lysandra kept her face empty. "You barely know me." "I know you are afraid of him." Sabine said it without cruelty. "I know you've been in his archive, his counting wing, his vault, and that Caedmon has been covering for you. I know my father suspects you of something, though he does not yet know what. And I know you do not have many allies in this house." "Neither do you." Sabine's mouth curved, a thin line that did not reach her eyes. "No, but I have something better. I have leverage. I know where the bodies are buried, Governess, not figuratively. I know who owed my father favors and who paid them. I know which creditors were squeezed and which were bought. I know what happened to Harenveller's ledgers after he disappeared." Lysandra's pulse quickened, but she did not let it show. "And you would share this knowledge with me?" "In exchange for loyalty." Sabine said it plainly, without shame. "Caedmon is my father's heir. He will inherit everything, the house, the bank, the debts, the enemies. And when he does, I will be nothing. a married daughter with no claim and no protection. Unless I have someone inside his confidence who can tell me what he plans before he acts. You want me to spy on him. I want you to choose a side. Sabine leaned back and her hands relaxed on the table. My father will destroy you if you stay in his path. Caedmon will protect you until it costs him something, and then he will protect himself. I am the only one in this house who has nothing to gain from your ruin. Lysandra looked at her, at the hunger beneath the composure, at the calculation in her eyes. Sabine was not offering safety. She was offering leverage. A different kind of trap, but a trap all the same. And yet Sabine had seen the pattern before Lysandra had named it, had read Corvane's dinner invitation as the snare it was, had come to her before the trap closed, not after. I will consider it. Sabine stood. She did not look disappointed or satisfied. She looked like a woman who had placed a piece on a board and was already calculating the next move. The noon meal is in an hour, she said. My father will expect you to be composed, dressed, ready to perform. She walked to the door, paused with her hand on the latch. One more thing, Governess. The magistrate who will be dining with us tonight. He chaired the arbitration panel that approved the Okwuosa debt seizure 11 years ago. The words hit like a blade between the ribs. He remembers the case well. My father mentioned it when he confirmed the guest list. Sabine turned her head, just enough to meet Lysandra's eyes. I thought you should know what you are walking into. She left. The door clicked shut behind her, and Lysandra sat alone in the stillroom, the cold clot forgotten on the table, the crack in her mask pulsing with heat, and the hourglass of her freedom running faster than she had known. Chapter 26. The stillroom held its silence after Sabine left. The cold cloth lay forgotten on the table, the water beaded on the wood, and Lysandra watched the gray light shift across the dust motes, as if they carried messages she could read if she stared long enough. The noon meal was in 1 hour. The dinner trap was in 6. She pressed her palm flat against the table and felt the crack in her mask pulse once, a dull throb that ran from cheekbone to jaw. The body knew before the mind accepted. Time was not a resource she could manage anymore. It was a ledge she was walking along, and the stone was crumbling beneath each step. She stood. The stillroom door opened onto a corridor that led past the kitchen, past the linen press, past the counting wing where Ivo Mendaka had already tightened patrols. She did not go that way. She went up instead, taking the servant stairs 2 at a time, her skirt gathered in one fist, her mind already constructing the shape of the lie she needed to sell. The second-floor archive was small, dusty, and used by no one. Lysandra had mapped it on her 3rd day, a narrow room of redundant ledgers and expired grain contracts that smelled of mouse droppings and old paper. No one came here except the clerk who rotated the stock every quarter, and he was diligent enough to notice if something changed. She opened the 3rd cabinet from the window and pulled out a ledger bound in cracked leather. The spine read, Household Petty Accounts, Deep Frost, Year 12. A decade old, useless to anyone. Perfect. She laid it flat on the reading table, opened it to a page near the middle, and drew a small knife from the seam of her sleeve. The blade was thin, no longer than her smallest finger, but it cut cleanly. She excised a single page, the one showing a minor discrepancy in dock fees paid to the Cartage Guild, a discrepancy that meant nothing 11 years ago, but would read differently now that the guild was pressing for review of the Okwuosa debt orders. Then she removed a second page, one that listed a personal payment from Corvane Wexgrave to a warehouse owner whose name she recognized from Tavian's vault records. She folded both pages into her sleeve and closed the ledger. The room looked untouched. The cut pages were deep enough in the binding that no one would notice unless they were specifically looking for tampering. She left the door slightly ajar. Downstairs, she passed through the kitchen without pausing. The cook's daughter glanced up from a pot of stew, and Lysandra gave her a tight smile that said, "I am busy, do not speak to me." The girl looked away. The counting wing was quiet when she reached it. The morning's clerks had finished their first round and were taking their meal break in the lower hall. She counted the seconds between her breaths and moved. Ivo Mendaka would be patrolling the main floor, watching the entrances, waiting for her to make the mistake he knew was coming. He had caught her in the sealed chamber. He had seen her face in a room that did not exist. He was waiting for her to move again so he could prove to Corvane what kind of snake lived in the house. She let him wait. The banking floor was empty, the desks were clean, the ledgers closed, the inkwells capped. Talvian Quist's desk was the third from the window, cluttered with papers he had not filed because he believed his cleverness exempted him from discipline. She had cultivated that vanity. Now she used it. She slipped the second page, the one showing Corvane's personal payment, into a stack of Talvian's unfinished correspondence. Not hidden, not buried. Resting near the top, where any clerk who checked his desk would find it. Then she took the first purge, the dock fee discrepancy, and carried it to the archive room behind the counting hall. The room Sai had used before his dismissal. The room no one had reassigned yet. She tucked the page into the spine of a supply ledger that had been sitting open on the desk for 16 days, exactly where Syke had left it when Harville's audit had pulled him away. The page looked like an oversight, a piece of evidence that someone had forgotten to destroy. She stepped back. 3 moves, 1 to misdirect, 1 to plant, 1 to bait. She walked out of the counting wing with empty hands and the taste of iron on her tongue. Ivo found her in the main corridor, emerging from the direction of the kitchen, carrying a tray of bread and cheese that she had not been carrying when she entered. "Governess?" She stopped, turned, kept her face composed. "Captain." His eyes moved over her with the precision of a man who had learned to read bodies the way she read ledgers. "You are not usually in this wing before the noon meal." "The children are preparing for their arithmetic examination," she said. "I wanted to ensure the kitchen had the materials I requested for their lesson aids." He did not believe her. She could see it in the way his weight shifted, in the way his hand rested on his belt near the knife she knew he carried. "I see." He paused. "And the tray?" She looked down at it as if surprised. "The cook insisted. She says I do not eat enough." The half-truth tasted bitter but held. The cook had said exactly that, twice, in Ivo's hearing. He studied her for a long breath. "You will be attending the dinner tonight." It was not a question. "I have been instructed to, yes." "Then you will want to rest before it." He stepped aside, but his eyes never left her face. "The corridors between here and the nursery are clear. I made certain of it." The message was precise. "I cleared the path because I know where you are supposed to be. Do not test it." "Thank you, Captain." She walked past him, the tray steady in her hands, her pulse hammering against her ribs, the crack in her mask burning like a fresh wound. She did not look back. The nursery was empty when she reached it. Lyra was at her needlework lesson. Soren was with Caedmon in the library, learning the architecture of debt contracts at an age when most children were still learning multiplication. She set the tray on the side table and closed the door. Her hands were shaking. She sat on the edge of Lyra's bed, pressed her palm against the crack in her face, and felt the heat of it through the silk. The mask was failing. Not collecting it, not visibly, but the structure beneath the surface was fraying like old rope. She had 1 hour before the noon meal. She had 6 hours before the dinner. She had planted the feint, and somewhere in the house, The seed of her misdirection was already beginning to grow. Ivo would find the page in Psyche's ledger within the day. Tavian would be questioned about the payment record on his desk within the week. Corvane's allies would begin to hear whispers of concealed profiteering, and greed would do the rest. But she would not be here to see it bloom. The thought settled in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She had spent 11 years building a path into Wexgrave House. Every discipline, every name, every hunger denied had been in service of this room, this family, this revenge. And now she was planning her exit. The door opened. Caedmon stood in the frame, his face pale, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. "The noon meal is early," he said. "My father has moved it to the small dining room. He wants you there in 20 minutes. She stood. Her legs were steady. Her hands were still. "Then I will be." He did not move. "Lysandra." His voice cracked on her name, not the performance name, not the mask. Her. "Whatever you are planning," he said, "whatever trap you are laying, be careful. He is watching closer than you think." She met his eyes, and for a moment she let him see the truth she had been hiding behind Coralie Threnody's composed face. "So am I." She walked past him into the corridor, and behind her, the crack in her mask pulsed like a second heartbeat, counting down the hours she had left. Chapter 27. The small dining room smelled of wood polish and cold. Lysandra had passed through it twice since arriving at Wexgrave House, always in transit, never as a guest at its narrow table. The walls were paneled in dark oak, the windows faced north toward the river, and the light that fell across the polished surface was gray and thin. She stood at her assigned place, 2 seats from Corvane's right hand, and waited. The room filled in silence. First Caedmon, taking the seat opposite her. Then Sabine, sliding into the chair beside her father with practiced ease, her eyes already scanning the table like a card player counting suits. Mirelle entered last, carrying a tray of bread and salt, and set it down without meeting anyone's gaze. Lysandra watched her hands. Steady, economical. The hands of a woman who had served in this house for 23 years and learned that survival meant being invisible until visibility became useful. Corvane entered without announcement, and the room adjusted around him like water settling after a stone. The meal was served in courses. Cold fish first, then a broth that tasted of nothing but salt. Then roasted meat that Lysandra cut into smaller and smaller pieces without eating. Corvane spoke of the dinner ahead, which guildmasters would attend, which topics were safe, which names required deference. He did not look at her when he spoke. He did not need to. Every word was a command. "The magistrate prefers to lead conversation," he said, slicing through the meat on his plate. "Let him. Do not correct him, even if he is wrong about the details. He is wrong about many things. That is not your concern." "I understand," she said. "Good." He set down his knife. "You will be seated beside his clerk. The clerk will try to draw you into opinion. You will be pleasant and empty. Like a well, he will find nothing at the bottom." She nodded. Across the table, Caedmon watched her with the same intensity he always did, but there was something else in his posture now, a tension in his shoulders that had not been there before. He was waiting for something. She did not know what. The meal ended without incident. Corvane rose, wiped his hands on a cloth, and left without further instruction. Sabine followed, her skirts brushing the doorframe, her gaze flickering to Lysandra once before she disappeared. Caedmon lingered. "Mirelle will bring the gown," he said. My father specified dark wool, high collar, no jewelry. He wants you to look like a servant who has been allowed to sit at the table, not a guest. I understand what he wants, she said. Do you? The question hung between them. She met his eyes. I understand that he wants me visible, but at his level, marked as his household, not as an equal. He wants the magistrate to see me as an extension of Corvane Wexgrave's will, not as a woman with her own mind. Caedmon's jaw tightened. That is what he wants you to look like. That is not what he wants you to be. Then what does he want me to be? I don't know yet. He stepped closer. That is what frightens me. He left before she could answer. The gown arrived an hour later. Mirelle carried it over her arm, the dark wool gown dreamt across the bed, Mirelle's words still burning in her chest. Blood follows. She pressed her palm against the crack in her mask and felt the heat of it, the fraying of the structure beneath the silk, the countdown she had been running since she first stepped into Wexgrave House. 11 years of preparation. 6 hours until the dinner. And a woman who had seen her planting evidence, who had chosen not to speak, who had read the danger in Caedmon's attention with more clarity than Lysandra herself had allowed. She picked up the gown. The wool was rough against her fingers. She did not know if Mirelle was a warning or an ally, but she knew, with the certainty that had kept her alive for 11 years, that the ground beneath her was shifting, and blood was already in the air. Chapter 28. She did not put on the gown. She stood at the nursery window with the dark wool folded across the bed behind her, watching frost creep up the glass in thin white fingers. 6 hours until the dinner. 6 hours until she walked into a room full of men who had helped destroy her family, wearing a mask that was starting to fail, carrying evidence she had planted with hands that would not stop trembling. She needed someone who remembered her face. The thought surfaced before she could stop it. Someone who had known Lysandra Okwuosa, not Coralie Threnody. Someone who had seen her sick and feverish behind the floodside shrine, wrapped in a blanket that smelled of salt and incense, 11 years ago. Brother Aemon. She pulled her cloak from the hook and left the nursery before she could change her mind. The kitchen passage was empty. Cook's staff were preparing for the dinner, their voices rising and falling in the scullery, the clatter of pots and the hiss of steam covering her footsteps. She slipped through the linen press door, crossed the counting wing on silent feet, and let herself out through the delivery entrance that opened onto the quayside alley. The cold hit her like a blade. The river was gray and swollen, ice forming in sheets along the pilings, the winter light thin and flat. She pulled the cloak tighter and walked along the quay toward the floodside shrine, her boots striking stone, her breath clouding in front of her face. The shrine was empty when she arrived. She stood in the doorway, looking at the stone basin where Brother Aemon had washed her hands 11 years ago, at the narrow bench where she had lain while fever burned through her. The air smelled the same. Salt, damp stone, the faint sweetness of incense that had burned down to ash hours ago. She heard footsteps behind her. You should not be here. Brother Aemon's voice was rough, older than she remembered, but the same. She turned and saw him in the doorway, his lined face half in shadow, his pale brown eyes fixed on her with an expression she could not read. I needed to see you, she said. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. You needed to see me before the dinner. She did not ask how he knew. Of course he knew. The floodside shrine was a place where secrets came to be buried, and Aemon had been digging graves long enough to read the shape of a body before it arrived. You have seen the signature, he said. It was not a question. I found it, she said. My father's hand, on the order that cleared the debt. And you believe it means he sold you. She felt the weight of the words settle in her chest. He signed it. He initialed every asset. He stood in the counting hall 3 days before the fire and wrote his name beside the destruction of everything he had built. Eamon said nothing for a long moment. He moved past her to the stone basin and dipped his hand in the water, letting it run through his fingers. Signatures can be made under terror as well as greed, he said. There is a difference between a man who sells his family for coin and a man who signs because someone he loves is already bleeding on the floor beside him. She wanted to believe him. She had spent 11 years wanting to believe that her father was innocent, that the fire that killed him was a crime inflicted from outside, that the man she remembers as kind and distracted and tired had not been complicit in his own destruction. But the signature was even. The initials were unforced. Caedmon said he could not tell if my father signed willingly, she said. Caedmon is a clever man who's learning that cleverness is not the same as wisdom. Eamon turned to face her, his hand dripping water onto the stone floor. He has spent 2 years deciding when to show you the truth. He has curated your grief like a garden. Do you trust his judgment of what you are ready to bear? The question struck harder than she expected. He has been protecting me, she said, in his own way. Protecting you, or protecting the version of you he wants to keep. She had no answer. Eamon walked toward her, his steps slow, his robes brushing the stone. When he reached her, he stopped close enough that she could see the lines in his face, the gray in his beard, the weariness that had settled into his bones like river silt. I remember you as a child, he said. You were small and fierce and frightened, and you asked me if your mother was burning still. I told you the fire had stopped. I lied to protect you. I have never been sure if that was mercy or cruelty. It kept me alive, she said. It kept you alive for a revenge that may be built on sand. He reached out, his hand hovering near her face, near the crack in the mask that she could not hide. You have worn this disguise so long you have forgotten there is a woman beneath it who has the right to grieve without knowing the shape of the truth first. She felt the tears before she could stop them. They burned behind her eyes, hot and unwelcome, and she pressed her palm against the crack in her mask as if she could hold it together by force. I do not know who my father was, she said. I do not know if the man I remember ever existed. I have been moving toward a moment that may be built on a lie, and I have no time left to decide what to believe. Eamon lowered his hand. Then do not decide tonight, he said. You do not have to know everything before you act. You only have to know what you are willing to become. The door behind him creaked. They both turned. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the gray winter light. Tall, still, watching. Caedmon. He stepped inside and closed the door, his pale gray eyes moving from Eamon to Lysandra, reading the scene with the same unnerving precision he brought to everything. I thought you would come here, he said. Before the dinner. She did not ask how he knew. You only looked to him, at the man who had curated her grief like a garden, who had protected her and hidden from her, and touched the crack in her mask as if it were something sacred. There is something I need to tell you, Caedmon said, before you walk into that room tonight. Eamon stepped back, giving them space. Caedmon's voice dropped. I know who has been asking about the Okwuosa child. Chapter 29. Caedmon's voice dropped to something softer than she had ever heard from him. Ilara Ven, he said. She has been asking about the Okwuosa child for 3 months. Not the arbitration, not the dead orders. The child. The words landed like stones in still water. Lysandra stood motionless in the floodside shrine, the cold from the stone floor seeping through her boots, Brother Eamon's presence a silent weight behind her. Ilara Ven works for the Cartage Guild, she said. She told me herself. She works for the Cartage Guild because it gave her access to the records. Caedmon stepped closer, his pale gray eyes fixed on her face with that unnerving stillness she had learned to read as the moment before he revealed something that would change the ground beneath her feet. The guild did not send her. She is not acting on their authority. She has been using her position to track every reference to the Oguso purge that crossed a guild desk. Why? Because she wants to find the woman who survived. The words hung between them. Lysandra felt the crack in her mask pulse with heat, a warning she could not afford to heed. She does not know who you are, Caedmon said. She does not know your face or your name. But she knows someone survived, and she has been following the trail of paper you left behind. Paper I left behind? Lysandra repeated. I have been invisible for 11 years. You have been careful. That is not the same thing. He moved closer still, close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw, the set of his shoulders that spoke of restraint held at great cost. The shrine. The shrine records show a girl was hidden here during the purge. Brother Amon's ledger notes a child brought in on the night of the fire, feverish, unnamed. That record still exists. Amon spoke from behind her, his voice low. The record is sealed. No one outside the shrine has accessed it. Someone has been asking about it? Caedmon said, 3 times in the past month. The shrine keeper at the North District mentioned it to a guild clerk, who mentioned it to Alara Ven, and she has been tracing the thread ever since. Lysandra's mind moved through the implications, cold and precise despite the heat behind her eyes. Alara Ven had approached her at the feast. Alara had suggested the Floodside Shrine meeting. Alara had said she wanted to know who held the vault key. All of it true. All of it also a screen. She wanted to meet me here, Lysandra said, at the shrine, where the record lives. She wanted to see who came looking. And she is coming tonight. Caedmon's silence was answer enough. Lysandra looked past him toward the door, toward the gray winter light that filtered through the shrine's narrow windows. The dinner was in 5 hours. The magistrate who had approved her family's destruction would be seated beside her. The man who had built his fortune on her mother's corpse would watch her smile and speak and pretend to be someone she was not. And somewhere in the city, a woman in a silver river reed mask was following the same thread Lysandra had been pulling for 11 years. You should not have told me this now, she said. When would you have preferred? After. She turned to vehemently. After the dinner. After I had walked through whatever trap Corvane has built. Not 5 hours before I have to sit beside a magistrate and pretend I am a governess while my face is cracking off my skull. Caedmon's jaw tightened. I told you because you needed to know there is someone outside this house who is looking for the real you. Someone who does not want to destroy you. You do not know what she wants. I know she has been asking about a child who was hidden from death. That is not the question of an enemy. It is the question of someone who wants to use me. Perhaps. He held her gaze. But you have spent 11 years being used by no one. You can decide whether Alara Ven becomes an ally or another trap. The choice is yours if you know she exists. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that he had no right to deliver information like a gift, as if the act of telling her something she needed to know erased the months he had spent curating what she was allowed to see. But she did not have time for that argument. She had 5 hours. She turned to Eamon, who stood motionless beside the stone basin, his hands folded, his expression unreadable. Thank you, she said. For the truth, for the lie, for everything. He nodded once. Come back when the dinner is over. I will have tea. She almost smiled. Almost. Then she walked past Caedmon without touching him, without looking back, and stepped out of the shrine into the cold, gray light of a city that was about to become far more dangerous than she had planned. The walk back to Wexgrave House took 12 minutes. Lysandra used every step to rebuild herself. She catalogued what she knew. The planted evidence was in place. The feint was active. The mask would hold for another 5 hours if she did not push it past its limit. Caedmon knew about Alara Ven, but had not acted on that knowledge, which meant he was leaving the choice to her the same way he had left the choice to her in the vault. She did not know whether that was trust or abdication. She did not have time to decide. The delivery entrance was empty when she slipped through it. She climbed the servants' stairs to the nursery, retrieved the dark wool gown from where Mirelle had left it, and began to dress. The fabric was rough against her skin, the high collar pressed against her throat. She did not look at the mirror. A knock came at the door. She opened it to find Nell standing in the corridor, her chapped hands twisting together, her face pale. "Miss Coralie," she said, "Captain Menkak is questioning the kitchen staff. He has one of the scullery girls in the counting room. He is asking about who has been in the arcade." Lysandra's blood went cold. "Which girl?" "Pella, the one who cleans the counting wing on third bell. The one who had been in the corridor when Lysandra planted the evidence. The one who had seen nothing but would answer questions anyway, would stutter and stumble and give Ivo a name, a description, a thread to pull." "How long has she been in there?" 20 minutes. Nell's voice trembled. "She is just a girl, Miss Coralie. She does not know anything." Lysandra stood in the doorway, around the standers, for the only Edgehospic stangers. Lysandra moves past Nell into the corridor. She did not know what she was going to do. She only knew that she had spent 11 years learning to sacrifice pieces of herself for the plan, and that Pella was not a piece on her board. Pella was a girl who had never hurt anyone. Pella was about to become the next casualty of a war she did not know was being fought. Unless Lysandra walked into that counting room and redirected Ivo's attention to the evidence she had prepared for exactly this moment, the evidence that would balloon Ivo directly to Tavion Quist, evidence that would leave Pella caught between them, a witness who could be squeezed until she broke. Lysandra looked at Nell, at the fear in the girl's eyes, at the hands that still remembered scrubbing floors for a house that would throw her away the moment she became inconvenient. Where is Captain Menkaka now? Still in the counting room. He dismissed the clerks. He has Pella at the table with a ledger open in front of her. Lysandra moved past Nell into the corridor. She did not know what she was going to do. She only knew that she had spent 11 years learning to sacrifice pieces of herself for the plan, and that Pella was not a piece on her board. Pella was a girl who had never hurt anyone. Pella was about to become the next casualty of a war she did not know was being fought, unless Lysandra walked into that counting room and redirected Avo's attention to the evidence she had prepared for exactly this moment. The evidence that would burn one of her escape routes. The evidence that would tell Ivo Menkaka exactly where to look, bagging the figured at the rack has made up with nice. The evidence that would burn one of her escape routes. The evidence that would tell Ivo Menkaka exactly where to look, exactly which pacha trail would bloom betrayal in the morning. She kept walking. Behind her, a nursery door stood open. In front of her, the counting room waited with a frightened girl and a patient captain and a trap that was about to spring in the wrong direction entirely. Chapter 30. The corridors stretched ahead of her, cold light falling through the high windows in pale rectangles across the floor. Lysandra walked without haste, without hesitation, letting the rhythm of her steps sound like someone who belonged in this part of the house at this hour. A servant fetching something. A governess with an errand. Nothing worth noticing. The counting room door stood half open. She heard Ivo's voice, low and patient, then a younger voice answering in fragments, the words too soft to carry. "Pella." Lysandra pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ivo Mendika looked up from his seat at the long oak table. He had positioned himself across from the scullery girl, a ledger open between them, his hands flat on the pages. Pella sat hunched on the opposite bench, shoulders drawn, fingers twisting in her apron. Her face was blotched with crying. Miss Threnody. Ivo did not rise. This is not your room. Captain Mendicott. She let her voice carry the precise note of mild surprise, a woman who had walked into something she had not expected. I was told you wanted to see me. Ivo's eyes narrowed. By whom? Nell. She said you were questioning the kitchen staff about the archive? Lysandra let a small, puzzled frown cross her face. I assumed you had found the discrepancy I mentioned to her this morning. She watched the calculation move behind his eyes. He had not expected this. He had expected her to avoid him, to hide, to let the Gure take the weight. You mentioned a discrepancy, he repeated. The dock fee records in the old supply ledger. She stepped closer to the table, letting her gaze drift past him to the shelves, the cabinets, the places where a woman looking for something might let her attention wander. I noticed it 3 days ago when I was reviewing the children's lesson materials. I thought it was a copying error at first, but the same figure appears in the household accounts for the same week, and the two numbers do not match. Ivo studied her. You did not report this to Lord Corvane. I reported it to the household steward's successor. I assumed it would reach the proper channel. She tilted her head. Did it not? The silence stretched. Pella looked between them, not understanding what was happening, but understanding that the weight had shifted off her shoulders. Ivo leaned back in his chair. You came all the way from the nursery to tell me about a dock fee discrepancy. I came because Nell said you were questioning the staff about archive access, and I thought you might have connected the discrepancy to the archives. She let a note of apology enter her voice. I did not want to waste your time if you had already found the relevant entries. She could feel the mask pulling at the corner of her jaw, a warning, a reminder that she was pushing the disguise past its safe limits. Ivo was silent for a long moment. Then he closed the ledger in front of him and stood. Show me. Lysandra led him to the old archive room on the second floor, where she had planted the dock fee page 3 hours earlier. She watched him pull the ledger from the shelf, watched him find the page she had placed, watched him read the discrepancy she had forged with enough care to pass a casual inspection. He did not look satisfied. He looked like a lion who had found exactly what he needed and distrusted the convenience of the discovery. You noticed this 3 days ago, he said. Yes. And you did not think to mention it until now? I thought it had been handled. She met his eyes. Was I wrong? Ivo held her gaze for a beat longer than comfortable. Then he looked down at the page again, tracing the entry with his thumb. I will need to verify this against the counter room ledgers. Of course. He turned to leave, then stopped at the doors again, tracing the entry with his thumb. I will need to verify this against the counting room ledgers. Of course. He turned to leave, then stopped at the door. Miss Threnody. Yes? He did not face her. The girl Pella will not be questioned further tonight, but if I find that this discrepancy was placed here for me to find, I will need to know who put it here and why. He left before she could answer. Lysandra stood alone in the dusty archive room, her palm pressed against the crack in her mask, breathing through the pain. She had saved Pella. She had burned the dock fee Feint, the first of her planted trails, the one she had meant to bloom after she was gone. Ivo Mendicott would follow it now. He would verify it against the counting room ledgers. He would find that it led nowhere clean, that it tangled into Sykes' old thefts and Corvane's private payments, that it opened questions no one in the house wanted answered. But he would also know that someone had fed him the trail, and that someone was her. She walked back through the corridors with her spine straight and her face empty, passing servants who did not meet her eyes, passing doors she would not open again. 5 hours until the dinner. 4 hours and 50 minutes now. She climbed the nursery stairs and found the door still open, the dark wool gown still waiting, the mirror still covered. And on the small desk beside the window, a folded piece of paper that had not been there when she left. She picked it up. 1 line of ink, no signature. The magistrate remembers the Okwuosa girl had a birthmark on her left shoulder. Lysandra's blood turned to ice. She knew that birthmark. It had been small, crescent-shaped, pale against brown skin. Her mother had called it her moon kiss. She had covered it with every gown she owned for 11 years. Someone in this house knew exactly who she was, and they had just told her that the man who had approved her family's destruction would be looking for it at dinner tonight. Chapter 31. The paper trembled in her hand. 1 line of ink, no signature, no context. The magistrate remembers the Okwuosa girl had a birthmark on her left shoulder. Lysandra read it 3 times, as if repetition would change the words. It did not. Her mother's voice surfaced from somewhere deep, from the year she had been small enough to sit on the counting hall floor and watch inventory lists being checked. My little moon-kissed girl, you wear the crescent where no one sees it but me. She had been 7. She had laughed and asked if the moon had bitten her. The laugh was gone now. The mother was gone. The birthmark was still there, pale against brown skin, hidden for 11 years behind high collars and careful posture. Someone in Wexgrave House knew her face. Someone had left this note on her desk while she was downstairs burning her exit trail for a scullery girl who had not asked for protection. She turned the paper over. Blank. No seal, no watermark, nothing that would tell her whether the writer wanted to save her or trap her. The door opened behind her. She spun, the paper still in her hand, and found Caedmon standing in the doorway with his dark hair wet from the cold and his pale gray eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that stopped her breath. He stepped inside and closed the door. You went to Ivo. The words were flat, controlled. But she heard the tension beneath them, the thing he was holding back by a thread. I redirected him, she said. You burned your planted trail to save a kitchen girl who saw you in a corridor. She did not ask how he knew. He knew everything. He had always known everything. Pella would have talked, she said. Ivo would have squeezed a name out of her within the hour, and then he would have come for me. I needed him to find something else to follow. You needed him to find something else to follow, Caedmon repeated. His voice was still flat, still controlled, but something in his jaw tightened. So you gave him your exit. You gave him the one piece of misdirection that would have let you leave this house alive after tonight. I am not dead yet. No, but you have made it significantly harder to stay that way. He took a step into the room, and she saw his hands were shaking, not from cold. Do you understand what would have happened if he had not followed you? If he had decided to keep questioning her instead of letting you lead him to the planted page? I understand the risk I took. You do not. His voice cracked on the last word. You do not, or you would not have taken it. She is a scullery girl. She is incidental. She is nothing in the calculation of whether you survive tonight, and you threw your best exit route into the river to protect her. Lysandra's own voice came out cold. She is not nothing. She is a girl who is about to be broken because she happened to clean the wrong corridor on the wrong morning. And she would have been questioned, and she would have named you, and I would have done what I have always done. His eyes burned. I would have handled it. I would have made sure the trail stopped before it reached you. That is what I do, Lysandra. That is what I've been doing since you arrived. The sound of her true name in his mouth hit her like a physical blow. She stepped back. the edge of the desk pressed against her hip. "You do not get to decide which people are worth protecting," she said. "I get to decide what keeps you alive." "No, you do not." Caedmon moved closer. She did not retreat again, but her spine went rigid as he stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could smell the river salt on his coat and see the muscle jolting in his jaw. "I watched you walk into that counting room," he said, his voice low and rough. "I watched you put yourself between Ivo Mendeka and a girl who would have given you up in 5 minutes of pressure. I watched you burn your best chance of getting out of this house alive, and I could not stop you. I could not reach you without breaking your cover." "Then you understand that I made a choice." "I understand that you do not value yourself enough to let anyone else value you either." His hand came up, and for a moment she thought he would touch her face. He stopped with his fingers hovering a breath from her cheek. "You would throw yourself into the fire for a girl who does not know your real name, but you will not let me carry even a fraction of the weight you carry alone. She is innocent. So are you." The words hung between them. Lysandra felt the crack in her mask pulse, a dull throb that radiated from her jaw to her temple. She did not look away from him. "Your devotion is not protection," she said. "It is a cage you are building around me, and you do not even see the bars because you call them by other names." Caedmon flinched. The movement was small, barely visible, but she saw it. She saw the way this hand dropped to his side, the way his breath caught and held. "Is that what you think I am doing?" "That is what you are doing." She lifted the unsigned note. "Someone left this on my desk while I was downstairs. Someone in this house knows exactly who I am. They know about the birthmark my mother used to kiss. They know the magistrate will look for it tonight." Chapter 32. The counting room clock struck the half-hour, and Lysandra heard it from the corridor where she had stopped to press her palm flat against the wall. 3 hours and 50 minutes. The house had begun to breathe differently. She felt it in the way the servants moved, faster, quieter, eyes down. In the way the doors stayed closed longer than they should. In the way no one met her gaze when she passed the kitchen stair. She had burned her exit trail to save a scullery girl who did not know her real name. Now the house was responding as if it already sensed the wound she had left open. She walked toward the main hall, not because she had business there, but because movement was safer than stillness. The nursery would trap her with questions she could not answer. The kitchen study would trap her with evidence she could not carry. The hall was neutral ground, wide and cold, and watched. Sabine Caedmon stood at the foot of the grand staircase, speaking in low tones with a clerk Lysandra did not recognize. The man held a ledger pressed to his chest like a shield, and his collar was damp at the edges despite the cold. Sabine was not smiling. That was the first sign something had shifted. Lysandra kept walking, keeping her pace unhurried, her face empty. She passed within earshot just as the clerk said, low and urgent, 3 of the upper river creditors have requested margin reviews. They are citing irregularities in the winter debt schedules. Sabine did not turn, but her hand resting on the banister tightened. Which schedules? The emergency clearance ledgers, the ones Lord Corvane sealed after the purge arbitration. Lysandra did not slow, did not react. But her pulse, already running fast, kicked into a sharper rhythm. The planted evidence had begun to bloom. She turned at the corridor's end, out of Sabine's sightline, and stopped in the alcove where the winter light fell thin through a high window. She pressed her back against the stone and let herself breathe. 3 hours and 50 minutes until the dinner. But the game was already moving faster than she had calculated. She had planted the dock fee discrepancy to misdirect Ivo. She had planted the personal payment in Tavian's correspondence to seed suspicion of concealed profiteering. She had expected those threads to take days to unravel, not hours. Someone had already found them. Someone had already begun pulling. She heard footsteps approaching and pushed off the wall, smoothing her expression into Governess composure. Caedmon rounded the corner with a folded paper in his hand, and the look on his face stopped her cold. Not anger, not accusation, something closer to recognition. "The counting room is in chaos," he said without greeting. "Ivo found the personal payment page in Tavian's correspondence. He has already brought it to Corvane." Lysandra said nothing. "He compared the handwriting against 3 years of dock fee records," Caedmon continued. "The discrepancies are subtle enough to suggest an outsider's hand trying to look like an insider's. He thinks Tavian was paid by a rival house to plant the evidence himself." The room tilted slightly. She caught herself before it showed. Does Corvane believe him? "Ivo has not made the accusation aloud yet. He is waiting for confirmation from the harbor master's office on the dock fee records." Caedmon stepped closer, his voice dropping. "But Corvane has already called Tavian to the study. The boy is shaking. He does not know what he walked into." Lysandra's mind moved fast, faster than her body, calculating the exposed edges of her feint. She had planned the evidence to point toward Psyche's old network, toward the corruption that had already been purged. She had not planned for Ivo to trace the handwriting so quickly, or for Tavian to be the one caught in the net before she had time to layer the second trail. "The payment page," she said, carefully. "It was in Tavian's desk." "Yes. Then someone wanted it found there." Caedmon's eyes held hers. "I know." She did not look away, did not let the mask slip. "Whoever left it knew Ivo would search the clerks before the household," she said. "They wanted the suspicion to land on Tavian first, not on the house itself." Caedmon's jaw tightened. "That is what I told Corvane." "Did he believe you?" "He listened. That is not the same thing." He lifted the folded paper he was carrying. "He gave me the harbor master's correspondence to review. He wants to know if the handwriting matches Tavian's personal records, or if it was forged by someone with access to the counting wing." Lysandra felt the trap close around her from a direction she had not anticipated. The evidence she had planted was now being examined by the man who loved her. Caedmon would recognize the handwriting if he looked closely enough. She had controlled her strokes when she wrote the forged pages, mirroring Tavian's slanted script. But she had been tired, pressed for time, her mask cracking beneath the strain. There would be a tremor, a hesitation in the line, a sign. And Caedmon would have to decide whether to see it or look away. "Show me the harbor master's correspondence," she said. Caedmon handed her the paper without hesitation. She scanned the lines. A routine dock fee adjustment, signed and dated 3 days before the purge week. The handwriting was clean, unhurried, professional. Her own forgery, by contrast, had been written in a cramped hand, the letters pressed too close together, the strokes uneven from cold fingers. It was not a perfect match. It was close enough to pass a casual inspection. But Caedmon was not a casual inspector. "The harbor master's clerk uses a different slant," she said, keeping her voice flat. "The pressure marks are heavier on the upstroke. Tavian's hand is lighter, more economical. Whoever forged the payment page may have studied Tavian's work, but not the clerk's." Caedmon took the paper back. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he said, "I will tell Corvane the handwriting does not match the harbor master's records. That will keep the trail pointing toward a forgery, not a conspiracy." Relief hit her so hard she had to brace against it. "And Tavian?" "Will be questioned, but not broken. He is useful. Corvane will not discard him without proof." Caedmon folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. But whoever planted that evidence has already won. The doubt is seated. The creditors are asking questions. Sabine is reading the margins. And Corvane knows now that someone inside his house is not merely stealing paper. He looked at her with an expression she could not name. They are rearranging loyalty. The words hung in the cold air between them. Lysandra thought of the unsigned note still in her pocket, the one that knew about her birthmark. Whoever had left that note had known about the magistrate. Whoever had left that note had known about the evidence, and whoever had left that note was still inside the house, watching, waiting, letting her plan unfold while they held the one piece of information that could destroy her. "I have to get ready for the dinner," she said. Caedmon nodded, but as she turned to walk away, he caught her wrist. "Lysandra." She stopped. "There are 3 hours and 40 minutes until you walk into that room," he said. "Do not spend them pretending you are not afraid." She pulled her wrist free, gently. "I am not pretending," she said, and she walked away before he could see the truth in her face. The corridor stretched long and cold before her. Behind her, the counting room was in chaos. Tavian was shaking under questions. Sabine was reading the margins. Caedmon was choosing to look away from the evidence she had fed him. And somewhere in the house, the person who had left the unsigned note was still watching. She had 3 hours and 40 minutes to become someone who could survive a room full of people actively searching for the girl she used to be. The mask pulsed against her skin, and from somewhere deep in the house, she heard the sounding up and the dataran move. "I have completely forgive the jury inspection, before all." They carefully stepped the terracile querible in a shop. "I never say." Whatever even not remained its evidence. "Still no bacterness percifically. Actually, I just take this loan as the unectral misdroid, and this will beal on it for Borman. We have a buddy for my courier. Never the son his sweeters also say. Tokes the whole so. Now, I am not pretending," she told, "to tries to segros my human goal line of my a PA foul told. Where you're getting? Am I forgetting to that wounded which wait dissuade such froggalocks? When your misdiskension has never van. And it's okay but infest with this strong which is once dissolved. Will get up for perchurging, strame, evidence. Whatever know what it is you mean. Whatever one can start right. Resat. Chapter 33. The first document lay flat against the scarred wood of the kitchen study table, its edges catching the candle's waver. Lysandra pressed her palm to the dried ink and closed her eyes. The blood ink residue came slowly at first, a faint prickling beneath her skin like the onset of frost. She let herself breathe into it, lowering her guard the way Eamon had taught her 11 years ago, the way she had trained herself to do in borrowed rooms across the city. Let the paper speak. Do not force it. The payment abstract had been signed in haste. She felt it in the jagged rhythm of the ink, the way the letters cramped toward the end of each line, as if the writer had been interrupted mid-stroke. The residue tasted metallic, thin, the echo of a clerk who did not want to be writing, but was too afraid to stop. She set the first document aside and reached for the second. The transfer records from the counting vault were heavier, the paper coarser, the ink darker with age. She pressed her palm flat and felt the residue rise like heat from a banked fire. This one was different. The signature lines carried a deeper thrum, an urgency that pressed against her skin like a held breath. Someone had written these entries knowing they were destroying a house. The ink held guilt, yes, but layered beneath it was something worse. Satisfaction. She pulled her hand back. The candle flames swayed. For a long moment she sat motionless, letting the residue settle, letting the impressions sort themselves into something she could read. The first document had been signed by a clerk under pressure. The second had been recorded by someone who knew exactly what the transaction meant and approved. Neither was Kaelin's hand, neither was Kaelin's guilt. She pressed her palm to the second document again, this time letting her attention drift further into the residue, past the surface signatures to the marginal notes, the date stamps, the small corrections written in the margins by hands that had never touched the main entries. There, beneath the clean strokes of the authorized signature, she felt something else. A hesitation, a tremor pressed into the ink by the person who had dictated the entry rather than written it. Corvane. She pulled her hand back and looked at the documents in the candlelight. The pattern was there, thin as a scar, but legible if you knew what to feel for. Every entry that benefited House Wexgrave carried a secondary signature in the residue, a presence that did not touch the paper but had bent the hands that did. The clerks who had written these records had not been corrupt, they had been directed. Her father's signature on the payment order had been discussed downstairs, argued about, forced to a decision by voices that had come from outside the Okwuosa counting hall. The ink did not lie, the residue held the memory of the room. She opened her eyes. The third document was the key, not because it would prove Corvane's guilt more clearly than the first two. The third document would name the enforcer who had carried the debt seizure onto the counting hall floor, the one who had stood in the doorway while her mother burned. It would give her a name to place beside the signature. She needed that name. She needed to see it written in the ink that had touched the fire. The kitchen study was silent except for the crack of settling frost. The candle had burned down a finger's width. She had been reading for longer than she realized. She looked at the two documents spread before her, the patterns of coercion and satisfaction laid bare in the residue, and understood what she had been avoiding. She could interpret the fear notes all night. She could trace the pressure points back to Corvane's counting room and build a case that would satisfy any guild auditor. She could prove that the purge had been directed, that the debt seizure had been engineered, that the fire had not been an accident. But proof of coercion was not proof of murder, and she needed murder. She needed the document that named the man who had carried the torch. The third document was not in the vault. She had searched every shelf, every cabinet, every sealed drawer that Caedmon's key could open. The transfer records were there, the payment order was there, but the confession, the signed acknowledgement of the fire itself, was not. Corvane had hidden it somewhere else. And now, with 3 hours until the dinner, with Tavian shaking under question and Ivo tracing the forged pages back to their source, she had to find it. A knock at the door did not startle her. She had been expecting it. Caedmon entered without waiting for permission, his coat dark with melted frost, his face carrying the same expression she had seen in the corridor. "The dinner has been moved forward," he said. She did not look up from the documents. "To win." 1 hour. The words landed like a blade. She pressed her palm to the first document one last time, feeling the residue pulse against her skin, letting the pattern of coercion settle into something she could carry. "There is a third document," she said. "A signed confession. Corvane wrote it after the fire, sealing his own liability behind the debt order. It is not in the vault." Carbon's silence told her he already knew. "Where is it?" "I do not know." She looked up at him. His face was still, his eyes carrying something she had not seen before. Corvane had moved it without telling him. That meant Corvane was preparing for something worse than a dinner trap. "He knows," she said. Carbon did not deny it. "He suspects." The margin reviews, the creditors asking questions, Sabine reading the debt schedules like a map. He knows something is breaking. He does not know who. But he will. By the end of the night, yes. She stood, letting the documents lie where they were. The third document was out there, hidden in a room she had not searched, behind a lock she had not picked, waiting for Corvane to produce it in front of the magistrate as proof that the Okwuosa debt had been lawfully cleared. If he produced it, Her father's signature would be read aloud. If he produced it, the confession would name the enforcer who had carried the fire. And if he produced it, she would lose. "I need to find it before the dinner," she said. Carbon stepped forward, reaching for the documents on the table. "Then we have 1 hour to search a house that is already hunting us." His hand closed over the papers, and from somewhere above them, in the direction of the counting room, she heard a door open and Corvane's voice call out for assistance. The house was stirring, and the third document was still hiding. Chapter 34. The corridor was empty when she stepped out of the kitchen study, but the air had changed. Servants moved faster now, their footsteps shorter and sharper against the stone. A door opened somewhere above, closed without slamming. The house was breathing differently, drawing in for the dinner that had become a trap with a shorter fuse. 1 hour. Caedmon had taken the documents, disappearing toward the chapel passage with a promise to search the lower floors. She had watched him go, the weight of his lie to Corvane hanging between them like smoke, and said nothing. She did not need him to search. She needed to think like the man who had hidden the evidence. Corvane did not trust vaults. She had learned that in the residue of the first document, in the way the ink carried his instinct to keep the final proof where no clerk's hands could touch it. The confession was not in the counting wing. It was not in the sealed chamber behind the chapel, not in the archive with its 3 locks and polished brass. It was somewhere he could reach without witnesses. Somewhere only he knew. She turned toward the east stair, the narrow one that servants used to reach the family quarters without crossing the main hall. The walls pressed closer to her, the plaster cold and sweating with frost. She had never climbed this stair without permission. She climbed it now. The upper corridor was silent, the doors closed, the morning light falling thin through windows filled with ice. She passed Sabine's rooms, past the children's nursery, past the empty guest chambers where dust had settled on furniture no one used. Corvane's private study was at the end. She had been there once. He had summoned her, tested her, let her see the leather-bound document with Ogosa river routes written in his own hand. The memory pulled at her skin like a thread she had not known was tied to her spine. The door was closed. She pressed her palm to the wood, felt for warmth, for the vibration of a voice inside. Nothing. She tried the handle. Locked. The lock was simple, older than the rest of the house, a brass mechanism with a keyhole wide enough to admit a candle flame. She had no key. She had not expected one. She reached into the fold of her collar and drew out the thin strip of steel she had hidden there since her first week in the house. A blade sharpened from an old corset stay, bent and shaped in candlelight until it could lift a latch. She slid it into the keyhole. The metal scraped against the tumblers, coal into precise. She had learned this in the years of borrowed names, in the rooms of women who had taught her to open what was closed because survival meant no one to enter uninvited. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The study was smaller than she remembered, the desk placed between 2 windows that looked onto the river. Papers lay in neat stacks, the ink dry, the pens clean. A leather chair faced the fireplace, cold and empty. She moved past the desk, past the shelves of ledgers and bound reports, letting her eyes adjust to the dim light. The documents she had already found, the transfer records and the payment order, had come from places where clerks could reach them. The confession would be closer. She thought of Caedmon. He had searched the house for 2 years, moving pages, altering records, trying to find the truth before she did. He knew Corvane's habits, his hiding places, his instinct to seal what mattered most in plain sight. But he had not found the third document. That meant Corvane had hidden it somewhere Caedmon's access did not reach. She looked at the desk again, at the small drawer beneath the writing surface, the one meant for personal correspondence. She pulled it open. Empty. But the drawer was shallower than the space behind it. She pressed her fingers against the back panel, felt the wood shift under pressure. A catch. A false bottom. She slid the panel aside and reached into the gap. Her fingers touched paper. She pulled it out, a single sheet folded 3 times, the edges worn from handling. The ink was dark, the handwriting Corvane's, the words tight and precise. She opened it. The first line read, I, Corvane Wexgrave, do hereby acknowledge that the debt clearance executed against House Okwuosa on the 4th day of deep frost was irregular in its application and was carried out under authority I did not lawfully possess. Her breath caught. This was not the full confession. This was a draft, a first version written before he had decided how much to admit. The words stopped halfway down the page, crossed out, rewritten, the margins filled with corrections and questions he had asked himself in the dark. But it was enough. She read the names listed in the margin. The magistrate, the guild masters, the enforcer, the one who had carried the torch. She knew the name. She had seen it in the residue of the second document, the satisfaction that had flowed through the ink like warm blood. The name had been there all along, hidden in the spaces between the letters, waiting for her to recognize it. Heir. The man whose ledgers Sabine claimed to know about. The man who had disappeared after the purge. She was still holding the paper when she heard the footsteps. They stopped outside the door. She had time to think, to measure the distance to the window, to calculate whether she could fold the paper and hide it before the handle turned. She did not have time to reach the window. The handle moved, and Corvane's voice came through the wood, quiet and certain, the voice of a man who had already seen the answer to his question. Is someone inside my room? Chapter 3D5. The handle did not turn fully. It stopped, a quarter rotation short of opening, and she heard the faint scrape of his palm against the wood, testing, waiting. She did not move. The paper was in her hand, the draft confession folded against her fingers, the name Heir still burning in the margin. She had no time to return it to the false drawer, no time to cross the room and pretend she had been examining something innocent. She tucked the paper into her sleeve. She straightened her spine. She walked to the door and opened it. Corvane stood 3 feet back, his hands still raised, his pale gray eyes tracking her face before she had finished pulling the door inward. He was not startled. He was not angry. He looked at her the way he looked at a ledger entry that did not balance, with the patience of a man who had already decided the error would be found. Mistress Threnody. He said it without surprise, as if she had been exactly where he expected her to be. You are in my study. She had already shaped the answer. She let her shoulders drop, let her hands press together in front of her, let her face soften into the expression of a woman caught in a small embarrassment rather than a mortal one. I am sorry, my lord. I was looking for Lyra. He blinked. The pause was long enough to feel deliberate. Lyra, he repeated. She came to me before the noon meal. She was upset. She said she had broken something in the corridor and was afraid to tell anyone because of the noise the household has been making today. She let her voice tighten, pitching it toward the register of a woman who disliked being placed in an awkward position. I thought she meant a dish or a cup, but when I found nothing on the floor, I came up here to see if she had hidden herself in the study. You thought my daughter would hide in my private room? She hid in the chapel passage last week when she did not want to attend arithmetic. She held his gaze. Children do not respect locked doors. They respect proximity to authority. He studied her. The silence stretched past comfort, past the point where a guilty woman would have filled it with more lies. The door was locked, he said. I heard movement inside. I knocked. No one answered. And you opened it anyway. I was concerned she might have hurt herself. She let her jaw tighten, a controlled flicker of irritation. I am her governess. If she is frightened enough to hide in her father's study, I would rather find her than let her wait until someone else does. Corvane's eyes moved past her shoulder, into the room, across the desk, the shelves, the cold fireplace. She watched him check the surfaces without moving his head, the habit of a man who catalogued every object in every space he entered. Did you find her? No. Then she is not here. So it seems. He stepped past her into the room. She had to move aside to let him pass, and in that movement she felt the paper shift against her forearm inside the sleeve, a whisper of dry fiber against wool. He walked to the desk, touched the surface of the small drawer she had opened, ran his thumb along the edge where the false bottom met the frame. He did not open it. He turned back to face her. I am told you have been useful with the children, he said. Lyra speaks of you. Soren does not, which is his way of being impressed. She kept her face still, her hands pressed together. The household is unsettled today, he continued. You have noticed. I have. Good. Then you understand why I would find a governess in my locked study more interesting than I would on a quieter morning. She said nothing. The silence was a weapon she had learned to wield in rooms like this, with men like him, men who filled every empty space with their own voice if you let them. He moved to the window, his back to her now, his hands clasped behind him, the right little finger bent and stiff against the left. The ways those are delineated her. Children do not respect locked doors. They respect proximity to Threnody. He studied her. The silence stretched past comfort, past the point where a guilty woman would have filled it with more lies. The door was locked, he said. I heard movement inside. I knocked. No one answered. And you opened it anyway. I was concerned she might have hurt herself. She let her jaw tighten, a controlled flicker of irritation. I am her governess. If she is frightened enough to hide in her father's study, I would rather find her than let her wait until someone else does. Corvane's eyes moved past her shoulder, into the room, across the desk, the shelves, the cold fireplace. She watched him check the surfaces without moving his head, the habit of a man who catalogued every object in every space he entered. Did you find her? No. Then she is not here. So it seems. He stepped past her into the room. She had to move aside to let him pass, and in that movement she felt the paper shift against her forearm inside the sleeve, a whisper of dry fiber against wool. He walked to the desk, touched the surface of the small drawer she had opened, ran his thumb along the edge where the false bottom met the frame. He did not open it. He turned back to face her. I am told you have been useful with the children, he said. Lyra speaks of you. Soren does not, which is his way of being impressed. She kept her face still, her hands pressed together. The household is unsettled today, he continued. You have noticed. I have. Good. Then you understand why I would find a governess in my locked study more interesting when I would on a quieter morning. She said nothing. The silence was a weapon she had learned to wield in rooms like this, with men like him, men who filled every empty space with their own voice if you let them. He moved to the window, his back to her now, his hands clasped behind him, the right little finger bent and stiff against the left. A water little fribble against wool. He walked to the desk, touched the surface of the small drawer she had opened, ran his thumb along the edge where the false bottom met the frame. He did not open it. He turned back to face her. I am told you have been useful with the children, he said. Lyra speaks of you. Soren does not, which is his way of being impressed. She kept her face still, her hands pressed together. The household is unsettled today, he continued. You have noticed. I have. Good. Then you understand why I would find a governess in my locked study more interesting than I would on a quieter morning. She said nothing. The silence was a weapon she had learned to wield in rooms like this, with men like him, men who filled every empty space with their own voice if you let them. He moved to the window, his back to her now, his hands clasped behind him, the right little finger bent and stiff against the left. The world was a locked, placed. He fancies that they still steed stesters that is nectric faber. I don't like this adjustment that is happening to the vorts. These terrors Revidin haven't see what it sees. I just wanted to see if it comes again. I am out behind my sala, so the tricher is living onto my high? Sin, check out this word, Messideness, as it's gonna fade. No. Then you understand why I would find a governess in my locked study more interesting than I would on a quieter morning. She said nothing. The silence was a weapon she had learned to wield in rooms like this, with men like him, men who filled every empty space with their own voice if you let them. He moved to the window, his back to her now, his hands clasped behind him, the right little finger bent and stiff against the left. Chapter 36. The east stare swallowed her. Darkness and stone, and the smell of old dust, the kind that settled in walls no servant bothered to clean, because no guest ever climbed this high. She pressed her back to the wall and let herself breathe. The draft confession pressed against her forearm like a second skin. 40 minutes, possibly less. She had what she came for. The name, the admission of irregular authority, the margin note tying Heron Veiler to the torch. But it was a draft, an unfinished scribble that Corvane could deny if she produced it in public. She needed the signed version, the document he had sealed behind his own liability, the one even Caedmon had never found. The house groaned around her. Footsteps crossed the floor above, fast and purposeful, and from somewhere deeper came the muffled clatter of a door opening onto the counting wing. Corvane had called for assistance. The household was stirring. Now, while he was occupied. She moved before the thought finished. Down the east stair, not toward the nursery but toward the ground floor, her boots silent on the worn stone. The kitchen passage, the linen press, the corridor behind the counting room that she had mapped in her first week, every alcove, every shadow, every lock she had tested in the dark. The counting wing was not empty. She heard voices before she reached the junction, raised in that particular pitch of men who had been pulled from routine into emergency. She slowed, pressed herself into the alcove where the corridor dog-legged past the old archive room, and listened. Why every key brought up? Every key. If it opens a door in this house, I want it on his desk within the quarter hour. Ivo Mendaka. His voice carried the flat authority of a man who had been given latitude and intended to use it. And the clerk? Still in the study, he is not going anywhere. The footsteps moved away. She counted to 20, then slipped past the junction and into the narrow passage that led to the vault antechamber. The door stood ajar. She had never seen it open without a guard. She pushed through, her hand finding the steel strip in her sleeve, but the room beyond was empty. The vault door was closed, its lock engaged, but the inner cabinet where she had found the first 2 documents stood with its door hanging loose, papers spilling across the floor like someone had searched in haste. She stepped over them, reached the back wall where the ledger shelves met the stone, where the mortar had been replaced more recently than the rest, where she had noticed it weeks ago and filed the observation without understanding its meaning. She knelt, pressed her palm to the floor, then her fingers to the seam where the baseboard met the wall. It gave. A recess, shallow, barely deep enough for a folio, but there. And inside, sealed with a wax she knew, dark red, the dye bleeding into the fibers of the paper, a document folded and pressed flat. She pulled it free. The seal was intact. The signature at the bottom was Corvane's, unmistakable in its precise, clean strokes, the same hand that had signed debt orders and dinner invitations and death warrants for families he called unstable. She did not open it. She could feel the weight of it through the paper, the thickness of the blood ink layers, the density of a confession written by a man who had known exactly what he was doing and had chosen to record it. She tucked it into her bodice, against her ribs, beside the draft. Then she saw the desk. It was pushed against the far wall, half hidden behind a stack of ledger boxes, but the correspondence tray was visible. A letter sat on top, its seal still intact, and the wax was not the dark red of Wexgrave House. It was black, cross-hatched with a pattern she recognized from the wanted notices pinned to Guildhall boards, the notices she had studied for years to learn which signatures could not be forged. Tribune Factor Seal. She reached for it. Her fingers touched the paper, and she heard footsteps in the corridor beyond. She turned, the letter in her hand, the confession against her ribs, and the door swung open. Ivo Mendaka stood in the frame. His eyes moved from her face to the letter in her hand to the open cabinet behind her, and she watched his calculation complete itself in the silence between one breath and the next. Mistress Threnody. She did not run. She met his gaze, the cold turned inward, the mask still holding, and waited for the trap to spring. Chapter 37. The room held its cold shape around them. Ivo's hand remained on the doorframe, his weight settling into stillness the way a man settled before a long watch. Captain Mendaka. Have you lost something in here, Mistress Threnody? She did not look at the letter in her hand. She did not move to hide it. The calculation ran through her in the space of a breath. Denial would collapse against the evidence in plain sight. Confession would give him everything. Deflection would buy time she could not afford. I was following someone. His eyebrows rose a fraction. Not surprise. Assessment. At this hour? In the vault antechamber? A man in a dark coat. I saw him come through the counting corridor. He moved faster than a servant. And you thought to pursue him alone, without raising an alarm, without telling a guard. She met his eyes. I thought the guards were all upstairs looking for keys. The silence stretched. She watched him weigh the answer against the evidence, against the cabinet with its papers scattered across the floor, against the letter in her hand with its black wax seal, against everything he had learned about Coralie Threnody since the day she walked into this house. He did not believe her. She could see it in the way his jaw tightened, in the way his hand did not leave the door. You have been in this house for weeks, he said slowly. In that time, a steward was dismissed, a clerk was questioned, records were moved, and a page appeared in a correspondence file that should not have been there. Every disturbance traces back to a corridor you were seen in, a room you had reason to visit, a desk you had access to. Coincidence. I do not believe in coincidence. Then arrest me. She said it flatly, the words dropping into the silence like a stone into still water. Ivo's gaze flickered. She watched him consider the offer, the consequences of taking a governess into custody with the house in chaos and guests arriving within the hour, the cost of being wrong versus the cost of being right. He stepped back from the door. The magistrate will be here soon, he said. I suggest you return to the nursery and prepare the child. If I find you in this wing again tonight, I will not ask what you are doing. I will put you in a cellar and let Corvane decide your fate in the morning. She moved past him, slow, measured, not running. The corridor stretched ahead, cold and empty, and she felt his gaze on her back until she turned the corner and the wall came between them. She did not stop walking until she reached the kitchen passage, and then she pressed herself into the alcove beside the cold stove and let her breath out in a long, shaking stream. The signed confession was against her ribs. The draft was in her sleeve. The tribunal factor letter was still in her hand, the black seal catching the lamplight. She broke the wax with her thumb. The letter was brief, formal, addressed to Corvane Wexgrave by name, signed by a factor named Aldrich Venn. No relation to Ilara, she prayed, requesting a private audit of the winter purge debt schedules within the fortnight. The language was courteous, the meaning was not. The tribunal factors did not request, they notified. Someone had already set this in motion, before her, without her. She folded the letter and tucked it beside the draft. 3 documents now, plus a summons that might destroy Corvane before she had the chance. The kitchen door swung open. Sabine Cazet stood in the frame, still in the same gown from the preparatory meal, her hair escaping its pins, her breathing too fast for someone standing still. "You were in the counting wing." It was not a question. Lysandra straightened, the paper shifting against her skin. "I was looking for Lyra." "Lyra is in the nursery with Soren, being dressed by the maid. I just came from there." The silence between them stretched thin, and Sabine's eyes moved over Lysandra's face with the focused attention of someone reading a ledger column for hidden sums. "The creditors are calling in margin reviews," Sabine said. 3 houses. Before the night ends, it will be 6. Corvane is in his study burning correspondence. He knows someone is bleeding information from inside his walls. He does not know who. He will. Sabine stepped closer, her voice dropping. "I came to tell you that, whatever you have been doing, you need to finish it in the next hour. Because after this dinner, Corvane will close this house like a fist. Every door locked, every servant questioned, every drawer opened." "What do you want me to do?" Sabine's smile did not reach her eyes. "I want you to survive long enough to tell me what you find in the ash ledgers, and if you cannot survive, I want you to leave me a paper trail that destroys Caedmon's claim to succession." She turned and walked back through the kitchen door, leaving it swinging. Lysandra stood alone in the alcove, the cold stove at her back, the documents pressing against her ribs, and the house settling into the particular stillness that came before a door was sealed. The bride is the over-appointment bull. Spice through fast. "I cannot hear me back." "I saw the landers of the Cied." "Why are we daring?" "I create a fire phoning." "Check. Slowly then." "The awesome silence takes me bull." "I cannot have to have this date, is the Ike ledger. I can actually sleep back on it. Bleal. And for prepari. I temply get out for me just for back the stask. Block, he and rest, freely, the facture, when TV lux the bolding. I been looking with me. Get first walk up. Drafter 3-8. She moved before her hands stopped shaking. The kitchen passage led to the study, the same room where she had slept her first weeks. Caedmon's territory, but he was not here now. The door closed behind her. The lock clicked. She laid the documents across the scarred table in order of discovery. Payment abstract, transfer records, signed confession. The draft from the false drawer went beside the signed version. Heron Veller's name still raw in the margin. She set the tribunal factor letter at the edge, Aldrich Venn seal catching the lamp flame. 3 documents. 1 summons. 40 minutes until the dinner. She touched the signed confession first, spreading her palm flat over the paper as if she could read the residue through her skin. Corvane's hand had been steady when he wrote this. No tremor, no hesitation. He had sealed his own liability with the same care he used to seal debt orders against other men's families. But the draft told a different story. She picked it up and held it closer to the lamp. The draft confession carried a different residue. Not the call of calculated confession, but something older. Fear, maybe. Or anger. The ink had been laid down in a hurry, the letters pressing deeper into the paper on the final 2 lines, as if Corvane had been writing against his own will. She remembered the pattern from the first 2 documents, the coerced clerk's hand, the satisfied hand of the records man. Corvane had directed the purge through secondary signatures, never touching the orders directly. But the draft was in his own hand, and that meant someone had made him write it. Not the magistrate, not the guildmasters. Someone else. Someone who had already set the tribunal audit in motion. She set the draft down and picked up the payment extract again, running her thumb along the edge where the blood ink residue still clung faintly to the paper. The clerk had been young, scared, writing under dictation. She could feel the panic in the pressure of the pen, the slight skid at the end of each stroke where his hand had trembled. She closed her eyes and let the residues speak. The clerk had written what Corvane told him to write. The records man had recorded what Corvane paid him to record. The enforcer named in the draft, Heir and Veller, had carried the torch because Corvane had cleared the path. But the signed confession was clean. Voluntary. Corvane had written it after the fire, sealing his own guilt behind the debt order. He had hidden it in the vault antechamber, where even Caedmon could not find it. And she had it now. She opened her eyes. The trap needed a trigger. A moment when Corvane would see the documents laid out in sequence and understand that the chain traced back to him through every residue, every suppressed order, every signature he had never let touch the official record. She arranged them in a new order. Draft confession first, showing his own hand, his own fear, then the signed confession, showing he had already admitted the truth once. Then the payment abstract and transfer records, showing the conspiracy. The tribunal factor letter last. If she presented this to Corvane in the right moment, with the right pressure, he would salon a clean confession of financial conspiracy. Not to save himself, he was already ruined, but to control the narrative. To choose which version of his ruin reached the guildmasters. She needed to be in the room when the crisis hit. The door opened. Caedmon stood in the frame, his dark hair wet at the temples, his coat unbuttoned as if he had been running. His eyes moved over the documents laid across the table, and something in his face went still. "You found the side version." She did not answer. She watched him take in the scene, the draft in her hand, the papers arranged in order, the tribunal factor letter at the edge. He did not approach. He stood in the doorway as if the room had become a negotiation. Where was it? Behind the baseboard in the vault antechamber. The cabinet was already open when I arrived. His jaw tightened. Someone searched before you. I know. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, and the room shrank. He did not ask what she was doing with the papers. He looked at the arrangement on the table, and she saw him read the order she had chosen, the sequence that would force a confession. 40 minutes, he said. You intend to present this at the dinner. Before the dinner, alone, in his study. You think he will sign? I think he will choose the version of ruin he can control. Caedmon moved closer, not to the table, to her. He stopped at arm's length away and studied her face with the same attention he had used on the first night she walked into Wexgrave House. You have everything you came for. The signed confession, the draft, the records. If you walk now, you can reach the river before the house seals. And leave him standing. And leave yourself alive. She looked down at the papers, then at him, and she saw the question that he had not yet asked, the one that met his voice almost gentle. Will you still leave if you win? The silence stretched. The lamp flame cast shadows across the table, the documents, the lines of his face. She did not look away. I do not know. His breath caught, barely audible, and he reached for her hand. She let him. His fingers were cold, but his grip was steady, and when he spoke again, his voice was the emptiest she had ever heard it. Then let me help you set the trap. She pulled away. No. You cannot face him alone in the study. He knows you were there. He knows you have the draft. He will be waiting for you to walk into that room again. Then I will walk in anyway. He opened his mouth to argue, and something in the corridor beyond the door shifted. A footstep. A creak of floorboards. Both of them went still. The handle turned. Chapter 39. The handle turned. The door swung inward, and the figure in the frame was not Caedmon's. Corvane Wexgrave stood in the threshold of his own study, pale gray eyes moving past Lysandra to the papers spread across the desk, the ink pot uncapped, the pen laid ready. He did not enter. He stood as if the room had become a scene he was reading from the outside. I wondered when you would come, he said. Lysandra did not step back. She had rehearsed this moment in 100 variations, in attic rooms and riverfront lodging houses, in the cold hours before dawn when the mask felt thinnest. She had never imagined it would feel like this. A calm so absolute, it hollowed out her chest. You knew I would. I knew someone would. Corvane stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The latch clicked with a sound like a ledger snapping shut. I did not know it would be you. He moved past her to the desk, and she let him. He did not reach for the documents. He looked at them as a man might look at a wound he had long expected, with something closer to recognition than shock. The draft from my drawer. The signed confession from the vault. The payment abstract and transfer records. He touched the edge of the tribunal factor letter. And this. You have been thorough, Coralie. He paused, and the name hung in the air like a blade waiting to fall. Or whoever you are. Lysandra kept her voice steady. I am the person who will watch you sign a clean confession of financial conspiracy tied to the winter purge of House Okwuosa. You will write it in your own hand, and you will date it tonight. Corvane's mouth curved, not quite a smile. And if I refuse? Then I walk out of this room, and the tribunal factor receives these documents before dawn. You will still face ruin, but you will not control the story. The guild masters will read the draft and the signed version together, and they will decide which one shows a man who admitted his guilt and which shows a man who tried to bury it. She laid her palm flat on the signed confession. This one is clean, voluntary, written after the fire when you still had the courage to name what you had done. If I release it alone, without the draft, the guild will see a man who tried to do right after the fact. They may show you mercy. She lifted her hand and let the draft shift beside it. But if I release them together, they will see a man who wrote his guilt under duress and then wrote it again when he thought no one was watching. They will ask which version they should trust, and the answer will be neither. Corvane's hand moved to the desk, the stiff little finger catching the lamplight. He did not pick up the pen. You are very young, he said, to have learned this kind of arithmetic. I had a good teacher. Did you? It was not a question. He studied her face with the same attention he had used on the night of her interview, when she had first named herself Coralie Threnody and watched him decide whether she was useful. Who taught you to read blood ink residues? She did not answer. Who taught you to pick a lock with a shaped piece of steel? She held his gaze. Who taught you to walk into a room you did not own and arrange another man's ruin as if it were a dinner setting? My mother taught me that, Lysandra said, before your fire burned her alive in the counting hall. The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. Corvane's face did not change, but his hand, the one with the stiff finger, stopped moving. It rested on the edge of the desk as if he had forgotten it was there. Lysandra Okwuosa, he said, not a question, a recognition. Yes. He exhaled, a sound that might have been relief or resignation, and for a moment he looked older than she had ever seen him. The burned scar along his jaw caught the light, and she wondered if he had carried that scar from a fire he had ordered or from a fire he had not expected. I remembered you, he said, when you opened the drawer in my study. I remembered the way you looked at the house on your first night, like a wound. I am not here to be remembered. No. He reached for the pen. You are here to be finished. He uncapped the ink and drew a fresh sheet from the drawer. His hand moved slowly at first, then with gathering speed, the words forming in the same clean script she had seen on the signed confession. He wrote without pause, without correction, as if he had been composing this document in his mind for years. When he finished, he set the pen down and slid the paper across the desk. She read it. Financial conspiracy. Bought debt seizures. Manipulated enforcement. The winter purge of House Okwuosa as a coordinated action among creditor houses, the magistrate, and the Wexgrave banking interest. It was everything she had come to extract. She looked up. His eyes were waiting for her. Sign it. He signed. His hand was steady, the signature clean and firm. The moment should have felt like triumph. It felt like the air before a storm, dense and wrong. Corvane set the pen down and leaned back in his chair. His gaze lifted past her shoulder, past the desk, past the papers, to something beyond her line of sight. She turned. The study door was open. Corvane stood in the frame, his face white, his hand still on the handle. Behind him, in the corridor, stood Ivo Mendica, 2 guards, and Sabine Kaze. Sabine's eyes moved from the signed confession to Lysandra's face, and something in her expression shifted. Calculation, respect, and a warning she had no time to read. Ivo's hand rested on his belt, not on a weapon, but ready. And behind them all, at the far end of the corridor, a figure in a dark coat stood motionless, watching. Corvane's voice came from behind her, quiet and cold. I told you someone else had set the process in motion. You should have asked who. Chapter 40. The figure in the dark coat did not move. Lysandra's hand tightened on the signed confession. The paper edges pressed against her palm, crisp and final, and she felt the weight of the other documents against her ribs, the draft, the payment abstract, the transfer records, the tribunal factor letter. 5 proofs. 5 edges of a trap she had built for 11 years. And none of them mattered now. Who is that? Her voice came out flat, controlled. Corvane did not answer. He was watching the dark coat figure with something she could not name. Not fear, not satisfaction, but an old recognition that had long since settled into bone. Sabine stepped forward instead. His name does not matter, she said. What matters is that he arrived 3 days before you did. 3 days. Before the planted evidence, before the vault search, before the draft confession in the false drawer, before she had even stepped through Wexgrave's gates. You set the process in motion, Lysandra said, not to Corvane, not to Sabine, but to the dark coat figure. The tribunal audit, the creditors, the margin reviews. The figure inclined his head. Just once. A confirmation. Corvane's voice came from behind her, quiet and cold. Did you think you were the only one who wanted me ruined? She turned back to face him. He had not moved from his chair. The burn scar along his jaw caught the light, and she saw something in his eyes that she had never seen there before. Relief. You wrote the confession too easily, she said. You have been waiting for someone to force you to write it. I have been waiting for someone to make it necessary. For what? For the process to become visible. He leaned forward and the stiff little finger tapped the desk once, twice. The tribunal factors cannot move against the House of Wexgrave standing without cause. They need a credible complainant, a paper trail, a confession signed under circumstances that cannot be challenged. I gave you those circumstances. You did. His voice was almost gentle. And now, when the auditors arrive, they will find a house in crisis, a patriarch who admitted guilt, and a vanished governess who cannot be questioned about how the confession was obtained. The narrative will be clean. Will be, the dark coat figure said, and his voice was low, carrying, pitched to reach the whole room. But not yet. Ivo Vendaka's hand moved to his belt. The two guards behind him shifted, uncertain, waiting for an order that did not come. Sabine's eyes were fixed on the dark coat figure. Her expression had moved past calculation into something closer to fear. What happens now? Lysandra said. The figure took a step forward. The corridor lamps caught his face for the first time, and she saw a man past 50, lean, clean-shaven, with eyes the color of spent coals. He looked at her the way a ledger clerk looked at an entry that did not balance. Now, he said, you understand that you have been a piece in a larger game. Then the game is over. No, he smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. The game is about to begin. Caedmon moved. He stepped through the steady doorway, placing himself between Lysandra and the dark coat figure. And the shift in his posture was so abrupt, so deliberate, that even Ivo's hand stopped moving. He is tribunal factor Ven, Caedmon said. The nace hit the room like a stone dropped into still water. Lysandra's mind skipped backward. Elar Ven, Carthage Guild Records agent. 3 months of investigation. And now her father, standing in a Wexgrave corridor, wearing a coat that cost more than a year of a clerk's wages. You are Aldrich Ven, Lysandra said. I am. He did not look at her. He was watching Caedmon with an interest that had sharpened to something predatory. And you, young Brannigan, have been a problem I did not anticipate. Then anticipate this. Caedmon's voice was low, controlled, and utterly cold. I did not merely falsify the ledger entries that fed the margin reviews. I did not merely redirect the correspondence that would have warned Corvane of the audit. I removed the men who could have stopped this. The silence that followed was absolute. Lysandra's throat tightened. What men? Caedmon did not look at her. He kept his eyes on Ven. The harbor master's senior clerk, he said. The one who would have recognized the forged handwriting on the dock fee page before Ivo could verify it. He was found on the ice the morning after I reviewed those records. A falling accident. He paused. The night guard who saw you in the counting wing wearing your first arcade search. He was transferred to an Upper River warehouse 3 days later. The transfer was approved in Corvane's name. Corvane never signed it. Another pause. The torchman. Lysandra's blood went cold. Heron Veller, Caedmon said. He was not a ghost. He was living under a false name in the St. Villain quarter, working as a night courier. I found him the same week I found you. What did you do? His body was pulled from the river last deep frost. The magistrates ruled it a debt drowning. The room had become very small. Lysandra stared at Cardin's back, the same back that had stood between her and danger a dozen times, the same hands that had touched her wrist in the feast bard's passage, the same eyes that had looked at her as if she were light breaking through winter fog. He had killed for her, not once, not twice, 3 times. And he had never told her. "You chose this," she said, and her voice cracked at the edge. "You chose to become my shadow butcher so I could stay clean. I chose to keep you alive. You chose to make yourself another author of my captivity." He flinched. The word hit him harder than any blade could have. Behind him, Aldrich Ven's smile had widened. "Beautiful," he said, "a confession of multiple murders, delivered in the presence of the river guards, the heir, and the Patriarch. This house will not survive the month." "You are not taking him," Lysandra said. Ven's smile faded. "I am not here to take anyone. I am here to collect the documents, the confession, and the testimony that will dismantle the Wexgrave banking interest. What happens to Caedmon Brannigan is a matter for the city magistrates." "The city magistrates include the man who chaired the Ozio debt seizure." "I am aware. Then you know the magistrate will bury the confession." The leaps the studded in a diva clactor, answering 2 for many eyes before is that math. "I can know the especial bitry listen. He can complete when tap to me a little fear shares out without." Since the sticker had hurted the Wexgraves standingly, I reviewed the swip on the smelks. Sabine steeps clealing, I'm acticated the Davidly. I genuinely join it Jerry clearly. This is a metification which is gestures or blog on the Wesgilves downworks from a blah, deliving despiges he actually sweep. Slightly being life here in a signage for the Stukas Lal. The such of correct low Decatur sanded the Stoke Rev, better rise it, waiting over a pajusti skaying. Now I say the middles before he will also be the videos. And I look to that presence. Why don't step the court now? A port is all be me to death. Mormal everly all of their death is find. Know this unconnects to the Holben Zakins. And I be employ opsums every month at me. But what I definitely do is the do of your nose. You still do this like because I have first Pat's little stastion. I am even despying to ground and I still come. The buddy without a millie's tap loan. Use a show care of grout rightly, vorn. The trough in the sweet fairly, keep the sund, yet, and afore. But where we get borse, there are the nice that slow anything as I could check their nork did not give, and they table me, slooking here at in the pain. We need the pint here. Stayed on your flout crazy, and you phonish the officials first and swalking. You can tennel, get this audium deck sex. This is just always like the mass with hold of Deb, teaching N. So where we Lysandra? I mean we plain an MFI right one, and it tasted like Tedman's blood on her tongue. You should have told me, she said. I know. You should have let me choose. I know. I cannot stay. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were the gray of winter river fog. I know. Ivo Mendaka stepped forward. His hand left his belt, extended toward Tedman in a gesture that was not quite an arrest, not quite an invitation. You will come quietly? Caedmon looked at Lysandra one last time. Yes. He did not reach for her. He did not try to touch her. He simply held her gaze long enough for her to see something break in him, something that had been holding since the day she arrived. Then he turned and walked toward Ivo. Sabine was already moving. She slipped past Lysandra, past Corvane's desk, toward the corridor where Ven had vanished. At the threshold, she paused. If you are still in this house when the doors lock, she said, I cannot help you. She left. Corvane had not moved from his chair. He sat with his hands flat on the desk, the signed confession lying where Lysandra had left it, his eyes fixed on the empty space where Caedmon had stood. "He was the best of us," Corvane said. Lysandra could not find her voice. "He was the only one who understood that love is not a sentiment. It is a willingness to become monstrous." Corvane looked up, and his eyes were old, empty, finished. "You have your confession, Lysandra Okwuosa. I hope it is worn enough to sleep beside." She walked out. The corridor was empty. The guards had followed Ivo. Sabine was gone. Ven was gone. Only the lamps remained, burning low in their brackets, casting long shadows across the walls. She pressed the signed confession flat against her chest, feeling the papers shift against the other documents, and she did not know whether she was protecting them or clutching at the last solid thing in a world that had just learned to bend. Behind her, Corvane's laughter began. Low at first, then rising, filling the empty study like smoke. She did not look back. She walked toward the servants' staircase, toward the kitchen passage, toward the linen press door that had been her first covert passage into this house. And at the far end of the corridor, where the lamps did not reach, a figure in a dark coat stood waiting. Aldrich Ven. He did not move to stop her. "I will not ask for the documents," he said. "I know you will not give them." "Then what are you waiting for?" "I wanted to see your face." She stopped. Ven stepped forward, and the lamplight caught his face again. The spent coal eyes, the clean-shaven jaw, the expression of a man who had spent a lifetime reading people the way she read ledgers. "You are better than I expected," he said. "Better than Alara said. Better than Caedmon's report suggested. Your daughter has a loose tongue. She has a careful tongue, but she does not lie to me." Ven's eyes held hers. "I need you to understand something. I did not set this trap to destroy Corvane Wexgrave. I set it because the Kukusa purge was the first in a pattern. There are 5 more families who will lose everything if the Wexgrave method spreads to the upper river. Let them burn. They will, but not because Wexgrave taught them to burn." Ven stepped closer. "Because someone stopped the first fire before it could spread." She understood. "You did not set the trap for Corvane," she said. "You set it for the people who would follow him." "Yes, and you used me as the blade." "I used the blade that was already in motion." Ven's voice softened. "You would have done this with or without me, Lysandra Okwuosa. I simply made sure you did not die before you finished." She wanted to hate him. She could not, because he was right. 10 minutes, she said. 8 now. She turned away and walked into the darkness of the servants' staircase, carrying her papers and her victory, and the weight of a man who had murdered 3 people because she had been too consumed by revenge to see what was happening around her. At the bottom of the stairs, she stopped. The kitchen passage was empty. The linens were cold. The door to the outside was still unlocked. She could leave. She could walk onto the quays, take the river road south, and never see Wexgrave House again. She could let Caedmon rot in Ivo's custody, let Corvane verring Ven's audit, let Sabine inherit a broken house. She could be free. She pressed her palm to the crack in her remembrance mask, feeling the heat beneath the skin, the pulse of a woman who had worn a lie so long she had forgotten what her own face felt like. And she thought about Soren Wexgrave's gray eyes, watching her like a text she had not realized she was writing. She thought about Lyra's hand in hers during the charity cart ride. She thought about Caedmon's voice saying, "I would do it again." She opened the door. The winter air hit her like a blade, and behind her, somewhere in the house, a door slammed shut with the weight of a lock turning in a vault. Chapter 41. Winter air bit through her cloak as she stood at the threshold, one hand pressed to the crack in her mask, the other clutching the documents against her ribs. She should leave. The cobblestones gleamed under the quarter moon. The river whispered against the quay. Somewhere beyond the ice fog, a boat waited, a road south, a life that did not end with her name carved into a tribunal warrant. Behind her, the door had not yet closed. She heard footsteps, quick, measured, coming down the servants' staircase. She should leave, but the footsteps stopped, and a voice she did not recognize said, "He let them take him." She turned. A maid stood in the passage, her face bleached with cold, her hands twisted in her apron. Not Pella. Someone younger. Someone who had been crying. Who? Master Caedmon. The maid's voice cracked. They took him through the counting wing. Captain Mendaka has him in the guard room. The words landed like stones. Lysandra stood in the open doorway, winter streaming past her, and she thought of Caedmon's voice saying, "I would do it again." She thought of his hand reaching for hers. She thought of the way he had walked toward Ivo without hesitation, as if he had always known this was where he would end. "It is done," she said, to the maid, to herself. "No, miss, it is not." The maid pointed down the passage. "Lord Corvane is still in the study. He is reading your papers." The world stopped. "The signed confession," Lysandra said. "I have it here." "Not that one. The other ones. The ones Master Caedmon laid out on the desk before he left." She had left them. She had walked out with the confession pressed to her chest, and she had left the payment abstract, the transfer records, the tribunal letter, and the draft confession spread across Caedmon's study desk like a feast. She was already moving. The corridor blurred past. The lamps guttered. Her boots struck the floorboards in rhythm with the pulse hammering behind her left eye. She did not know what she would do when she reached the door. She only knew she could not let Corvane Wexgrave read her father's signature in isolation, without context, without the residues that proved coercion. She could not let him twist the evidence into a weapon against the dead. The study door was open. She stopped in the frame. Corvane sat at Caedmon's desk with the 4 documents spread before him in a neat row, his stiff, riddle-lading finger tapping against the transfer records as if counting the beats of a dirge. He did not look up. "You should be on the river by now, Lysandra Okwuosa. The signed confession is in my bodice." "I know." He turned the payment abstract toward the light, studying the ink with the patience of a man who had spent 40 years reading signatures. "Your father's hand," he said. "I remember when he signed this." "He signed it because you threatened his family." "Perhaps." Corvane set the abstract down. "Or perhaps he signed it because he believed the debt was real. Because I made him believe it." The casual admission struck harder than the confession. "You manipulated him." "I manipulated the ledgers." Corvane's pale gray eyes lifted to meet hers. "I let him find the evidence himself. The auditor's report, the margin shortfall, the arrears notices that should not have existed. He came to me begging for terms. I offered him a clean exit." "There was nothing clean about it." "No." Corvane touched the draft confession. "But he believed there was. And belief, Lysandra Okwuosa, is more powerful than truth. You have learned this yourself." She wanted to strike him. She wanted to watch him bleed. But she stood frozen in the doorway, clutching the confession that had cost 3 lives to secure. And she understood with terrible clarity that she had not destroyed Corvane Wexgrave. She had given him a narrative, a clean one that painted him as the reluctant instrument of a system that consumed everyone who touched it. "Is that what you will tell the auditors?" she said. "I will tell them what they need to hear. Corvane folded the draft confession with deliberate care. That I exceeded my authority, that I broke the guild codes, that I used the debt seizure laws to destroy a rival house, that I am guilty of conspiracy, manipulation, and the death of your mother. He said it without hesitation, without remorse, as if the words were lines he had rehearsed for years. I will give them what they want, Lysandra Okwuosa. A villain who confesses, a patriarch who falls, a house that fractures so the river trade can heal. And me? You will be the witness. Corvane rose, tucking the draft confession into his coat. The survivor who emerged from the fire with proof of corruption, the woman who brought down Wexgrave House. That is not how this ends. It is the only way it can end. Corvane walked around the desk, his footsteps slow, measured. You cannot kill me. I am already dead. The house is already broken. The only question is whether my death serves you, or whether it serves the people who set this trap in motion. He was right, and she hated him for it. The magistrate, she said, he will look for the birthmark. Let him. Your daughter is seated beside his wife. Sabine has her own plans. Corvane's mouth curved, not quite a smile. She always has. You know she will destroy your succession. I know she will try. Corvane stopped before her, close enough that she could smell the lamp oil on his coat, the dust of old paper. But I have one more secret, Lysandra Okwuosa. One I have kept even from my heir. What? Corvane reached into his coat and withdrew a folded paper, creased and yellowed, sealed with black wax, stamped with a crest she did not recognize. A letter, he said, from the Fire Knight, delivered to my study by a boy who did not know what he carried. Who wrote it? Corvane held the letter out. She did not take it. The man who set the first spark, he said. The man who ordered the torch terrier to wait until the counting hall was full. The man who wanted Okwuosa dead before my auditors ever arrived. Her hand moved before she could stop it. She took the letter. The wax was cracked. The paper was brittle. The handwriting was cramped, urgent, written in the dark. She did not need to read it to know. She already knew. Because her father's signature had been on the payment order. Because the torch had been carried by a man named Heir Veller. Because someone else had set the process in motion. Who wrote this, Corvane? Corvane Wexgrave looked at her with something that might have been pity. Someone who has been waiting for you to arrive. He said, someone who has been waiting for Ning to survive long enough to read it. The door slammed behind her. She spun. The latch clicked. The lock turned. Through the narrow window set in the study door, she saw the maid's face, white, terrified, her hand still pressed to the key she had just turned. The maid was crying. And behind her, at the far end of the corridor, the figure in the dark coat was walking toward the study with slow, deliberate steps. Chapter 42. The figure in the dark coat stopped before the study door. Lysandra did not move. She held the Fire Knight letter in one hand, Corvane's confession in the other, and listened to the lock's teeth bite into the frame. The maid's footsteps retreated down the corridor, fast, unsteady, crying. The key clinked in her hand like a bell. The dark coat reached the door. The man inside it was tall, older than she had expected. His face was lean, clean-shaven, his eyes the color of spent coals. He did not knock. He did not try the handle. He simply stood on the other side of the narrow window and looked through the glass at her. Aldrich Venn. He had won. He had set the trap. He had waited for her to spring it. And now he was standing between her and the only exit. Lysandra turned her back on him. Corvane had not moved from his desk. His hands rested flat on the polished wood, the graft confession folded beneath his palm. He watched her with the patience of a man who had already lost everything that mattered to him, and found the weight bearable. "Who wrote the letter?" "I told you already." "Tell me again." Corvane's smile cracked the edges of his composure. "Someone who has been waiting for you. Someone who knew you would come. Someone who needed you to survive long enough to read that name." "The name," she said, "not the riddle." "You have not opened it." He looked down at the yellowed paper in her hand. The black wax was cracked, the seal broken years ago. The crest was unfamiliar, a river reed crossed with a ledger, stamped into the wax with uneven pressure, as if the writer had been in a hurry or in the dark. The hall, the paper, the night. She broke the seal with her thumb. The handwriting was cramped, urgent, slanted right as if the pen had been dragged forward by the speed of thought. She did not recognize it, but the name at the bottom, the signature, made her chest lock. She read the letter twice, then a third time. The name did not change. "It cannot be." Corvane said nothing. "He died in the fire." "No." Corvane shook his head slowly. "He died in a room above the counting hall. A room I paid for. A room I sealed after the purge. But the fire..." He paused. "The fire was his work. He ordered the hall torched while my mother was still inside." "Yes." "And you knew?" "Yes. And you let me believe it was you." Corvane spread his hands. "I was the instrument, the hand that signed the orders, the voice that commanded the audit. But I did not make the first cut. I did not set the first spark." Lysandra stared at the signature. The name was one she had whispered in grief. The name was one she had lit candles for at the Floodside Shrine. The name was... She folded the letter before she could finish the thought. "You are lying." "I have no reason to lie." Corvane leaned back in his chair. "I am already ruined. My heir is arrested. My daughter is building her own succession. My house will be picked apart by auditors within the fortnight. What more do I gain by lying to you now?" "Control." "I have no control left." He laughed, soft and hollow. "I have a locked study, a hunted woman, and a letter I have carried for 11 years because I was afraid to burn it. If that is control, I have been a fool all my life." "You set the trap." "I walked into it." "You let me find the draft confession?" "I left it for you." "You knew I was coming?" "I suspected." Corvane's gray eyes met hers without flinching. "I did not know your name. I did not know your face. But I knew someone would come. Someone always does." "And you prepared." "I waited." Lysandra pressed the letter flat against the desk. Her hands were steady. Her voice was steady. But her chest was a counting hall burning again, and she was 9 years old, watching her mother disappear into the smoke. And the name on the letter was the name she had prayed for in the dark. "Where do I find him?" Corvane's smile widened. "You do not find him." He touched the draft confession. "He finds you. He always has. He has been watching you since the night you walked into this house. He has been waiting for you to survive long enough to read his name and understand what he has done." "Where do I find him?" Corvane's smile widened. "You do not find him." He touched the draft confession. "He finds you. He always has. He has been watching you since the night you walked into this house. He has been waiting for you to survive long enough to read his name and understand what he has done." "Where do I find him?" Coraline's smile widened. "You do not find him." He touched the draft confession. "He finds you. He always has. He has been waiting out the shallowed people. That is something ununderspiting. The leaders cling it last than to setting, flat. Lysandra looked down at the letter. The name. The hand. The years. She folded it and pressed it against her ribs, beside the other documents, beside the weight of Caedmon's blood and Corvane's confession and her father's signature. Then she looked at Aldrich Venn through the narrow window. He was not moving. He was not speaking. He was simply watching. Waiting. The way he had been waiting since the first night. Corvane touched her shoulder. One more thing, Lysandra Okwuosa. Tell me. The man who wrote that letter, Corvane's voice dropped. He knows your face. He knows your name. He has known since the night Brother Ammon pulled you from the fire. He knew I survived. Yes. He knew I was coming. Yes. Corvane leaned close and his voice was barely a whisper. He let you come. The study door slammed open. Aldrich Venn stepped through the frame, his hands still on the handle, his spent cold eyes fixed on Lysandra. Behind him, the corridor was full of running feet and raised voices. Governess Threnody, Venn said. The maid has given me her account. The house is sealed. The tribunal men are at the key gate. I have been asked to escort you to safety. By whom? Venn's mouth curved. By the man who has been waiting 11 years to meet you. Chapter 43. Aldrich Venn's spent cool eyes held hers, and the corridor behind him screamed with running feet. Lysandra did not move. The Fire Knight letter pressed against her ribs, the documents, the confessions, the weight of a name she had grieved for 11 years. Where is he? She said. Venn's mouth curved. Waiting. Then take me to him. Lysandra, Corvane began. She turned on him. You have already given me your truth. Keep your counsel. Corvane closed his mouth. The running feet grew louder. A man shouted something about the key gate. The tribunal men were inside the house now, spreading through the counting wing like water through a breached hall. Venn stepped aside and gestured toward the corridor. The window route or the door, he said. I advise the window. The door is about to become crowded. Lysandra looked at the window. 30 yards to the key gate, the bridge arch dark, the old road unguarded. Through the glass, she saw the counting tower rising above the bridge, a black finger against the winter sky. Her father had been watching her from that tower, had seen her arrive, had known her face and name and purpose, had let her come. Why? She heard herself say. The question hung in the air, thin as smoke. Because he believed you would survive, Venn said. I advised the window. The door's about to become crowded. Lysandra looked at the window. 30 yards to the key gate, the bridge arch dark, the old road unguarded. Through the glass, she saw the counting tower rising above the bridge, a black finger against the winter sky. Her father had been watching her from that tower, had seen her arrive, had known her face and name and purpose, had let her come. Why? She heard herself say. The question hung in the air, thin as smoke. Because he believed you would survive, Venn said. I advised the window. The door is about to become crowded. Lysandra took a step toward the window, then another voice cut through the corridor noise, sharp and familiar. Ivo, let me pass. I will speak to her before you take her. Caedmon. Lysandra turned. He stood at the end of the corridor, one hand pressed against the wall, the other held behind his back. Ivo Mendica flanked him, a guard on either side, but Caedmon's eyes were fixed on her with the same unnerving attention he had worn the first night. You should not be here, she said. No. He took a step forward. Ivo did not stop him. But I knew you would not leave without hearing this. Hearing what? Caedmon reached the doorway. His face was pale, his dark hair disheveled, but his voice was steady. Tribunal factors have been summoned to hunt the vanished governess. Lysandra's chest tightened. What? They have your description, your forged references, and your name. Caedmon's jaw tightened. Corvane gave it to them before he burned the last of his correspondence. He traded your identity for a cleaner fall. Lysandra looked at Corvane. Corvane did not look away. I made a choice, he said. The audit was coming anyway. Ven had already set it in motion. The only question was whether I would be the villain who fell, or the collaborator who survived. I chose the fall, but I did not choose to take your secrets to the grave with me. You gave them my name. I gave them the name Coralie Threnody, not Lysandra Okwuosa. Corvane's voice dropped. I still have that in reserve, and so do you. Then why? Because I want you to run. Corvane stepped closer. If they catch you here, they will take your documents, your confessions, your letter, and your father's trap will close around you without mercy. I am giving you a head start. Take it. Lysandra's hands curled into fists. The Fire Knight letter burned against her ribs. And if I do not run? Corman answered. Then the tribunal will take you, and Ven will be forced to hand you over to the same magistrates who signed your family's seizure. He held her gaze. Your father did not spend 11 years watching you, just to watch you hang. The watch was waiting for me. Yes. Corman's voice broke. And I have spent 11 months trying to keep you from reaching him, because I knew what his truth would do to your revenge. Lysandra stared at him. You knew. I knew he was alive. I knew he was watching. I knew he had written the Fire Knight letter. Corman's throat worked. I also knew that if you learned the truth before you gained the evidence, you would lose the discipline that kept you alive. So I kept it from you. You kept my father. I kept your revenge. The corridor fell silent. The running feet had stopped. A voice called out from the end of the hall, sharp, authoritative. Tribunal Factor Ven, the counting wing is sealed. We have the steward, the housekeeper, and the heir's clerk. The governess is not in the nursery. Ven looked at Lysandra. 30 seconds became 10, he said. Your choice. Lysandra looked at the window. 30 yards to the counting tower. Her father, waiting. Her revenge, shattered. The documents, the confessions, the Fire Knight letter, all of it useless if she was caught. She looked at Kerman. He looked back, and in his eyes she saw everything he had not said. The years of watching, the months of curation, the murders, the lies, the love. Go, he said. I will hold them as long as I can. You are already arrested. Then I have nothing left to lose. Ivo stepped forward. I cannot let her escape Kerman. You can, Kerman said. You just have to choose to. Ivo's hand moved to his belt. Lysandra moved first. She took 2 steps backward, pulled the window latch, and climbed onto the sill. The winter air hit her face like a blade. Behind her, Kerman spoke. Ivo, we have a problem. What problem? The tribunal men have breached the guard room. Your jurisdiction just ended. Ivo cursed. Lysandra did not wait. She dropped. Chapter 44. The cold hit her like a wall. Not gradual, not something she could brace for. One moment, the winter air. The next, the river closed over her head, and the world became pressure and darkness and a scream she did not let out because water filled her throat before sound could form. Her gown wrapped around her legs like a dead hand. The current took her sideways, dragging her under the quay where the ice had not yet formed, where the water ran fast and black and cold enough to stop a heart. She fought against the weight of her clothes, against the instinct to gasp, against the panic that wanted to claw her back to the surface, where the tribunal men would be waiting. The documents. She pressed her palm flat against her ribs. The oilcloth packet, the confession, the Fire Night letter, still there, still pressed against her body by the wet wool of her gown. She kicked. Her head broke the surface long enough for one breath, one glimpse of the riverbank, one instant to orient herself before the current pulled her under again. The bridge was upstream, the counting tower downstream. Between them, the dark water ran between warehouse pilings and ice floes that scraped her arms as she passed. She let the current carry her. It was faster than swimming, and swimming was not something she could sustain. The cold was already wecking into her muscles, into her joints, into the spaces between her ribs where her lungs fought to expand. Each breath cost more than the last. Inside Wexgrave House, Mirelle Claire stood at the junction of the servants' corridor and the main hall and began to scream. Not a woman's scream, a housekeeper's scream. The kind that meant fire or flood or something worse than either. "The wing is breached," she shouted, her voice carrying down the stone passage. "The counting wing doors are open. Someone has taken the ledgers." Servants appeared from doorways, from pantries, from the narrow stairs that connected the floors. Kitchen girls with flour on their arms, footmen still holding trays, maids who had been folding linen and now stood frozen, listening to the housekeeper's voice cut through the noise of the tribunal raid. "To the main doors," Mirelle ordered. "Stand guard. Do not let anyone leave until the factor gives clearance." She did not wait to see if they obeyed. She turned and walked toward the east corridor, where the shouting had grown louder. The counting wing was chaos. Ivo Mundaka stood in the center of it, his hand on his belt, his face a mask of controlled fury. Caedmon stood 3 feet from him, still pale, still bleeding from a cut across his temple that no one had bothered to bandage. Tribunal men moved past them, searching rooms, pulling drawers from desks, calling out the names of documents they found and did not recognize. "You let her go," Ivo said. His voice was low, flat, dangerous. "I gave her a choice," Caedmon answered. "You gave her the window." "I gave her the window because you gave me no other option. You arrested me. You stood there while Van secured the corridor. You let the tribunal into the counting wing before I had finished speaking." Ivo's jaw tightened. She has the documents, she has the confession, she has the letter. If she reaches the counting tower before we do, she will not reach it tonight. You do not know that. I know she dropped into the river in full winter gown with a current running under the bridge. Caedmon's voice was steady, almost calm. If she does not freeze to death in the first 100 yards, she will be too weak to climb out before dawn. And by dawn, the tribunal will have the entire bank under seal. Ivo stared at him. "You are counting on her dying. I am counting on her surviving long enough for the search to scatter." Caedmon met his eyes. "There is a difference." A tribunal officer appeared in the doorway. "Captain, we have searched the east wing, the kitchens, and the servants' quarters. The governess is not in the house." Ivo turned. "Then she is in the river." He walked past Caedmon without another word. Mirelle watched him go. She stood in the shadow of the staircase, her hands folded at her waist, her face expressionless. She had seen men like Ivo before, methodical, patient. The kind who did not stop searching until they found what they were looking for. She had also seen men like Caedmon, the kind who counted on luck and called it strategy. She did not know which of them was right. But she knew the river. She had grown up on it, worked beside it, watched it take bodies and keep them. If the governess had dropped into the current where the ice had not yet formed, she would be carried under the bridge, past the counting tower, through the warehouse channel where the old smoke passages opened onto the bank. If she survived the cold, she might reach the passage mouth before dawn. If she did not, the never would keep her until the thaw. Mirelle turned and walked toward the kitchen, where the servants were still gathered, waiting for orders. She did not give any. Under the bridge, the current deepened. Lysandra's feet struck something solid, a piling, a submerged beam. She pushed off it, driving herself upward, and her head broke the surface again. This time she was in shadow. The bridge arched above her, black against the winter sky, and beneath it the water was still and deep and gold enough to stop time. She grabbed for the stonework. Her fingers found a crack, a joint, a rough edge of mortar. She held on. Her body shook. The documents pressed against her ribs, wet but intact, sealed in oilcloth and hope. She hung there, breathing, waiting for the shaking to stop. It did not stop. The cold was in her now, in her blood, in her bones, in the spaces behind her eyes where the remembrance mask still held, still strained, still pulled at her like a second skin she could not shed. She thought of her mother, not the fire, not the smoke, the way her mother had held her face on the last morning, before the counting hall, before the purge, before everything became ash. The way she had said, "Do not let them make you small." Lysandra had not let them make her small, she had let them make her into something else. She held the stonework and listened to the water, and tried to remember how to breathe. Above her, on the bank, a figure moved against the dark. Ivo Mendicott stood at the edge of the river, his breath fluming in the cold, his eyes scanning the ice, the current, the shadow beneath the bridge. He had counted the windows. He had worked out which one she took. And he knew, with the certainty of a man who had spent his life reading water, that she could not have gone far. He began to walk along the bank, his boots crunching on the frozen gravel, his hand resting on his belt. Lysandra heard him. She held the stonework and did not move. The water pulled at her. The cold pulled at her. The darkness under the bridge wrapped around her like a shroud. And somewhere above, Ivo's footsteps stopped. He was listening. She was listening. The river moved between them, black and silent, carrying the last of her warmth away. Chapter 45. The cold did not stop. It drove through her wet skirts and into her bones, a deep ache that promised numbness before she could reach dry ground. Lysandra broke the surface gasping, river water streaming from her hair, from the wool of her gown, from the documents pressed against her ribs. The current pulled at her ankles, tried to sweep her toward the deeper channel where the ice floes gathered under the bridge. She caught a stone lip with her fingers, slick with moss, cold enough to burn, but solid. She dragged herself out of the water onto a narrow ledge where the house's foundation met the river, a service drain cut into the stone just above the waterline. Black opening, no light. She crawled into it on hands and knees, the documents crackling with damp against her skin. The passage smelled of rust and old ash. Her boots squelched with every step. The cold had not reached her lungs yet, but it was coming. A second wave that would shake her apart when she stopped moving. She stopped moving. Her hands braced against the wall. Her breath came in hard, shallow pulls. The pain the fall had promised began to arrive in her ribs, a dull fire spreading with each inhale. Behind her, a boot scraped stone. She turned. The passage stretched back toward the river mouth, gray light leaking through the drain grate. A shape filled the opening, tall and still, blocking the only exit. Ivo Mendicott stepped forward. He did not draw women. He did not raise his voice. He stood with his hands loose at his sides, his coat wet at the shoulders, his face carrying the same flat patience he had used when he found her in the vault antechamber. "I counted the windows," he said. "I knew which one you would take." Lysandra said nothing. Her fingers found the documents through the wet fabric, checking them by touch. Still there. Still sealed. "You jumped into the river in full winter." Ivo took another step, the passage narrowing around them. "That is not the act of a woman with nothing to fear. That is the act of a woman who fears what waits on the bank more than she fears drowning." "I fell," she said. No heat in it, no mockery either. Just a man correcting an error in a record. "You jumped. I saw the silhouette against the frostlight. You jumped before Caedmon could follow." She held his gaze. The passage was too narrow to run past him. The water behind her led only to deeper cold, and the current that would drag her under the ice before she reached the far Cree. "What do you want to get?" Ivo studied her for a long moment. The passage was dark enough that she could not read his eyes, only the set of his shoulders, the way his weight shifted onto his back foot. "Then you have your victory," he said. "The confessions, the audit, the ruin. You can walk out of this house and never look back. The tribunal will finish what you started." "Yes. So why are you still here?" She had no answer that would serve her. The truth was too tangled, too full of children and priests and her father's name waiting in a counting tower. She said nothing. Ivo's gaze dropped, landed on her left wrist, where the wet cuff had pulled back. A dark stain spread across the fabric. Blood. Not her own. From the room where Caedmon had made his confession, where the marks of his violence had been wiped but not erased. "Whose blood is that?" Ivo's voice changed. The calm remained, but something beneath it sharpened, a blade exposed. She did not answer. "The heirs," he said. Not a question. "You were in the room when he confessed. You touched something you should not have. Or he touched you." "No." "Then explain the blood, Coralie." He used the name deliberately, a reminder that she was still wearing someone else's face. "Explain why a woman who survived a purge carries another man's blood on her sleeve while the house burns around her." She could not tell him the truth. Could not tell him the blood belonged to a clerk Caedmon had killed. That she had pressed her palm against the desk where the body had fallen before they moved it. The admission would make her complicit, would hand Ivo the legal justification to detain her as an accessory to murder. "Caedmon Brannigan confessed to 3 killings," she said. "I was present. The blood transferred when I took the documents from the desk. I did not witness the acts, I did not order them." Convenient. "It is true." Ivo stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the rover on his coat, the oil on his belt leather, the faint salt of a man who had been running. "The tribunal is hunting you," he said. "Not Lysandra Okwuosa, Coralie Threnody. Your forged name is already in the runner's warrants. Every gate, every dock, every ferry crossing will have your description by dawn." She knew. She had known since Corvane spoke the words. "I can give you Coralie Threnody," Ivo said. "I can walk you to the front door, present you as the captured fugitive, and let the tribunal take the false name while the real woman vanishes through the servant's gate. No one needs to know you are the Okwuosa daughter. You walk free. The house gets its scapegoat. I get a closed case." The offer hung in the air between them. Clean, tempting, a way out that cost her nothing but a name she had already planned to discard. "What do you want in return?" Ivo's eyes met hers. "I want to know who else is coming. You did not build this alone. Someone in the counting tower on Riverside Road has been waiting for this night longer than you have. I want his name." "For father." Ivo had traced the same thread she had, followed the same pattern of orchestration, and reached the same destination. "Give me the name," Ivo said, "and you walk out of this passage as Coralie Threnody, never to be seen again." She could feel the documents against her ribs, damp, heavy, enough to ruin a dynasty and save 5 more families from the same fate. Enough to damn her father or free him, depending on how she used them. "I do not know the name," she said. It was not a lie. She had not spoken it aloud since Ven had told her, could not speak it. The shape of it of her mouth felt like ash. Ivo's hand moved. Not fast, not threatening, a simple extension of fingers toward her wrist. "You are lying," he said, and he caught her cuff, lifting the blood-stained fabric into the gray light. The chapter ends there, with his grip tightening on her arm, with the passage narrowing to a single point of decision, and behind him, from the direction of the river grate, the scrape of another boot on stone. Someone else had followed them in. Chapter 46. Ivo's grip tightened on her cuff. The blood stain darkened under his thumb, a black bloom spreading through the wet wool. "Last chance," he said. "The name." She moved. Not backward, not toward him. Sideways, into the gap between the drain wall and the iron ladder, where the stonework had crumbled with the river's wet and salt and years. Her shoulder caught the brick. Pain flared through her ribs, the impact from the fall still singing in her bones. But the mortar gave. A shower of grit and rust-colored dust fell past her face. Ivo's hand snapped forward, catching her sleeve, but the fabric was wet, and the grip slipped. She twisted, drove her elbow into the space behind her, and felt the wall give further. A whole section of brick and lime collapsing inward into darkness. "Hold." Ivo started. She did not hold. She threw herself backward into the gap, felt the jagged edge of broken brick tear at her shoulder, felt the floor vanish beneath her feet, and dropped. The fall was short. 2 spans, maybe 3. Her heels hit stone, her knees buckled, and she came down hard, the impact driving the documents against her ribs hard enough to steal her breath. Dust filled her mouth. Ash. Old ash, cold and fine, the kind that settled in places no one cleaned because no one remembered they existed. Above her, Ivo's voice came through the hole, muffled by the angle and the debris. "Lysandra." "Not Coralie." She did not answer. She pushed herself up, blinking in the dark, and forced her eyes to adjust. The space around her was narrow, no wider than her outstretched arms, a corridor carved between the foundations of the counting wing and the river stone that held the house above the floodline. The walls were raw rock and old brick, the floor uneven, and the air tasted of ash so old it had lost its heat, become mineral, become part of the earth the house was built on. Abandoned records corridor. She had heard of it once, in a fragment of servant gossip she had filed away without knowing she would ever use it. A space between the old counting rooms and the newer vaults, sealed off when the foundations shifted and the money moved upstairs. Too damp for valuable paper, too narrow for regular access. Forgotten. She moved forward, one hand on the wall, the other pressed against her ribs where the documents lay. The ash was thick here, ankle-deep in places, and she realized what it was. Not building ash, not the residue of fire, ledger ash. Somewhere in the decades before the purge, someone had brought the old records here to burn. The corridor had been a furnace, a place where debts and names and contracts went to become nothing. The ash beneath her shoes was the ghost of 100 forgotten transactions. She walked through it. 20 paces, 30. The corridor bent, narrowed, then opened into a small chamber no larger than a serving pantry, where the ceiling sloped low enough to force her to stoop. And there, wedged between two stones where no one would look unless they knew exactly where to reach. A leather satchel sat in a hollow carved by hand. Caedmon's work. She knew before she touched it, knew where the satchel was placed, precisely in the one spot the damp could not reach, the one spot a woman of her height would find as she dropped through the only breakable wall in the passage. She pulled the satchel free. Inside, folded clothes, dry, wool, plain. A pouch of coin, a small sealed tin of hard bread and dried meat, and a leather document case, flat, oiled, waterproof. She opened the case. 3 forged passes, each bearing the name of a different Rivertown courier, each stamped with a seal she recognized from the guild manifests she had studied in the nursery. One for the Riverside Rydegate, one for the Lower Ferry, one for the counting house quarantine pier, where the sick and the stranded were moved without inspection. Beneath the passes, a single sheet folded tight. She unfolded it. The handwriting was Caedmon's, clean, precise, the same hand that had written the forged ledger page, the same hand that had signed the confession that would ruin him. Do not trust the counting tower path. He is waiting for you there, but he is not alone. Ven has men on the Riverside Road gate, loyal to your father, not to you. Take the quarantine pier. The boatman will have a lantern with a cracked green glass. Show him the middle pass, not the first one. He will take you downriver to Siltmouth, where the debt seals do not reach. Burn this before you board. Burn it while you can still see the flame. I was wrong to keep your father from you. I was wrong to shape your path without your consent, but I am not wrong about this. If you go to him now, you will not leave. He has waited 11 years to explain himself. He will not let you walk away until you have heard every word, and where then the tribunal will have the docs sealed. Go, survive. Hate me if you must, but survive. She read it twice. The words sat in her chest like the documents against her ribs, heavy, warm, and wrong. He had built her an exit, a clean one, a river path out of Drosfin that would take her beyond the reach of her father, the tribunal, and the ruin she had made. He had built it while she was still falling. She folded the letter and tucked it into her bodice, beside the documents, beside the confession, beside the ash she had not shaken from her clothes. She would burn it, but not yet, not until she understood what she was choosing. The chamber had a low door, half-rotted, sealed with a latch that had not been oiled in years. She worked it open with the steel strip, feeling the lock give slowly, rust flaking against her fingers. Beyond the door, a narrow stair climbed toward the level of the old counting rooms, the ones the house had abandoned when the vaults moved below. She could hear nothing from above, no footsteps, no voices. Ivo had not followed her through the hole. That meant he had chosen the other path, the faster path, the one that led around instead of through. Or it meant he had let her go. She did not have time to decide which. She climbed. The stair ended at a wooden door, warped, the paint long since peeled to bare grain. She pressed her ear to the wood and listened. Silence. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was a counting room, but not one she recognized. The desks were old, the ledgers stacked in boxes nailed shut with rusted staples. Dust covered everything, a fine gray blanket that had settled and never been disturbed. She crossed to the window. The glass was grimy, but through it she could see the courtyard, the gate, the iron fence that separated Wexgrave land from the river road. And beyond the gate, moving fast, a cluster of lanterns. Tribunal colors, black wax and red glass. They were already here. She turned from the window, searching for another door, another passage, another way out, and found herself staring at the wall where a mirror had once hung, its glass long since shattered, its frame empty and dark. Behind her in the corridor she had just left, a floorboard creaked. Someone had followed her up 15 weeks. Chapter 47. The creak came from the corridor she had just left. Lysandra flattened against the wall beside the empty mirror frame, fingers finding the steel strip in her sleeve. The dust on the floor showed her own footprints, fresh and clear, leading straight to the counting room door. Whoever had followed would see them too. The creak did not repeat, but she heard breathing now, shallow, controlled, the kind that came from someone who did not want to be heard. She could not go back down the stair, could not go forward through a room with one window and no second exit. The counting room had been sealed for years, its door warped in the frame, its lock rusted open. She held still and waited. The breathing stopped. Then a voice, low and precise, from the corridor mouth. "I know you are in there. I am alone, and I am not here to capture you." Sabine. Lysandra did not lower the steel strip. "Prove it." "I am not carrying a lantern. I am not calling for guards. I am standing in a corridor filled with ash, having followed you through a hole in a wall that will ruin a perfectly good dinner gown." A pause. "I have 30 minutes before anyone notices I am missing, possibly 40. Corvane is still negotiating with the tribunal factors in the front hall, and Caedmon is in the guard room with Ivo, trading accusations neither of them will resolve tonight." Lysandra's hands stayed tight on the steel. "You expect me to believe you followed me for conversation. I expect you to believe I am the only person in this house who might let you reach the river." The silence stretched. Sabine stepped into the doorway. Her gown was dark, practical, the hem damp with ash. Her hair had been pinned tight, but a strand had come loose and trailed across her cheek. She looked nothing like the woman who had sat at Corvane's table, all silk and polite distance. She looked like someone who had spent years waiting for a door to open. "The quarantine pier," Sabine said. "That is where you're going. The middle pass, the green glass lantern, the boatman who does not speak. Caedmon's route." Lysandra's chest went cold. "How?" "I know my brother." Sabine's voice carried no warmth. "I have known him my whole life. He prepares exits the way other men prepare alibis, and he has been preparing yours since the night you arrived, even if he did not admit it to himself until tonight." She stepped into the room. The dust rose around her feet. "I am not here to stop you," she said. "I am here to offer you a faster path out, one that does not depend on a mute boatman and a cracked lantern, one that puts you on a coast-bound freighter before dawn, with a new name and enough coin to reach the saltwater ports." Lysandra watched her. "And what do you want in return?" Sabine's eyes did not flicker. "Caedmon's confession." The words landed clean and cold. "The one he wrote," Sabine said. "The one detailing the murders, the falsifications, the evidence he planted and the bodies he moved. You are carrying it against your ribs. I saw him give it to you in the study, before Ivo arrived. I saw you tuck it into your bodice." Lysandra said nothing. "I do not want the purge documents," Sabine continued. "I do not want Corvane's signed confession, or the Fire Night letter, or the abstract that proves the debt was fabricated. You can burn those for all I care. I want the confession that ruins Caedmon." "Why?" "Because Corvane will fall tonight. The tribunal will take him, and the house will need a new head. The creditors will demand a successor within the week, and the guildmasters will choose whoever can hold the books steady. If Caedmon is still standing, they will choose him. He is the heir. He is male. He has controlled the Chouting Wing for 3 years." Sabine's voice dropped. "I have spent 23 years being useful, being patient, being passed over because I married a man who took my name and gave me nothing in return but Cosette's empty title. If Caedmon falls with Corvane, the succession opens, and I will be standing in that opening." Lysandra understood then. Sabine did not care who survived the scandal. She did not care about justice, revenge, or the truth of the purge. She cared about the line of succession, and she had seen in Lysandra's arrival the only weapon that could break it. "You want me to destroy him," Lysandra said. "I want you to give me the means to destroy him. You do not have to do it yourself. You just have to leave the confession with me, walk to the pier, and let the house tear itself apart without you." The documents against Lysandra's ribs felt heavier. Caedmon's confession, written in his own hand, detailing everything he had done to protect her. Every murder, every falsification, every choice he had made without her consent. He had given it to her as a gift, a surrender, a way out. She had not yet decided whether to use it, and now Sabine was asking her to hand it over. "What if I refuse?" Lysandra said. Sabine's expression did not change. "Then you took Caedmon's route to the quarantine pier, the boatman with the green glass lantern, the middle pass. You reach the coast in 3 days, maybe 4, assuming the river does not freeze solid before dawn." She paused. "Corvane sent riders 20 minutes ago. 3 of them, mounted, carrying sealed orders to every dockmaster between here and the estuary. The quarantine pier will be locked within the hour. The lower ferry will be grounded. The coast-bound freighter you were planning to meet will be turned back at the sound." Lysandra's stomach dropped. "The riders left before the tribunal arrived," Sabine said. "Corvane may be facing ruin, but he is not stupid. He knows the only witness who can testify to the fee shape of the conspiracy is the woman who walked out of his study with his signed confession. He will freeze every escape route within reach before he lets you leave the city. He cannot freeze the river. He can freeze the docks. And without a dock, you cannot board a boat. And without a boat, you are trapped inside Drosvin with a tribunal writ and a dead woman's name." Sabine held her gaze. "I can get you past the dockmasters. I have been paying them for years in my name, not Corvane's. They will honor my seal even if his riders arrive first, but I will not do it for free." Lysandra's mind moved fast, calculating, discarding, recalculating. She had 3 forged passes, but they were Caedmon's passes, prepared for Caedmon's route. If Corvane had already sent riders to seal the docks, those passes might be worthless before she reached the pier. Sabine's offer was real. Sabine had the connections, the seals, the access that could cut through Corvane's lockdown. But the price was Caedmon's ruin. "You are asking me to trade a man who confessed his murders to save me," Lysandra said slowly, "for a clear path to the coast. I am asking you to decide whether his fate matters more than your survival." The words hung between them. Lysandra thought of Caedmon's letter folded against her ribs. "Go, survive, hate me if you must, but survive." He had known what she would face. He had given her the confession anyway, knowing it could be used against him, knowing she might choose to use it. But he had not known Sabine would be the one to ask. "I need to think," Lysandra said. "You have until I hear the front doors close," Sabine said. "After that, the riders will have reached the lower gate and my seal will not matter." She stepped back into the corridor, her dart down brushing the ash. "Do not take too long, Coralie. The river waits for no one, not even the dead." Chapter 48. The ash corridor stretched behind her, black and granular, each step stirring the residue of old ledgers into the air. Lysandra pressed her palm against the wall and forced herself forward, away from Sabine's offer, away from the choice that sat in her chest like a blade she had not yet decided to pull. The mask burned behind her left eye. Not the usual ache. Something deeper. A heat that pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, spreading along her jaw down the curve of her throat. She touched her face and felt the skin too warm beneath her fingers, the mask straining against the bone, as if it had begun to loosen its grip. She had worn it too long, through the confession, through the river, through the ash and the cold, and the run through the counting wing. The mask had been stretched past endurance, and now it was fracturing from the inside. The corridor opened into a narrow stair. She took it without thinking, her body moving on instinct while her mind scrambled to hold the shape of Coralie Threnody. The governess. The woman with the careful voice and the still hands, and the eyes that never revealed what they saw. "My name is Coralie Threnody." She repeated it like a prayer, but the words felt thin, papery, as if they belonged to someone else's mouth. The stair ended at a heavy door. She pushed through and found herself in the chapel undercroft, where the air smelled of damp stone and old incense. A single oil lamp burned on the altar above, casting a weak pool of light through the gap between the undercroft's ceiling beams. She leaned against the wall and tried to breathe. The mask pulsed. And then she saw her mother's face. It was not a memory. It was there, in front of her, superimposed over the stone wall. Her mother's eyes wide with understanding in the instant before the beam fell. Her mother's mouth opening to scream a name Lysandra had not heard in 11 years. Not Coralie, not the governess, the name her mother had given her before the fire took everything. Lysandra's knees buckled. She caught herself on a support pillar, her fingers scraping against the stone, and the pain brought her back, but not all the way. She was standing in the undercroft. She was wearing Coralie's gown. Her hands were Coralie's hands, pale and uncalloused from the months of governess work, but she could not remember which name to answer to. The heat behind her eye intensified, and she felt something give. A seam, a thread. The mask was not cracking visibly, but something beneath her skin was coming apart, and she did not know how to stop it. A footstep scraped on the stone floor. She spun, her hand reaching for the knife she no longer carried, and found Brother Aemon standing at the bottom of the undercroft stair. His robes were damp at the hem. His pale brown eyes held no surprise. He had been watching her. "I heard someone in the passage," he said quietly. "I thought it might be you." Lysandra opened her mouth. No words came. She did not know whose voice to use. Aemon's gaze moved over her face with the careful attention of a man who had read grief in 100 different shapes. He did not move closer. He simply stood, a hand's breadth of air between them, and waited. The lamp above flickered. "The mask," he said, not a question. She nodded. The motion made the soot surge, and she pressed the heel of her hand against her left eye socket, trying to push the pressure back. "I have been wearing it too long," she said, Coralie's voice. She heard it and wanted to weep. "I cannot." She stopped, swallowed. "I cannot feel which one I am anymore." Aemon stepped forward slowly, the way one approached a wounded animal. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small cloth bundle, which he unfolded to reveal a tin cup and a flask. He poured something dark into the cup, wine, from the smell of it, mixed with something bitter. "Drink this." She took the cup. The warmth of the stone bled through the soles of her boots, and the wine steamed in the cold air, and she realized she had not felt warm since he jumped from the window. "Who is leaving this house tonight?" The question came softly, without demand, but it hit her like a blow to the chest. She looked at Aemon. His gray-streaked beard was wet with river mist. His hands, raw and split from the cold, held the flask steady. She looked at the cup in her own hands, which were Coralie's hands, and she tried to remember which of them had been taught to hold wine without spilling it. "I do not know," she said. The words came out in a voice she did not recognize. Not Coralie's, not Lysandra's, something in between, torn and frayed, like fabric caught between two locked doors. Aemon's eyes did not leave her face. "Then we will wait until you do." The undercroft fell silent. The lamp above sent shadows shifting across the stone, and somewhere in the chapel above, a door opened and closed. Voices, distant and muffled. The tribunal still searching. Lysandra stared at the wine in her hands and felt the mask settle against her bones. Not healing, not breaking, simply holding, suspended, as if it too was waiting for her to decide. She thought of her mother's face in the fire. She thought of the name she had buried under 11 years of discipline and borrowed lives. She thought of Caedmon's confession pressed against her ribs and Sabine's offer, still hanging in the ash-scented air. She thought of the question Eamon had asked. Who was leaving this house tonight? She looked up. The voice that came out of her mouth was barely a whisper, but it was hers, the one she had not used in public for 11 years. I need you to answer a question first. Eamon inclined his head. Did you know my father was alive? The silence stretched. Eamon's face did not change, but his hands tightened on the flask. The cracked leather creaked under his grip, and the lamp above them guttered as footsteps stopped on the other side of the Undercroft door. Chapter 49. The footsteps stopped. Lysandra's hand tightened around the tin cup. The wine sloshed, dark and bitter-smelling, and she set it down on the stone beside her without drinking. Her eyes did not leave the Undercroft door. Brother Eamon stood motionless, his raw hands still gripping the flask. The lamp above them sent his shadow long across the stone, and in the silence Lysandra heard her own breathing, too fast, too shallow. Eamon. His name came out in the voice she had not used for 11 years. Strange on her tongue. Familiar. Like waking to a room she had forgotten existed. He looked at her. His pale brown eyes held nothing she could read. Did you know? The door handle shifted, a quarter turn. No more. Eamon's gaze flicked to the door, then back to her face. He set the flask down on the stone floor with deliberate care, as if movement itself could trigger whatever waited on the other side. The night I pulled you from the flood-side, he said, his voice low and even. I carried you 12 blocks to the shrine. You were burning with fever, or clothes were still smoking. He paused. 3 days later, a man came to the shrine. He asked if a child had been brought in. Small, dark-haired, gray-eyed. He described you. Who? He wore a coat that cost more than my year's alms. He did not give his name, but he left coin, enough to keep you hidden for a month, and a sealed packet marked with instructions I was not to open until you came back to ask for it. The door handles stilled. Lysandra's throat burned. You have been holding something from me for 11 years. I have been holding many things for you. Eamon reached into his robe and drew out a flat leather pouch, no larger than his palm, bound with wax-stained cord. He held it toward her. This is one of them. She did not take it. Who left it? Your father. The words hit her like a blade between the ribs. She had known. Ven had told her. Corvane had confirmed it. But hearing it from Eamon, from the man who had wrapped her in a blanket when she was 9 years old and bleeding from the mouth, was different. This was someone who had loved her before she learned to lie. You knew, she said. All this time, you knew he was alive. Eamon's face did not change. I knew he had survived the counting hall. I did not know where he had gone, or why he had not come for you. The packet arrived with a messenger 3 days after he visited. I did not see his face again. Then why didn't you tell me? When I came back, when I walked into your shrine and asked about the package, why didn't you say, because I did not know whose side you were on? The words stopped her. Eamon's eyes held hers, steady and old. The eyes of a man who had blessed bodies pulled from the river and learned that grief could make anyone into a weapon. You came to me wearing a max and a dead woman's name, he said. You were hunting Corvane Wexgrave with the patience of someone who had spent years learning to hate. If I had told you your father was alive, would you have gone to him? Or would you have burned through him too, because he did not save your mother? Lysandra's hand fell to her side. She did not have an answer. The Undercroft door rattled, someone testing the latch. Eamon pressed the leather pouch into her hands. The wax felt warm from his body heat, the leather soft with age. Open it. She broke the seal. The cord came away easily, as if it had been waiting for this moment as long as she had. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded tight and charred along one edge. She could smell the smoke still, 11 years later, embedded in the fibers. She unfolded it. The handwriting was her mother's. She knew it before her eyes registered the words. The slant. The way the loop of an O curled like a hook. She had watched that hand write shopping lists, letters to cousins, marginal notes in the household accounts. She had watched that hand reach for a ledger while the counting hall filled with smoke. The notation read, 17 names still vulnerable. Delay closes at midnight. If I do not survive, Kaylin knows the route. Below it, in her father's hand, a single line. I will hold the debt registry open until the bell. Let them come for me first. Lysandra stared at the paper until the words blurred. Her parents had been trying to move names off the debt rolls. 17 names. 17 families. The seizure was coming, and they had known it, and they had chosen to stay at the counting hall to buy time. Her mother had not died because her father ordered the fire. Her mother had died because both of them were trying to stop it. The charred edge of the paper brushed her thumb and left a smear of ash. I did not know the contents, Eamon said quietly. But I knew what it meant when a man leaves a sealed message for a child he may never see again. Lysandra looked up. Above them, the footsteps resumed. Not one set. 3. Moving fast, thudding across the chapel floor, the heavy tread of boots made for pursuit. Eamon's face tightened. Someone followed me from the shrine. Who? I did not see them. But they had time to bring others. The footsteps stopped directly above the undercroft. A voice called out, muffled by stone, but clear enough to make Lysandra's blood freeze. Check the lower doors. She came through here. Not a Wexgrave voice. Sharper, colder, tribunal. Lysandra folded the charred fragment with shaking hands and pressed it into the leather pouch. She tucked it inside her bodice, against the documents already pressed to her ribs, and the weight of it felt like a stone lodged beneath her heart. She looked at Eamon. Tell me there is another way out. He did not answer, but his eyes moved to the far wall of the undercroft, where a rusted grate sat flush against the stone, barely visible behind a stack of broken pews. The flood tunnel empties into the river below the quay, he said. It will be cold. Black. If you do not find the chime within the first 3 strokes, you will not find it at all. The door above shuddered, a shoulder hitting wood. Lysandra was already moving. She shoved the broken pews aside, the wood scraping her palms, and dropped to her knees before the grate. The iron was cold and wet with condensation. She gripped the bars and pulled. Nothing. Eamon knelt beside her. His hands, raw and strong, found the same bars. Together they wrenched, and the grate gave with a shriek of rusted metal, revealing a dark hole that smelled of stone, silt, and the dead winter river. Lysandra looked at Eamon. His face was lit by the lamp above, his beard streaked with gray, his eyes holding something she could not name. Your father loved you, he said. Whatever you find in the counting tower, remember that he loved you enough to let you go. The door above splintered. Lysandra dropped into the tunnel. The last thing she heard before the darkness swallowed her was Eamon's voice, rising above the crash of the door giving way. She went through the chapel. I could not stop her. And then the cold took her, and the water closed over her head, and the leather pouch against her ribs held the only proof she had ever needed that her parents had died together, fighting for the same thing. 17 names. She would find them. If she survived the river. Chapter 50. The cold took her like a fist. The flood tunnel dropped sheer. No slope, no stairs, just a stone throat that opened onto nothing and let gravity do the rest. Lysandra hit the water with her ribs already screaming, and the leather pouch pressed so hard against her chest, she felt the charred edge of her mother's note through the fabric. The river was black. Not dark, not deep. Black in a way that erased direction, made her eyes useless, left her only the cold and the current and the panicked thrum of her own heart counting seconds she did not have. She kicked. The documents were still against her ribs. The pouch, the passes, the confession, the charred note that had rewritten her entire life in 11 lines. She could not lose them. She would not. Her head braked the surface. Air hit her lungs like broken glass. She gasped, choked, gasped again, and the river spun her sideways before she could find a handhold. Above her, the flood tunnel mouth was a dark gash in the stone wall of the quay, already too high to reach, already receding as the current pulled her downstream. She heard voices, muffled, coming through the stone, coming from the undercroft. Did you think you could hide her? Not Aemon. A stranger's voice, sharp, tribunal cold. Then Aemon's voice, steady in a way that made her chest ache. I did not hide her. I sent her through the chapel. The chapel is sealed. We checked it first. Then you checked poorly. A pause, the scrape of boots on stone, the sound of something heavy being shifted. Lysandra trod water, her fingers numb, her body already forgetting what warmth felt like. The current tugged her toward the center of the river, where the ice-black water ran faster, and the lights of the quay grew distant. She should swim. She knew she should swim. But her arms would not obey. The grate is open. The voice again, different now, harder. You dropped her into the flood tunnel, priest. You sent her into the river. I sent her where she could survive. Aemon's voice did not waver. It did not break. It sounded like a man who had already accepted what came next. Take him. Hold him for the factors. He will name her route before the bell. She heard the crash of a door being forced wider, the scrape of stone, the sharp, brittle sound of Aemon's voice rising one last time. I alone forged her passage. She does not know where it led. She did not know my hand in it. If you want a confession, you have mine. The lie hit her like a second current. He was taking it, all of it. The concealment, the route, the 11 years of silence. He was wrapping himself in her escape and telling the tribunal he had acted alone, and she was floating in the river, too cold to move, too numb to scream. The door slammed. The sound echoed through the stone and across the water, and then there was only the river and the dark and the distant lights of the quay growing smaller. Lysandra forced her arms to move. One stroke, then another. The leather pouch bumped against her ribs like a second heartbeat. The documents stayed sealed. She kicked toward the nearest pier, where the water slapped against barnacled wood and the shadows gathered thick as ink. Her fingers spanned the first ladder. Iron rungs, slick with frost and river slime, bolted into the stone. She pulled herself up one rung at a time, her body shaking so hard she could barely grip, the water streaming from her clothes and freezing on her skin before she reached the top. She hauled herself onto the pier and lay there, face down, gasping. The wood was cold. The air was cold. Everything was cold except the fire in her chest where her mother's note lay folded against her heart. She heard footsteps, not from the chapel. From the street beyond the warehouse, multiple sets, moving fast. A voice called out, too far to make out words, but the tone was clear. Pursuit. Lysandra pushed herself up, her arms shook, her legs would not stop trembling. She looked down the length of the pier and saw, at the far end, a shape in the darkness. A skiff, tied to some mooring post. A single lantern hung from the bow, the glass cracked, the flame inside burning green. Caedmon's boatman. She stared at it, At the offer she had not asked for, the route she had not chosen, the gift from a man who had shaped her path like clay and was now asking her to trust the shape he had made. Behind her, the footsteps grew louder. She looked at the skiff, she looked at the dark water. She thought of Aemon's voice claiming the lie, of her mother's charred note, of 17 names she had promised to find. The boatman did not move, did not call out, just sat in the skiff with the cracked green lantern swinging, waiting for her to decide. The first tribunal lantern appeared at the mouth of the alley behind her, and Lysandra made her choice. Chapter 51. The first step cracked the frost on the pier boards like bone. Lysandra moved toward the skiff because the alley behind her was filling with light, and because standing still meant freezing, and because the alternative was lying down and letting the river have her. She told herself each reason as she walked, separate and cold, so she did not have to admit the shape of the choice. The boatman watched her approach without expression. He was older than she expected, 50s maybe. Gray stubble across a jaw that had been broken and set badly once. His hands rested on the oars with the patience of a man who had been waiting for hours and was prepared to wait longer. The cracked green lantern swung from the bow, its light the color of rotting riverweed. Lysandra reached the edge of the pier. The skiff sat 2 feet below, rocking against the mooring post with a hollow wooden clap. She did not speak. The boatman did not speak. She gripped the mooring post and lowered herself into the skiff, her frozen fingers barely obeying, her body landing hard on the bench. The leather pouch pressed against her sternum, and she felt the edges of the documents through the wet sealskin. The boatman cast off. No word, no signal. He simply pulled the rope from the post, set the oars in the water, and the skiff slid away from the pier as silently as the tribunal lanterns surged onto the planks behind her. She heard the shout. "Empty! Boat's gone!" A pause. Then another voice, harder, carrying authority. "Check the water. She hit the river. She cannot be far." The boatman pulled his oars deep, and the skiff glided into the channel, where the fog lay thick as wool over the current. Lysandra turned her head just enough to see the pier shrink into the darkness, the lanterns blurring into orange smears, the shadows of tribunal agents moving along the embankment like figures behind oiled glass. Then the fog swallowed them. The river opened around the skiff, the sounds of the city faded, the slap of oars and the hiss of water against the hull became the only rhythms in a world that had gone gray and featureless. Lysandra sat in the stern, shivering so hard her teeth clicked. The boatman did not look at her. He rowed with mechanical steadiness, his eyes fixed on a point somewhere ahead that she could not see through the fog. His hands were cracked and scarred. His coat was patched leather, his mouth stayed closed as if it had been sewn. She tried to speak. "Where?" The word came out as a croak. She swallowed. Tried again. "Where are we going?" The boatman lifted his chin the barest fraction and gestured with it toward the bow. Ahead, downriver, writhing more. No voice. She waited for him to speak. He did not. The moat loyalist, the man who could not be questioned, could not be bribed, could not confirm or deny any of the secrets she carried. Caedmon had chosen him the way a chess player chooses a piece with no value except its position. She hated the precision of it. She hated that she was grateful. The fog thinned briefly, and she saw they were passing the lower warehouses, where the river narrowed between stone walls and the water turned sluggish with refuse. A gull perched on a piling, watching her pass with the cold judgment of a scavenger. Then the fog closed again. She pulled the leather pouch from beneath her shirt and held it in her lap, not opening it, just feeling the weight of what she carried. 17 names. A route her father knew. Caedmon's confession. All of it sealed against her skin, safe for now. The boatman rowed. Minutes passed, maybe longer. Time had lost its shape on the river, where the fog erased the line between one moment and the next. The cold had stopped being painful and had become a numbness that felt almost peaceful. And she caught herself sagging forward, her chin dropping toward her chest. She jerked upright. The boatman had stopped rowing. He sat motionless, one oar dipped, his head turned slightly, listening. She heard it then, a horn, low and long, carrying across the water like a fog bell. Not tribunal, deeper. The kind of horn that came from the big patrol barges, the kind that swept the river with iron hooks and lanterns, and men who did not ask questions. The boatman lifted his hand and pointed. Through the fog she saw it, a shape, dark and low, moving across the channel 100 yards ahead, its lanterns burning with the yellow-white light of guild authority. It was not coming toward them yet, but it was crossing the river at an angle that would bring it directly across their path within minutes. The boatman looked at her. His face said what his mouth could not. Someone told them they were coming. The second horn answered the first, closer now, and Lysandra felt the documents against her ribs like a heartbeat that was not her own. The skiff had nowhere to hide. The fog could not conceal them much longer, and the current was pulling her straight into the teeth of the trap. Chapter 52. The boatman pulled the oars with the same mechanical rhythm, his eyes fixed on the fog ahead. He did not look at her. He did not need to. She was cargo, delivered to the next hand, and the less he knew about what he carried, the safer he remained. Lysandra pressed her back against the thwart and forced her hands to stop shaking. The cold had sunk past her skin into the marrow now, a deep ache that settled in her joints and made her thoughts move like honey. She blinked against the fog and tried to count the minutes since the horn had sounded. Could not. Time had unspooled into gray water and the slap of oars and the weight of wet wool against her ribs. The boatman raised his chin. She followed his gaze and saw the patrol barge again, closer now, its yellow-white lanterns cutting through the mist like eyes opening in the dark. It had changed course. No longer crossing the channel at a shallow angle, it was turning directly toward them. Lysandra's throat closed. He sees us. The boatman did not nod. He pulled his right oar harder, angling the skiff toward the warehouse shadows along the northern bank, where the water went dark under overhanging roofs and the fog cooled thick as smoke. The skiff responded sluggishly, the current pushing against the turn. She heard the horn a third time. Not a warning, a signal. The boatman's jaw tightened. He had not flinched at the tribunal lanterns on the pier. He had not flinched when the first horn sounded. But now his hands shifted on the oars, adjusting grip, and she saw something flicker across his face that looked like recognition. He knew that horn. He knew what it meant. "Who?" she said. He did not answer, could not answer. But his eyes cut to the east, where the fog thinned over the water, and she saw what he was looking at. A second vessel, smaller than the patrol barge, painted black, moving without lanterns through the mist. It had emerged from the channel between two warehouses and was sliding into position ahead of them, blocking the gap between the northern bank and a moored grain barge. The trap had two jaws. Behind her, the patrol barge was still coming. Ahead, the dark vessel waited with oars shipped and no lights showing. The boatman pulled hard on the left oar, spinning the skiff in a tight arc that sent water slapping over the gunwale, and she felt the current catch them and drag them sideways toward the warehouse wall. He was trying to slip between a piling and a moored scow. The gap was barely wide enough. Lysandra grabbed the gunwale as the skiff scraped against something underwater, the hull shuddering, and then they were through, into a narrow channel where the fog lay so thick she could taste salt and rot on her tongue. The boatman did not slow. He drove the oars deep and the skiff shot forward between walls of wet stone. Behind them, a shout. Then another. The patrol barge could not follow through this gap. But the dark vessel would find another way around, or it would simply wait at the far end where the channel opened back into the main river. The boatman knew it too. He pulled the oars once, twice, 3 more strokes, then let the skiff drift and turned to face her. His expression was flat, accepting. He pointed ahead where the channel narrowed again between 2 crumbling stone piers, and then he pointed at himself, and then at the water. He meant to leave the skiff. He meant to draw them off. Lysandra shook her head. No. He did not argue. He simply reached into the bilge, pulled out a rusted iron weight tied to a length of rope, and held it up. A decoy. Something that would splash and sink and sound like a body hitting the water. He was going to make them think she had jumped. She stared at him. You were told to do this. He did not confirm, did not deny. He just held her gaze with the patient emptiness of a man who had been given orders and meant to carry them out, and she understood that Caedmon had planned for this too. The boatman was not only mute, he was expendable. The dark vessel's bow appeared at the far end of the channel. The boatman dropped the weight over the side. It hit the water with a hollow splash and sank, pulling the rope after it, and for a moment the sound echoed between the stone walls like a body surrendering to the current. The boatman did not wait. He rolled over the gunwale and slipped into the water without a sound, his coat filling with dark water, his head disappearing beneath the surface. She was alone. The skiff drifted. The dark vessel's oars bit the water, pulling it closer, and she saw the figure standing in the bow. Tall, still, watching her through the fog with the patience of something that had already won. She recognized the posture. She recognized the shape of the shoulders, the way the head tilted slightly to the left as if listening for a lie. Caedmon had come for her himself. Chapter 53. The skiff drifted in the narrow channel, water lapping against the hull, and Lysandra watched Caedmon's dark vessel pull closer through the fog. The gap between them shrank. 20 yards. 15. She could see him clearly now. He stood in the bow with his coat collar raised against the mist, hands empty at his sides, the lantern at his feet turned low. He was not rushing. He was not calling out. He simply watched her the way he had watched her that first night in Corvane's study, as though she were a text he had already finished reading and was only waiting for her to catch up. Behind her, the patrol barge's horn sounded again. Closer now. The channel was a dead end. Stone walls on both sides, the dark vessel blocking the exit ahead, the patrol barge sealing the entrance behind. Caedmon had built the trap around 2 jaws, and both were closing. Lysandra's hand found the leather pouch at her waist. The documents were still there. The signed confession, the draft, the payment abstract, Caedmon's confession, her mother's chawed note. 17 names and a rat she had not yet followed. She would not let them be taken. She scanned the channel walls. Wet stone. A rusted iron ring embedded in the right wall, perhaps for mooring. A narrow ledge running along the base of the left wall, barely 6 inches wide, slick with algae. Above it, a wooden door set into the stone, warped with age, its iron hinges red with corrosion. A cache, fuel or salt, stored for the mooring barges that used this channel in better seasons. The dark vessel was 10 yards away now. She could hear the oars dipping, the water parting around the hull. She pulled the skiff toward the left wall, using the current and a single stroke of the oar, and grabbed the rusted ring. The skiff bumped against the stone. She shoved the oar through the ring, locking the boat in place, then climbed onto the narrow ledge. The leather pouch swung against her hip. She did not look back. The wooden door had no handle, only a latch on the outside, held by a pin that had rusted into place. She grabbed it, pulled, and felt it give a quarter inch before jamming. She threw her weight against it. The pin groaned, shifted, and the latch released. The door swung inward. Darkness. The smell of lamp oil and salt. Barrels stacked to the ceiling, their lids sealed with wax. A fuel cache meant for the morning barges that traveled upriver at winter's end. She stepped inside. Behind her, Caedmon's vessel scraped against the stone wall as it pulled alongside the skiff. She heard his voice, low and calm. "Lysandra." She did not answer. She pulled one of the documents from the pouch. Not the signed confession, not Caedmon's confession, one of the carbon-copied transfer records, the pages that showed only the abstract numbers, the names already burned in her memory. She held it to her face and let her blood ink sense read the residue. The panic was still there. The clerk who had written it had been afraid, his hand trembling as he copied the figures that would destroy House Okwuosa. But beneath the panic, there was something else. Resentment. The man had known what he was doing, and he had hated himself for it. She pressed the page against a barrel lid. The wax was soft. The residual ink, the emotional charge, the stored salt of the blood that had written the page, it bled into the wax like a brand, invisible but present. She did it again, pressing the page against a second barrel, a third, a fourth, letting the residue transfer, letting the old anger seed itself into the fuel. Then she took the oil lantern from the wall. It was half full. She turned the wick as high as it would go, then lifted the glass and tipped the lantern onto the first barrel. The oil spread across the wax, thin and hungry. She stepped back. "Lysandra." Caedmon's voice came through the door, closer now. "Do not do this." She had no flame. She looked around the cache. Nothing. No tinder, no strike stone, no. Her hand found the steel strip lock-clip in her sleeve, the one she had shaped from a corset stay, the one she had used in Corvane's study. She scraped it against the stone wall. A spark. Another. The third caught. The steel strip flared hot, and she touched it to the oil-soaked wax. The flame spread like a living thing. It ran across the first barrel, leaped to the second, found the third, and the cache erupted. Heat blasted her backward, slamming her against the doorframe, and she threw herself through the opening as the barrels began to ignite in sequence, each one a hammer blow of sound and light. The channel turned to day. Fire bloomed from the door, racing across the water, scorching the stone walls, and she heard men shouting on the patrol barge as the flames reflected off the fog and turned the mist to orange gauze. The dark vessel was pulling back, oars digging hard, and she saw Caedmon's silhouette against the blaze, one arm raised to shield his face, his expression unreadable. She had blinded the trap. Both jaws would have to pause, to turn, to find a new angle of approach. She had bought herself minutes. She ran along the ledge. The fire roared behind her, consuming the cache, sending black smoke rolling across the water. The patrol barge was backing hard, trying to avoid being caught in the spreading flames, and Ifo's voice cut through the noise, ordering his men to hold position. She reached the end of the ledge. A stone stair, narrow and broken, rising to the upper quay. She took it 3 steps at a time, her breath ragged, the heat at her back, and when she reached the top, she found herself on a cobbled street that ran between 2 rows of salt warehouses. Empty. Quiet. The fire was below her, hidden by the stone and the fog. The shouts were muffled. For a moment, she stood along in the cold air, the leather pouch pressed against her ribs, her body shaking with the afterburn of terror and heat. Then she heard it. Oars. Not from the channel, from ahead. She turned and saw the river beyond the warehouses. A vessel was moored at a private dock, its lanterns dark, its deck empty. But it was not the vessel she had seen before. This one carried Wexgrave colors, a green field with a silver scale rippling in the wind from the fire. And on the deck, standing alone, in a coat she recognized, Mirelle. Mirelle, the housekeeper who had measured her from the first night, who had fed her intelligence through the chapel corridor, who had warned her that Caedmon's attention brought blood. Mirelle was waiting. She did not call out. She simply stood at the rail, her hands clasped before her, watching Lysandra as if she had known all along that this was where the path would end. Chapter 44. The heat still pressed against her back, the fire coughing black smoke into the fog. Lysandra stood at the edge of the cobbled street, the leather pouch against her ribs, and watched Mirelle Vauclair watch her from the deck of the Wexgrave vessel. The housekeeper did not call out. She simply stood at the rail, her hands clasped before her, the green field and silver scale rippling above her head. Behind her, 2 dockmen waited at the mooring lines, their faces blank, their hands visible at their sides. Not a trap. Not yet. Lysandra crossed the street. Her boots scraped against the cobbles, and she felt the exhaustion in her legs, the cold in her bones, the tremor that would not stop. She had burned a channel to blind Caedmon. She had climbed out of the fire, and now Mirelle was here, in a house vessel, at a private dock that belonged to no one but the woman who had fed her intelligence through the chapel corridor. She reached the edge of the dock. Mirelle looked at her for a long moment. The firelight caught the silver in her hair, the hollows beneath her eyes, the line of her mouth that was not quite a smile. "You made it," Mirelle said. "I made it. The air is burning." Mirelle's voice was flat, clinical. "The patrol barge is backing into the main channel. You have maybe 3 minutes before they regroup and begin a proper search." Lysandra did not look back. She did not need to. She could feel the heat, hear the shouts, smell the oil and salt and charred wood. "Why are you here?" she said. Mirelle said, "I made it." "The air is burning." Mirelle's voice was flat, clinical. "The patrol barge is backing into the main channel. You have maybe 3 minutes before they regroup and begin a proper search." Lysandra did not look back. She did not need to. She could feel the heat, hear the shouts, smell the oil and salt and charred wood. "Why are you here?" she said. Mirelle's hands tightened on the rail. "Because Sabine sent me." Lysandra's stomach turned. "She knew you would come this way," Mirelle continued. "The channel, the cache, the ledge stair. She knew because Caedmon told her the escape route years ago, when they still trusted each other enough to trade secrets." "So this is her vessel?" "This is her vessel." Mirelle's voice dropped. "And her men are below. They have orders to bring you to her alive, with all documents intact, or to put you in the river if you refuse." Lysandra looked at the deck. The hatch was closed, the cabin doors were shut, but she could feel the weight of bodies below, waiting. "She wants Caedmon's confession," Lysandra said. "She wants everything you carry, but the confession is the price of your passage." "And if I give it to her?" Mirelle's eyes held hers. "Then the docks open. Every gate, every pier, every boatman who answers to her name. You vanish into the lower river, and Sabine becomes head of House Wexgrave before the ash settles." Lysandra's hand moved to her bodice. The papers were there, pressed against her skin, the leather pouch with her mother's charred nurt, the signed confession, the draft, the payment extract, Caedmon's confession, the Fire Knight letter. 5 documents that could topple a dynasty. And Sabine wanted only one. 3 minutes, Mirelle said. "Then Ivo's men will find this dock." Lysandra stepped onto the deck. She was dressed for travel, a dark coat over a wool gown, her hair pinned tight, her face composed. Behind her, the cabin was dark, but Lysandra saw a shape move in the shadows, a figure she could not place. "Miss Threnody," Sabine said, "or should I say Miss Okwuosa?" The name hit like cold water. Sabine knew. Of course she knew. She had always known. The question had never been whether Sabine had identified her, but when she would choose to play the card. "I have your offer," Lysandra said. "And I have her situation." Sabine stepped closer, her boots silent on the deck. "The tribunal is hunting a governess named Coralie Threnody. The guild is hunting an escapee from a river robbery, and my brother is hunting a woman he believes he loves." "Your brother set the trap." "My brother always sets the trap." Sabine's mouth curved. "But I am the one who arrived first. That means I get to name the price." "The confession," Lysandra said. "You want Caedmon's confession?" "I want the pages that prove he killed 3 men. I want the pages that show he falsified evidence. I want the pages that mean he can never claim succession without drowning in scandal. And if I give them to you, then you take this vessel to the lower river. I have a contact in Harrogate who will give you a new name, a new face, and enough coin to reach the coast." Lysandra looked at the dark cabin. The shape moved again. "Who is in there?" she said. Sabine's expression did not change. "No one you need to worry about." "Then they can come out." "They cannot." Lysandra's hand moved to her sleeve. The steel strip was still there, cold against her wrist. "Sabine, which has a roop, was in the coins. This are demented." "The creatory is sealed," Caedmon continued. "Your father is gone, then is taken. The only door left is the one I am standing in front of." He stepped closer. "I came to offer you a choice you will not like." Lysandra's fingers tightened on the papers. "What choice?" Caedmon's eyes met hers. "Burn the confession. Let Sabine take nothing, and I will open the Counting Tower myself." Sabine laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "You cannot open the tower. The tribunal has it sealed." "Then I will unseal it." Caedmon did not look at his sister. "I have the signatures. I have the access. I have the keys that Ven never knew about." He held Lysandra's gaze. "I kept them because I was afraid. Afraid of what I would find. Afraid of who your father really is." His voice dropped. "But you are not afraid. You have never been afraid. You walked into this house with a forged name and a dead mother's memory, and you have burned every bridge behind you." He reached into his coat. Sabine's dockmen moved, hands going to their belts. Caedmon held up a key. Black iron. Old. "Siltmouth," he said. "The Counting Tower has a river gate. It opens only from the water, and it leads to a staircase that ends in your father's private study." He held the key toward her. "Burn the confession. Let Sabine howl, and I will take you to the tower myself." The fire crackled behind them. The shouts grew closer. Ivo's voice cut through the fog, ordering his men to spread out along the upper quay. Lysandra stood on the deck, the confession in her hand, Caedmon's key in the air, Sabine's face white with fury, and the city closing around her like a fist with one door still open. She looked at the key. She looked at Caedmon's cut face, at his pale gray eyes that had seen through her from the first night. 3 minutes, Mirelle said again. Lysandra made her choice. Chapter 55. The key was still in the air. Lysandra looked at it. Black iron, old, the metal worn smooth where fingers had held it many times. She looked at Caedmon's face, cut and pale, his eyes holding something she had never seen in them before. Not certainty, not control. Fear. "I do not want your key," she said. Caedmon's hand did not lower. "Then what do you want?" I want the door that opens without you holding it. Sabine made a sound, half laugh, half curse. You are standing on my deck with my brother's confession in your hand and his key in the air, and you are telling me you want independence? Do you hear yourself? Lysandra turned to her. I hear someone who will put me in the river the moment I am looking at. It really enjoying that. Lysandra blacks the beaking, steving clearly from building the complete terminate time, but blowing this everfom script we could eventually put the flots looking. I hold him the seconds of all the quarters for a sweet upside. The sedum to thresh is left you stay. The grace lights are entirely teaking as I promised the maps. Mirelle moved to the gangplank. They will be here in 90 seconds, she said. Whatever you are deciding, decide it now. Caedmon stepped forward. Lysandra. His voice was quiet. Corvane has already traded testimony to the tribunal. He gave them your false name, your description, your references. He gave them the route you did not take. He gave them everything except the one fact that would let them find you. And why did he keep that fact? Because I asked him to. The words landed like a blade. You asked him. Before the guardroom, before Ven, before any of it. Caedmon's jaw tightened. I told him that if he gave them your real name, I would burn the house myself with him inside it. Sabine's face went white. You threatened patricide. I made a promise. Caedmon did not look at her. He believed me. Lysandra's hand tightened on the confession. And now? Now the tribunal is hunting Coralie Threnody. They have her face, her voice, her height. They have the magistrate who saw her at the feast. They have the clerk who watched her walk through the vault. He stepped closer. They do not have you, and if you take this key, they never will. He held it out again. The river gate at Siltmouth opens into the counting tower's foundation. The staircase ends in your father's study. There are papers there, letters, evidence that Corvane never found, evidence that Ven was too late to reach. Evidence of what? Of why your father burned the counting hall. The fire crackled behind them, the shouts grew closer. Lysandra looked at the key, black iron, old, worn smooth. I have a new name prepared, Caedmon said. A new country. A life arranged beyond the river, where no one has heard of Wexgrave or Okwuosa or any of it. His voice dropped. I am asking for minutes, not months. Minutes to get you through the gate. Minutes to get you on a ship. After that, you never have to see me again. Lysandra looked at him. You would let me go. I would let you choose. Then you have already lost. His face changed. Not anger, not hurt, something else. Something that looked like recognition. You mean to choose uncertainty? He said slowly. You mean to choose the river with no map. You mean to choose the door that no one holds open. Yes. Even if it kills you. Especially if it is mine? The silence stretched. Sabine broke it. You are both insane, she said. He is offering you a ship, a new name, a life, and you are refusing because you do not want to owe him? I am refusing because I will not belong to anyone again. Caedmon's hand lowered. The key hung at his side. Then there is nothing I can give you, he said. No. Nothing I can offer. No, nothing I can. You can let me fail, Lysandra said. You can let me fall. You can let me find my own door, and my own key, and my own name. That is what you can give me. Caedmon stared at her. The shouts were at the end of the key now. Ivo's voice, ordering men to the dock. The clatter of boots on wood. Mirelle's voice cut through. 30 seconds! Sabine moved to the rail. I am leaving, she said, with or without either of you. Decide now. Lysandra looked at the confession in her hand. Then she looked at Caedmon. She held out the pages. Take them. His eyes went still. Take them, she said again. Keep them. Burn them. Use them. I do not care, but I will not be your reason for anything. Caedmon did not move. Take the key, he said. No. Then I will leave it here. He let it fall. The key hit the deck with a sound like a bell. Sabine's hand shot out and caught it before it rolled into the water. Then I will take it, she said. Caedmon's face went cold. Sabine smiled. You offered it to her. She refused. That makes it mine. She tucked the key into her sleeve. Now get off my vessel. Mirelle was at the gangplank, her hand on the rope. Lysandra. The name, not Coralie, not Miss Threnody, Lysandra. I can get you to the lower quay before the patrol closes, Mirelle said. After that, you are on your own. Lysandra moved. She crossed the deck, stepped onto the gangplank, and looked back. Caedmon stood where she had left him. His hands were empty. His face was the face of a man who had just understood that love was not the same as having. Goodbye, she said. He did not answer. She walked onto the quay. Behind her, Sabine's vessel cast off, the ropes hitting the water, the oars biting. Behind her, Caedmon stood on the deck, watching her go. Ahead of her, the fog swallowed the street. And in the fog, a voice. Ivo. Miss Threnody. The name was careful, formal, armed. I have been looking for you. Lysandra stopped. The leather pouch pressed against her ribs. The 17 names. Her mother's note. Her father's hand. And no key, no map, no door held open. She turned. Ivo Monka stood at the edge of the fog, his coat wet, his hand resting on the grip of a blade. Behind him, 6 men. Behind them, the river. Behind everything, the sound of a city that had already decided who she was. Captain, she said, where is the boy? What boy? The one who follows you, the one who burns things. Caedmon is gone, she thought, and then, cold and clear, he will come back. Captain Menaka, she said, I have no boy. Ivo's eyes did not leave her face. Then you are alone. Yes. Good. He drew the blade. Because I have questions that require a private answer. The fog closed around them, and somewhere behind her on the dark water, a key turned in a lock that had not been opened in 11 years. Chapter 56. The fog had not thickened. It had waited. Lysandra stood on the wet stone with Ivo's blade catching the light from the distant dock lanterns, and 6 men spread behind him in a crescent that left only the water open. The leather pouch pressed against her ribs. The 17 names. Her mother's note, her father's hand. No key, no map, no door held open. Captain Menaka, she said, you are making a mistake. I have made very few of those. I am not the one you want. You are the one I have. He stepped forward. The blade did not waver. Where is the boy who burns things? I told you, I have no boy. You had a boatman. You had a fire in the channel. You had a vessel at Sabine Cazette's dock that cast off without you. He listed each fact like a clerk counting coin. You are the thread everything ties to. Lysandra said nothing. You will come with me, Ivo said, quietly. The questions will be private. I will not. You will. He gestured. 2 of the 6 moved, and then the water behind them broke. Not a splash, a sound like a seal cracking. Ivo turned. The men turned. Caedmon rose from the river. He came up over the edge of a moored scow 10 feet from the quay, streaming black water, his coat gone, his shirt plastered to his ribs. In his hand, he held a leather tube with a waxed seal. He did not look at Ivo, he looked at Lysandra. I told you once that I would follow you anywhere, he said. I meant it. Ivo's blade came up. Brannigan, you are under arrest. Then arrest me. Caedmon dropped the tube at his feet. After you read that, Ivo's eyes went to the tube, then back to Caedmon. What is it? The full accounting. Every death, every falsification, every protection I arranged during Coralie Threnody's time in Wexgrave House. Dates, methods, reasons. Signed. Ivo's hand tightened on the blade. You are confessing. I am giving you evidence. For what purpose? Caedmon smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. To keep her alive. The word settled. Ivo looked from Caedmon to Lysandra and back. Take him, he said. The 2 men moved toward the scow. Caedmon did not desist, but before they reached him, he bent and shoved the tube across the deck toward Lysandra. Read it, he said. Burn it, keep it, use it. But know what I did. Lysandra looked at the tube. Caedmon? Take it. I don't want. I know. His voice dropped. That is why you must. She picked it up. The leather was cold. The seal was his. Now run, he said. Ivo's men grabbed him. He did not struggle. One of them forced his arms behind his back. The other searched him for weapons. Ivo stepped onto the scow, the blade still in his hand. Miss Threnody, do not make me choose which of you to question first. Lysandra held the tube. Caedmon's confession. Everything he had done for her. Everything she had not asked for. She turned and ran. Her boots hit the quay. The fog swallowed her. The leather tube pressed against her chest. Behind her, Ivo's voice. After her, the clatter of boots. She moved, left into a gap between salt warehouses, right through a collapsed fence, down a narrow stair that led to a lower dock where a single skiff was tied to a rusted ring. She reached the skiff, untied the rope, pushed off behind her, boots on the stair. Behind her, voices calling orders. Ahead of her, the river. She lay flat in the skiff and let the current take her. The leather tube was still in her hand. She broke the seal with her teeth, pulled out the pages. Caedmon's hand. Neat. Precise. The first death was the clerk who processed the debt transfer. I broke his neck in the archive corridor 4 days after Coralie Threnody arrived. He had recognized her. The second death was the informant who saw her entering the vault. I paid him to leave the city. When he returned, I drowned him. The third death, Lysandra stopped reading. Her hand was shaking. Not from cold. She looked up. The river was dark. The skiff was drifting. And somewhere behind her, on the water, a key turned in a lock that had not been opened in 11 years. Chapter 57. The cold had teeth now. Lysandra's fingers had gone numb around the confession pages. The skiff drifted with the current, turning slow circles in the dark, and the voices from the quay had faded to echoes swallowed by fog. She could not feel her feet. The river had soaked through her boots, her stockings, the hem of her dress. The leather pouch pressed against her ribs like a second skin. the waxed seal of Caedmon's confession still wet against her palm. She looked down at the page in her hand. The third death. She could not read the rest. Her hand was shaking too hard. She folded the confession, pressed it back into the leather tube, sealed it against her chest with her arms crossed tight. The skiff bumped something. She jerked upright. A pier post, rotting wood. Barnacles scraping the hull. She looked up. A low stone quay rose out of the fog ahead of her. No lanterns, no voices. A maintenance stair cut into the stone, its iron gate hanging open on one hinge. She did not know where she was. She did not care. She grabbed the edge of the quay as the skiff scraped past and pulled herself out of the boat before she could think about whether the current would take the skiff or leave it. Her legs gave way. She hit the stone on her knees. The leather tube skidded across the wet surface. She grabbed it, held it, pressed it to her chest. Behind her, the skiff drifted into the fog and disappeared. She was alone. She crawled up the stair. 3 steps. 4. Her knees bleeding through the torn wool of her dress, the stone cold against her palms. At the top, a narrow street between salt warehouses. Empty. The fog hung so thick she could not see the end of the block. She stood. Her legs held. Barely. She walked. She did not know toward what. She did not know away from what. She only knew that if she stopped moving, the cold would finish what Avo's blade had not. The leather tube tapped against her ribs with every step. Caedmon's confession. Every death. Every protection. Everything she had not asked for. She had told him she would not be his reason for anything, and he had given her a ledger of blood to prove he had already made her one. The street ended at a lower dock. Empty. The water black. A single skiff tied to a ring, identical to the one she had abandoned. She looked at it. She looked at the water. Behind her, somewhere in the fog, a sound. Not voices. A splash. Heavy. Final. She turned. The fog revealed nothing, but the splash had come from the direction of the quay where she had left Caedmon. She stood at the edge of the dock, the leather tube in her hand, and listened. Silence. The river lapped at the pilings. The fog curled around her ankles. And then, very faint, the sound of boots on stone. Not running. Walking. Coming this way. She did not wait to see who. She dropped into the skiff, untied the rope with fingers she could not feel, pushed off into the dark. The current took her again. She lay flat in the bottom of the boat, the leather tube pressed against her ribs, the cold rising through the wood, and she listened to the silence of the river and wondered whose body had made the splash. Caedmon's. Ivo's. Someone else's. She did not know. She did not know if she wanted to know. The fog closed over her. The skiff drifted. And somewhere behind her, in a locked study beneath a counting tower, a key turned in a lock that had not been opened in 11 years, and Sabine Caedmon began to read her father's secrets. Lysandra closed her eyes. The cold was very deep now. The leather tube was very heavy, and she could still hear the splash. Chapter 48. The current carried her through fog that swallowed sound. Lysandra lay in the bottom of the skiff, the leather tube pressed between her ribs and the cold wood, and tried to feel her fingers. She could not. The river had taken sensation from her hands, her feet, her face. Only the wet wool of her dress against her skin told her she was still in a body at all. The skiff scraped something. She jerked to about. A stone wall. Low. Green with moss. A maintenance stair cut into the stone, its iron rungs slick with river slime. She grabbed the edge, hauled herself out of the boat, collapsed onto the quay with her knees cracking against wet stone. The leather tube skidded across the surface. She snatched it. held it. Above her, the fog shifted. A shape moved at the top of the stair. She froze. The shape resolved into a woman, thick-armed, gray hair pulled tight, wool coat stained with fish blood and salt. The woman looked at Lysandra, looked at the leather tube pressed against her chest, looked at the river behind her. Then she turned and vanished into the fog without a word. Lysandra did not wait for her to come back. She crawled up the stair. 3 steps. 4. Her knees bleeding through the torn wool, her breath coming in gasps that burned her throat. At the top, a narrow street between salt warehouses. The fog so thick she could not see the end of the block. She stood, her legs held, barely. She walked. The leather tube tapped against her ribs with every step. Caedmon's confession. Every death, every protection, everything she had not asked for. She had told him she would not be his reason for anything, and he had given her a ledger of blood to prove he had already made her one. The street ended at a lower dock, empty, the water black, a single skiff tied to a ring. She looked at it. She looked at the water. Behind her, somewhere in the fog, the sound of boots on stone. Not running, walking, coming this way. She did not wait to see who. She dropped into the skiff, untied the rope with fingers she could not feel, pushed off into the dark. The current took her again. She lay flat in the bottom of the boat, the leather tube pressed against her ribs, the cold rising through the wood, and she listened to the silence of the river. She did not know where she was. She did not know if she would survive the night. She looked at the leather tube in her hands. Caedmon's blood sealed inside. Her mother's words pressed against the wax. The cold was very deep now. She did not know how long she drifted. Any months, hours. The fog did not lift. The current did not change. The river carried her through darkness that felt older than the city above. Then the skiff bumped something. She sat up. A low stone quay, rotting pilings, a maintenance stair. She grabbed the stone, pulled herself out. Her legs gave way immediately. She hit the stone on her knees, the leather tube skidding across the wet surface. She grabbed it, held it, pressed it to her chest. Above her, a voice. Get her up. Rough, febrile. No patience. Hands grabbed her arms, dragged her up the stairs. She did not resist. She could not. The hands were thick and talloused, fish blood under the nails, salt smell in the wool. They pulled her through a doorway into a warehouse. Dark, the smell of salt and damp wood, eel crates stacked to the ceiling. They set her down against a crate. One woman crouched in front of her. Gray hair, hard eyes. The same woman from the top of the first stair. You bleeding? Lysandra shook her head. Then why are they hunting you? She did not answer. The woman studied her face, the bruise at her temple, the torn wool of her dress, the leather tube she would not let go. You stole something. Still no answer. The woman grunted, stood, turned to the other woman, younger, thinner, with a scar across her jaw. Check the Cree. If anyone's coming, sing. The younger woman slipped out. The gray-haired woman sat down on a crate across from Lysandra, crossed her arms. You got until daylight, then you're gone. Lysandra nodded. She did not ask why. She did not need to. These were dock women. They knew what it meant when powerful men hunted a bleeding girl. They had seen it before. They would see it again. They did not ask for stories because stories were dangerous. They gave shelter without names. That was the code of the lower key. Lysandra leaned her head against the crate and closed her eyes. The cold was still inside her, deep. She did not know if she would ever feel warm again. You got a name? The gray-haired woman's voice. Lysandra opened her eyes. She looked at the leather tube in her hands. Caedmon's confession. her mother's note. 3 documents that could topple a dynasty. She looked at the woman. "No," she said. "I don't." The woman grunted again. Did not press. They sat in silence. The warehouse was cold. The eel crates smelled of brine. The fog pressed against the high windows like something alive. Lysandra tried to feel her fingers. She could not. She tried to feel her feet. She could not. She was still alive. That would have to be enough. The younger woman returned. Her face was tight. Marta, the gray-haired woman, looked up. "What?" "Notices. On the Cree wall. Fresh paste still wet." "What kind of notices?" The younger woman's eyes flicked to Lysandra. "Tribunal. Description of a governess. Named Coralie Threnody." The gray-haired woman turned to Lysandra. Slow, deliberate. "You're the one from Wexgrave House." It was not a question. Lysandra said nothing. The gray-haired woman stared at her for a long moment. Then she stood. "Annalise, move her back Kurt behind the salt barrels." The younger woman grabbed Lysandra's arm, pulled her up. Lysandra went. She did not resist. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. The leather tube was the only thing in her hand that had any weight. Annalise pushed her behind a stack of salt barrels. The crates pressed in around her. The darkness was complete. "Don't move. Don't speak. Don't breathe loud." Annalise's voice, low and close. Then footsteps, receding. Silence. Lysandra sat in the dark behind the salt barrels and listened. Footsteps outside, multiple, hard soles on stone. Men's voice, too low to distinguish words. Then Marta's voice, clear and loud. "No matter." Chapter 59. Wood scraped stone outside. Voices low and casual, trading words Lysandra could not parse through the salt barrels. Marta's voice cut across them, loud and cheerful, a dockwoman's performance of nothing to see. Lysandra pressed herself deeper into the gap between crates. The leather tube pressed against her ribs. Mirelle's eyes were on her, flat and waiting, the question still suspended between them. "Who are you running from? And who are you running toward?" The voices outside faded, boots receding, the scrape of something dragged across stone. Then Marta's footsteps coming back through the warehouse. "They're gone, for now, but they'll be back when the tide bell rings. They're sealing the lower key at midnight." Mirelle did not look away from Lysandra. "You have until then." Lysandra's throat was dry. Her hands were shaking. The cold was still inside her, deep, a second skeleton made of river water and frost. She opened her mouth. No sound came. She tried again. "I don't know." The words came out raw, scraped from somewhere she had not touched in years. "I don't know who I'm running toward." Mirelle's expression did not change. "And the one you're running from?" Lysandra looked down at the leather tube. Caedmon's confession. Her mother's note. 17 names. The splash in the dark river. "Everyone," she said. "I'm running from everyone." Mirelle nodded once, as if that was the answer she had expected. Then she bent and lifted the travel trunk. This route passed through 3 morning barges. The inspection chain at the mid-river gate is staffed by tribunal factors until dawn, but the widow's barge has a sealed compartment beneath the coffin boards. If you lie still and do not breathe, the inspection will pass over you. Lysandra's legs were shaking as she stood. "How do you know this route?" Mirelle's eyes flickered. A pause, the first crack in her clinical composure. "Because I built it, 23 years ago, for someone else who needed to disappear." She did not elaborate. Lysandra did not ask. Marta shoved the leather tube into the trunk. Annalise was already at the door, peering through the crack into the fog. "Clear, but not for long." Mirelle looked at Lysandra. "You have a choice. stay here and let the tribunal find you when they seal the key. Or come with me and disappear into the river. Lysandra looked down at her hands. She could not feel her fingers. She could not feel her feet. She was still alive. That would have to be enough. I need the tube, she said. Marta looked at her. You need to not be holding evidence when we cross the key. I need the tube. Marta stared at her for a long moment. Then she pulled the leather tube from the trunk and shoved it into Lysandra's hands. Your funeral. Lysandra tucked the tube inside her coat. The leather was cold against her ribs. The wax seal pressed into her skin. She looked at Mirelle. Thing. Mirelle waited. The splash, on the river, when I was leaving the quay where Caedmon was arrested. Mirelle's eyes did not move. I need to know. Whose body hit the water? Mirelle was silent for a long moment. Then she said, I don't know. Lysandra felt something cold settle in her chest that had nothing to do with the river. Ivo Mendica was taken into custody, Mirelle said. Caedmon Brannigan was taken into custody. The splash could have been either, or neither. Lysandra closed her eyes. She saw Caedmon's face as he shoved the tube across the deck. I meant what I said about following you anywhere. She saw Ivo's blade in the fog. I have questions that require private answers. I need to know, she whispered. Mirelle's voice was flat. You need to survive. Annalise's voice from the door, sharp and low. We need to move, now. Lysandra opened her eyes. The warehouse was dark. The fog pressed against the high windows. The salt barrels loomed like grave markers. She looked at the leather tube in her hands. Caedmon's confession. Her mother's note. 17 names. The splash could have been either. Or neither. Lysandra closed her eyes. She saw Caedmon's face as he shoved the tube across the deck. I meant what I said about following you anywhere. She saw Ivo's blade in the fog. I have questions that require private answers. I need to know, she whispered. Mirelle's voice was flat. You need to survive. Annalise's voice from the dormer, sharp and low. We need to move. Now. Lysandra opened her eyes. The warehouse was dark. The fog pressed against the high windows. The salt barrels loomed like grave markers. She looked at the leather tube in her hands. Caedmon's confession. Her mother's note. 3 documents that could topple a dynasty. And somewhere in the dark river, a body that might be the man who had killed for her, or the man who had hunted her, or someone else entirely. She tucked the tube deeper into her coat. Let's go. Mirelle moved first, silent and efficient, her leather soles barely brushing the stone floor. Lysandra followed. The fog swallowed them before they reached the door. Chapter 60. The fog was a living thing, pressing against them as they moved through the narrow street between salt warehouses. Mirelle led with the unerring precision of someone who had walked this route in darkness 100 times, her leather soles finding the dry stone where Lysandra's feet slipped on wet cobbles. The morning barges were moored at a private dock 3 streets down, their black drapery hanging limp in the fog. 3 vessels, identical in their funereal dress, their decks stacked with lashed coffins and sealed for passage. The inspection chain at the mid-river gate was visible even through the mist, a dark line of iron stretched across the channel, and beyond it, the open river. Mirelle led not slow. She walked past the first 2 barges and stopped at the third, a vessel with cracked paint beneath its morning black, and a stern that sagged low in the water. You will lie in the sealed compartment beneath the coffin boards. There is air for 2 hours, no more. If the inspection takes longer than that, you will suffocate. Lysandra pressed her palm against the leather tube inside her coat. Caedmon's confession. Her mother's note. The 3 purge documents. Marta said the route was yours, that you built it 23 years ago. Mirelle turned. In the fog, her face was unreadable. I built it, but I am not the one who ordered it prepared. The words landed in the wet air. I built it when I knew what kind of house I was serving. I kept it because I knew what kind of house I would never escape. She reached into the barge's shadow and pulled a latch. A section of the coffin deck swung upward on scient hinges, revealing a dark cavity just wide enough for a body. You have until the tide bell, Mirelle said. After that, the key is sealed and this route dies with it. Lysandra looked into the dark space. She thought of Caedmon's face, the way he watched her through the feast crowd, the way his hand had brushed her wrist in the midnight vault, the way he had shoved the sealed tube across the deck as the men took his arms. You built it 23 years ago, she said slowly, but someone else ordered it prepared now. Mirelle did not answer. The fog pressed against the gap between them. Who knew this route existed? Mirelle's silence was louder than any answer. Caedmon? Lysandra said. The word hung in the damp air. He had prepared this. Every step of her escape, every shadow, every hidden door. The boatman, the decoy weight, the fuel cache, and now the mourning barge. He had not let her go. He had built the cage and called it freedom. It was not a cage, Mirelle said, as if reading her thought. He asked me to prepare the route in case you chose to run. He did not tell me to force you onto it. Then how did you know I would come? Mirelle's voice was flat. Because you loved him enough to leave. The words struck like cold water. Lysandra's hand pressed harder against the leather tube. I don't love him. You carried his confession through a river full of people who would kill you for it. You would not let Martyr bury it in a salt barrel. You needed to know whose bodies hit the water. Lysandra said nothing. That is not strategy, Mirelle said. That is devotion, and devotion is a kind of love, even when it comes wrapped in grief. A bell rang somewhere in the fog, distant, tidal. The tide bell. Mirelle stepped aside, her hands still on the coffin deck's latch. The inspection chain opens in 15 minutes, then it closes at midnight, and every boat on the river is searched. If you are going to disappear, you need to do it now. Lysandra looked at the dot cavity beneath the coffin boards. She thought of the mother's note. 17 names still vulnerable. Delay closes at midnight. She thought of Caedmon's confession, a list of bodies, a ledger of devotion written in blood. She thought of her own name, the one she had not spoken aloud in months. Lysandra Okwuosa. She climbed into the compartment. The boards closed above her, and the darkness sealed itself around her body like a second skin. The leather tube pressed against her ribs. The cold from the river seeped through the wood beneath her. Above her, a widow's barge with a woman who had built escape routes for 23 years. Below her, the Black River. And somewhere behind the fog, a body in the water that might be the man who had loved her enough to kill, or the man who had hunted her enough to die, or someone else entirely. The barge rocked as Mirelle stepped aboard. The inspection chain clanked somewhere ahead in the fog. Lysandra closed her eyes and waited for the tide bell to ring. The air in the compartment was thin and tasted of old wood and salt. She counted her breaths. She pressed her palm against the leather tube and felt the wax seal dig into her skin like a second scar. The barge moved. A slow drift, then a pull as the current caught the hull. Voices passed overhead, low and unhurried. Mirelle's voice, answering something in a tone Lysandra had never heard from her. Softer. Almost tired. Then the scrape of wood against wood, the barge slowing. The inspection chain, voices closer now. A lantern beam sliced through the crack between the coffin boards, painting a line of yellow light across Lysandra's chest. She stopped breathing. "We're carrying 3 sealed coffins to the Upper Rice Chapel," Mirelle said. "Plague dead. The manifest is with the dockmaster." A pause. The lantern beam moved across the boards, searching for gaps. "Plague dead require full inspection before gate passage. You know the protocol." "I know the protocol," Mirelle said. "I also know the plague dead do not wait politely while you count their fingers. The body I am carrying has been in this compartment for 6 hours. If you want to open it, you will need to hold your breath." Another pause. Lysandra's lungs burrowed. "Open the manifest," the voice said. Paper rustled, footsteps shifted on the deck. Then the lantern beam vanished. "Pass through. But if you stop at any dock before the Upper Rice Gate, your route permit dies." "Understood." The barge lurched forward. The chains scraped along the hull, iron against wood, a sound like teeth on bone. Then the scrape stopped, and the barge drifted into open current. Lysandra let herself breathe. The air rushed into her lungs, cold and sharp and tasting of river salt. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking, the leather tube pressed against her ribs. She had passed the first gate, but Caedmon had prepared this route weeks ago, and Mirelle had known him long enough to build his escape plan without question. And somewhere behind the fog, a body of the water that might be the man who had loved her enough to kill, or the man who had hunted her enough to die, or someone else in Chapter 61. The barge moved through darkness that tasted of salt and old wood. Lysandra lay in the compartment beneath the coffin boards, the leather tube pressed against her ribs, counting the rhythm of the current against the hull. 1 breath. 2. 3. The air stayed thin but held. Above her, Mirella's footsteps crossed the deck. A voice called something from the shore, too distant to catch. The barge did not slow. Lysandra pulled the confession from the tube. The pages were dry. She had protected them with her body through the river, through the salt warehouse, through every moment she could have lost them. Now they lay in her hands, and she had no reason left to delay reading the full list. She struck a match. The flame caught small and steady, casting a circle of light across Caedmon's handwriting. Precise strokes. No hesitation. He had written this before she refused his key, before she walked onto the quay alone. He had written it knowing she would read it. "I, Caedmon Brannigan, write this confession of my own will and without coercion. What follows is a true account of every death I have caused or arranged in the service of protecting Lysandra Okwuosa, known to the household as Coralie Threnody." The match burned to her fingers. She shook it out and lit another. The first was Sight, Steward of Wexgrave House, on the 22nd day of deep frost. The match flame wavered. Psych. The steward she had maneuvered into exposure. The man whose greed she had fed until his own vanity opened the audit that destroyed him. She had watched him led away in disgrace, his ledgers under Harva's arm, and she had felt nothing but the clean satisfaction of a piece sliding into place. Caedmon had killed him. Not the audit, not the guild inquiry. Caedmon had broken his neck in a corridor somewhere between the counting room and the street door, and he had written serving Lysandra Okwuosa as the reason. The match went out. She lit another. The body was placed in the river below the North Cree with a ledger weight tied to the ankles. The death was attributed to despair and drink by the men who found him 2 days later. Lysandra's hand was shaking. She had used psych. She had set the trap sunning he would fall. But she had not ordered his death. She had not even known about it. She kept reading because stopping meant thinking about what it meant. The second was a dock informant named Mirelle Hawks, who saw Lysandra Okwuosa enter the counting vault on the night of the feast. I was told of the sighting by a guard whose loyalty I secured through a debt cancellation. I drowned Mirelle Hawks in a rainwater cistern behind the counting wing at midnight. The match burned out. She did not light another. The darkness pressed against her eyes, and the bard rocked, and she held the pages in her lap with the names still floating behind her lids. Psych, Mirelle Hawks. She had never known the informant's name. She had not known there was an informant at all. The third was a clerk from the Riverbank Guild who processed the transfer that the audit caught. He had begun asking questions about Havel's procedures. I broke his neck in the guild storage cellar on the third night after the feast. The clerk, the one who had processed Psyche's embezzlement chain. She had thought the audit was enough. She had thought the guild would handle its own corruption. Caedmon had handled it for them. The fourth was the son of Clerk, the one from the feast. He had begun inquiring about Wexgrave household irregularities after his humiliation. I arranged for a debt seizure at his father's warehouse that led to a collapse of stacked crates. The fall was ruled an accident. She remembered Clerk's hands on her arm. She remembered Caedmon stepping between them, his voice polite, his eyes anything but. She had thought the humiliation was the punishment. The punishment had come later. The fifth was a woman from the lower Cree who recognized Lysandra Okwuosa's face in a market crowd. I pay a boatman to take her past the mid-river gate and ensure she did not return. The sixth. The seventh. The matches were gone. Lysandra sat in the dark with Caedmon's confession in her hands, and the names kept rising even without the light. 8, 9, 10. She had counted to 14 before she stopped. The last line of the confession was written larger than the rest, as if he had pressed the pen harder to make the words stay. I intended to kill Captain Ivo Mendaka if he arrested her. I would have killed anyone who stood between her and freedom. I do not repent of this. Lysandra pressed her palm against her mouth and held it there until her breathing steadied. The barge moved on. Above her, Mirelle's voice answered something from shore. Another inspection chain, probably. Another gate. The barge slowed, then stopped. Lysandra did not move. She thought of Psyche's fingers twisting in his apron as the guards let him out. She thought of the clerk at the guild, the one who had processed the transfer without understanding what he was signing. She thought of the woman from the lower Cree, whose face she had never seen, who had recognized her in a crowd and been paid to disappear. The barge lurched forward. The current pulled it past the gate into open water. Lysandra lay in the darkness with a list of 14 dead and a man who had killed them all so she could keep walking through Wexgrave House unsuspected. She had not asked for this, but she had used Psyche. She had entered the vault. She had let Caedmon step between her and Clerk. She had been seen, and she had fled, and every time she moved, someone else had died to cover the path behind her. The confession was not Caedmon's ledger. It was hers. The barge rocked, and through the cracked boards above her head, Lysandra saw a light pass across the compartment. Someone was walking across the upper deck, footsteps measured and unafraid. Chapter 62. The light passed across the compartment boards, thin and yellow, swaying with a lantern's motion. Lysandra did not breathe. The footsteps stopped directly above her head. A boot sole shifted on the deck planks, and she heard the creak of weight settling, someone standing still, listening. She pressed the confession pages flat against her chest and did not move. The leather tube was cool against her ribs. The bilge water lapped at the hull, and her own heartbeat was loud enough that she was certain the person above could hear it too. A voice said something, too low to catch. Mirelle answered. Her tone was calm, unhurried, The voice of a woman who had spent 23 years learning how to sound harmless. She said something about river fog and the hour, and the voice above her answered again. And then the footsteps moved away toward the bow. Lysandra waited. The boat rocked. The footsteps did not return. She counted to 60 before she let herself breathe again. The darkness settled back around her, and the confession was still in her hands, the pages warm from her body heat. She had read the names, she had counted the deaths, but she had not finished the list. She found the place by touch, the paper rough against her fingertips. The 9th was a courier who carried a message from the counting wing to the guild hall on the morning after the audit. I do not know what the message contained. I know the courier did not deliver it. She tried to remember a courier. She could not. The 10th was a maid who saw me removing a ledger from the archive on the night of the river escape. She did not recognize Lysandra's face, but she recognized the coat. I paid a boatman to take her past the mid-river gate and ensure she did not return. I do not know if she returned. I did not ask. 13th was a factors clerk who had begun cross-referencing the Wexgrave audit against the Okwuosa debt schedules. I did not kill him. I paid him a sum that exceeded his annual wage to lose 3 pages of the cross-reference, and he did. I record him here because I considered the alternative, and the consideration is itself a crime. Lysandra pressed her palm against her mouth. The boy was alive, 12 years old, a stable boy who had seen her enter a room she should not have been in, and Caedmon had paid to send him away instead of killing him. She did not know whether to feel relief or horror that she had to be grateful for the execution. She kept reading. The 13th was a factors clerk who had begun cross-referencing the Wexgrave audit against the Okwuosa debt schedules. I did not kill him. I paid him a sum that exceeded his annual wage to lose 3 pages of the cross-reference, and he did. I record him here because I would have killed him if the payment had failed, and because the money came from Wexgrave accounts I had no authority to touch. 13. A woman from the Lower Cree who saw Lysandra Okwuosa enter a boat on the night of the river escape. She did not recognize Lysandra's face, but she recognized the coat. I paid a boatman to take her past the mid-river gate and ensure she did not return. I do not know if she returned. I did not ask. 13 and 14. She had counted 14 names in the dark. The boy was alive. The woman from the Lower Cree might still be alive, but she had stopped counting at 14 because the numbers had blurred together and she had needed to stop. The last line of the confession was where she had left it. I intended to kill Captain Ivo Mandaka if he arrested her. I would have killed anyone who stood between her and freedom. I do not repent of this. Lysandra stared at the words in the dark. She did not repent of this. She thought of Ivo's face on the Cree, his hand on his blade, his voice telling Caedmon that he was under arrest. She thought of the splash she had heard from the river, the heavy weight of a body hitting dark water. She did not know whose body it had been. She still did not know. But Caedmon had written that he intended to kill Ivo. And Caedmon had been arrested while Ivo was still standing. The barge shifted beneath her, and the leather tube rolled against her ribs, and she heard Mirelle's voice call something to shore that she could not quite make out. The boat slowed, the current changed. Ahead, through the cracked boards, a new light appeared. Not a lantern, something larger, steadier. A gate light burning on the water. The barge drifted toward it. Lysandra tucked the confession back into the leather tube and pressed the cap on with both hands. Her fingers were shaking. Her whole body was shaking. She pulled her coat tighter and waited. Above her, Mirelle's footsteps crossed the deck again. A rope creaked. A voice called out from the dot asking for the manifest. The barge slowed to a stop, and then it thudded, hard, against something solid beneath the water. An inspection chain stretched across the channel, the length scraping against the hull like teeth. Lysandra held her breath. Above her, Mirella's voice answered the shore, clear and unhurried, a widow carrying Clegg dead to the burning ground. The voice from the dark asked another question, and the bard rocked, and the chain scraped again, and Lysandra felt the hull settle against the barrier as the inspection began. Chapter 63. The chain scraped against the hull like a drawn blade, and the barge settled into the current's hold. Lysandra pressed herself flat against the compartment floor, the leather tube pinned between her ribs and the damp wood. Above her, Mirella's voice carried across the deck, unhurried, a widow's weariness practiced over decades. "Plague dead," Mirelle said. 3 coffins. The manifest was filed at the mid-rise gate. A pause. The water lapped against the barge's side. Then a man's voice, flat and official. "We have orders to inspect all vessels passing through the quarantine channel. Tribunal directive. You understand?" "I understand plague dead should not be kept waiting past sunrise," Mirelle said, and her voice carried the exact weight of a woman who had already lost too much to argue with men who carried authority like a weapon. "But I also understand directives. Inspect." Footsteps crossed the deck. 2 sets, maybe 3. Lysandra counted them by the creak of the boards above her head. 1 heavy, 1 lighter, a third that dragged slightly, as if the man favored his left leg. She held her breath and listened. The heavy footsteps stopped directly above her. A hand rapped against the coffin boards. 3 sharp knocks. "Open this one." Mirella's footsteps approached, slower now. "The seal is cracked. If I open it, the smell will reach the shore before we do." "Then we will know it is plague dead and let you pass." A pause. The boards above Lysandra shifted as Mirelle bent to work the coffin's seal. The sound of wood scraping against wood. A groan of old nails holding. Then the compartment above her opened, and light spilled down through the cracks. Lysandra saw nothing. She heard the factor inhale, a short, sharp breath. Heard him step back. "Seal it," he said. The boards settled back into place. The footsteps moved toward the bow. Lysandra's heart hammered against her ribs. She counted to 10, then 20. Then she heard Mirelle's voice again, softer now, speaking to the factor at the railing. 3 bodies, as the manifest states. My husband, my sister, and my sister's child. The fever took them in 3 days. I am the only one left. The words were perfect, not rehearsed, lived. The factor made a sound that might have been sympathy or might have been dismissal. "Your papers are in order. You may proceed past the chain." Lysandra closed her eyes. The relief was a physical thing, a loosening in her chest. Then the lighter footsteps returned. "One more thing," the factor said. "We received word that a fugitive may attempt the quarantine route. A woman, Governess by description, traveling under a false name." Mirelle said nothing. "The notice specifies she may be traveling with a widow's escort. Do you know anyone fitting that description?" Lysandra's hand found the knife in her coat. The blade was small, barely longer than her palm, but it was sharp, and she had used it before. "I know no governess," Mirelle said. "I know only the dead and the road to the burning ground." The factor was silent for a long moment. The water lapped, the chains scraped against the hull. Then he said, "We will need to see your face." Lysandra's blood went cold. "I am a widow in mourning," Mirelle said, and her voice cracked for the first time, a hairline fracture in the composure. "My face is covered by custom." "Custom does not override tribunal directive. Lower your veil." The boards above Lysandra creaked as Mirelle shifted her weight. The silence stretched. Lysandra could hear her own pulse, could feel the knife handles slick against her palm. Then Mirelle spoke, and her voice was different, quieter, almost gentle. "You are looking for a governess," she said. "I know only the dead and the road to the burning ground." The factor was silent for a long moment. The water lapped, the chain scraped against the hull. Then he said, "We will need to see your face." Lysandra's blood went cold. "I am a widow in mourning," Mirelle said, and her voice cracked for the first time. A hair-line fracture in the composure. "My face is covered by custom." "Custom does not override tribunal directive. Lower your veil." The boards above Lysandra creaked as Mirelle shifted her weight. The silence stretched. Lysandra could hear her own pulse, could feel the knife handles slick against her palm. Then Mirelle spoke, and her voice was different, quieter, almost gentle. "You are looking for a governess," she said. "I am a widow carrying plague dead to the burning ground. If you lift my veil, you will see a woman who has lost everything in 3 days. You will see grief, you will see exhaustion. You will not see a fugitive." "Lower the veil," the factor repeated. The fabric rustled. A long pause. Then the factor let a sound. A sharp exhale, almost a laugh. "You are not the woman we are looking for," he said. "No," Mirelle agreed. "I am not." The lighter footsteps moved away. The heavy footsteps followed. The chains scraped against the hull as the barge was released, and the current caught them, pulling them forward into the dark. Lysandra counted to 100 before she let herself breathe. She pressed her forehead against the cool wood of the compartment floor and felt the exhaustion settle into her bones like lead. The knife was still in her hand. She did not remember drawing it. Above her, Mirelle's footsteps crossed the deck, steady and unheard, as if nothing had happened. But Lysandra had heard the crack in her voice, and she knew, with a certainty that sat cold in her stomach, the factor had not believed Mirelle. He had let them pass because the alternative was too costly, too messy, too much paperwork on a winter night. But he had seen her face, and he would remember it. The barge drifted on, and the darkness pressed in, and Lysandra lay in the compartment with the knife in her hand and the leather tube against her ribs, and she wondered how far the river ran before the next trap closed. Chapter 64. The compartment smelled of old wood and her own fear. Lysandra lay with the leather tube pressed against her ribs, Caedmon's confession a weight that had not lightened no matter how many times she told herself she carried it by choice. The barge drifted, the current pulled, the darkness pressed. She should have felt relief. The factor had let them pass. The chain lay behind them. The river stretched ahead, cold and unhurried, carrying across the dark water like the first notes of a song she did not want to hear. More inspection. Of course. She pressed her palm flat against the floor and counted her breaths until the compartment above her creaked open, and Mirelle's voice came down, tight and low. "There's another chain, different checkpoint, different men." Lysandra pushed herself up, the leather tube still pressed against her ribs, the knife still in her hand. She had not put it down since the factor left. "Different men? Armed, professional. They're searching every vessel that passes this gate." Lysandra's mind moved through options. Her hand moved to her coat, where she had slipped a small glass ampule she had stolen from the archive weeks ago. A blood ink sample she had meant to use for documentation, but had never found the right moment for. She had known, somehow, that she would need it. "Mirelle, how far is the nearest shore?" "Half a mile, maybe less." "How long can you hold them?" Mirelle's silence was answer enough. Lysandra pulled the ampule from her coat. The glass was cold against her fingers. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, thick as syrup, and she could feel it even through the glass. the residue of panic and fear from whoever had signed their name in it. She had been trained to read blood ink. She had never been trained to weaponize it. But she had watched Caedmon kill 14 people to protect her. She had held his confession in her hands and counted each name. She had felt the weight of his devotion settle on her shoulders like a shroud. If she could carry that, she could do this. She set the knife down and took the ampule in both hands. "Mirelle," she said, "when I tell you, open the manifest and call them aboard." "What are you going to do?" Lysandra looked at the dark liquid in the glass. "I'm going to make them see what they're afraid of." She cracked the ampule against the floor. The smell hit her first. Copper and salt and something else. Something that sat at the back of the throat like old grief. She pressed her palm into the shards, felt the glass bite into her skin, felt the blood ink seep into her flesh. Then she reached up and pressed her bleeding hand against the boards above her, just below where Mirelle's desk sat on deck. "I will hold the debt registry open until the bell. Let them come for me first." Her father's words, the line from the charred note. She pressed them into the wood, into the ink, into the space between, and felt something shift. Above her, Mirelle's footsteps stopped. Then the lamp on the desk rattled. "Mirelle," Lysandra said, her voice steady and cold as bever water. "Open the manifest." The boards above her creaked as Mirelle bent. The sound of paper unfolding, the rustle of official documents. Then footsteps on the gangplank. Heavy footsteps. Professional. "Factors," a voice said. "We have orders to inspect all quarantine vessels." Mirelle's voice answered, steady and worn. "My papers are in order. I passed inspection at the last gate." "Orders have changed. Open your manifest." Lysandra pressed her hand harder against the boards. The blood ink was worn now, warmer than it should have been, and she could feel it moving through the wood like a living thing. She closed her eyes, and she pushed. Not thought, not memory, feeling, raw and undirected. The panic of a clerk who knew he was signing a death warrant. The grief of a mother who had watched her daughter burn. The rage of a girl who had spent 11 years learning to kill a man with paper and words. All of it, pressed into the boards, into the ink, into the space between. The lamp above her flickered. "What was that?" a voice asked. "I felt nothing," another voice said, but there was uncertainty in it now, a tremor that had not been there before. Lysandra pushed harder. She was no longer pressing the ink into the wood, she was pressing herself. Every sleepless night in Wexgrave House, every lie she had told and every truth she had hidden. The crack in the mask. The weight of the confession. The ghost of a dead child who had watched her mother die in fire. The ampule was empty, but the back was still moving, sliding along the grain of the wood, curling up toward the desk where the manifest lay open, and she could feel the moment it touched the page, the moment the panic leaped from ink to fingers to mind. "The manifest," the first voice said, and there was a new note in it now, not suspicion, fear. "There's something wrong with the manifest." "Seizure marks," the second voice said. "I'm seeing seizure marks." "There's nothing on the page. I'm seeing them." Lysandra kept her hand pressed against the boards. Her pulse was a drum in her ears. The ink was still moving, still pushing, and she could feel the fear spreading through the factors like a sickness, infecting their thoughts, turning the paper in their hands into something they could not trust. "The vessel is unclean," the first voice said, and his voice was shaking now. "We need to release it. Now. The orders can burn. This vessel carries plague dead. The manifest is corrupted. I'm not touching it again." The gangplank shifted, footsteps retreated. The barge rocked as the chain was released, and the current caught them, pulling them forward into the dark. The ink stopped moving. Lysandra pulled her hand from the boards. Her palm was bleeding freely, dark and slick. The ampule shards were scattered across the compartment floor. She did not move. Above her, Mirelle's footsteps crossed the deck, slower now, heavier. She heard the manifest being closed, heard the desk being set to rights. Then Mirelle's voice came down, quiet and stripped of everything but wonder. "You have her blood." It was not a question. Lysandra did not answer. She lay in the compartment, her bleeding hand pressed against her chest, and waited for the shaking to stop. The barge drifted, the darkness pressed, and somewhere behind them, where the river bent and the fog thinned, she saw light. A single lamp on a dock. A figure standing at the edge, still and watching. Ivo Mendica. Alive. He raised his lantern and the light fell across her face, across the compartment that should have been invisible from the shore, across the crack in her mask that had not healed and perhaps never would. And his eyes went wide, not because he recognized Coralie Threnody, because he recognized the face beneath. Chapter 65. The barge drifted through fog that swallowed the river whole. Lysandra lay in the compartment, her bleeding hand pressed against her chest, the leather tube wedged beneath her ribs. The blood ink had stopped moving. The shards of the ampule glittered in the darkness like frozen tears. Above her, Mirelle's footsteps crossed the deck. Slower now, heavier. The sound of a woman who had just watched a ghost perform miracles. The barge did not stop, but the current changed. Lysandra felt it in the hall, a shift in pressure, a turn she had not expected. The channel widened, the fog thinned. Through the cracks in the boards above, she saw the first gray light of false dawn bleeding across the sky. They were leaving the river. She heard Mirelle drop anchor, heard the scrape of a hull against stone. Then silence, broken only by water lapping against wood and the distant cry of a frost bird. The boards above her shifted. Mirelle's face appeared in the gap, pale and stripped of all pretense. "We're out of time," she said. "The route ends here." Lysandra pushed herself upright, the compartment walls pressing against her shoulders. Her hand throbbed. Her head ached with the hollow pound of blood ink exhaustion. "How far did we make it?" "Far enough that the city gates are behind us. Not far enough that they won't find us by noon." Mirelle's voice was flat, clinical, but something beneath it trembled. "The factor who saw my face will report it. The cordon will tighten, and Ivo Mendica knows which vessel we took." Lysandra climbed out of the compartment, her legs buckled. She caught herself on the coffin boards, her bleeding hand leaving a dark smear across the wood. Lysandra watched her with an expression that might have been pity. "There's a shuttered schoolhouse a quarter-mile east of the Frost Market," she said. "The widow who ran it died last winter. No one has claimed the property. The door sticks, but the lock is old enough to be bullied." She pulled a leather satchel from beneath the desk and pressed it into Lysandra's hands. "Dry clothes, bandages, coin enough for a week if you're careful. A map of the river routes north, and a letter of introduction to a woman in Silverwood who owes me a debt she cannot refuse." Lysandra opened the satchel. Beneath the clothes and coin, she saw papers. Blank papers. Identity papers, waiting for a name to be written on them. "You planned this," she said, "before we even left the warehouse." "I planned for the possibility that I would not survive the journey." Mirelle's voice was calm now, steadier than it had been since the checkpoint. "The fact that I am still breathing does not mean the plan changes. You take the satchel, you walk to the schoolhouse, you wait until the market bells ring, then you move north." "And you?" Mirelle looked at her for a lone moment. The gray light caught the silver in her hair, the lines around her mouth, the exhaustion carved into her bones. I scuttle the barge. I walk back to the city. I become a grieving widow whose mourning barge was damaged in the night and who knows nothing about a governess with bleeding hands. The factor saw your face. He saw a widow carrying plague dead. Nothing more. Mirelle's voice did not waver, but Lysandra saw her hands shake. By the time he remembers me clearly, you will be 3 days north, and I will be scrubbing river mud from my skirts. Lysandra wanted to argue, wanted to pull Mirelle with her, to find a way that did not leave the older woman walking back into the trap alone. But Mirelle was already turning away. I built this route 23 years ago, she said, her back to Lysandra. I built it because I knew I would never leave. Not because I could not, because I was not brave enough to become someone else. She paused at the gangplank, her hand resting on the rope. You are. So go. Lysandra stepped onto the shore. The frost rocket was a dark shape in the gray dawn. Stalls shuttered, cobbles slick with ice. The schoolhouse was a shadow beyond it, roof sagging, windows dark. She turned back. Mirelle, the splash, at the key. Was it Caedmon or Ivo? Mirelle did not answer for a long moment. The fog curled around her, swallowing her edges. Caedmon Brannigan, she said finally, survives rumors more often than death. If you heard a splash, assume it was not his body. She closed her eyes, and in the silence of the dead widow's schoolhouse, she heard a sound that did not belong. A scrape. Soft, deliberate. Not outside, inside. She opened her eyes. The messenger stone sat on the floor 3 feet from her, a dark lunk against the gray dust. She had not heard it arrive. She had not heard the door open or the window shift, but it was there. She crawled forward and picked it up. The surface was cold, smooth, worn by hands that had carried it a long way, and pressed into the stone, fresh enough that she could feel the ridges with her fingertips, were 3 words. Do not stop. She recognized the hand, Caedmon's. The stone slipped from her fingers. She stared at the words in the gray light, and the schoolhouse felt sullenly smaller, the walls closer, the silence heavier. He was alive. He had sent word, and he knew exactly where she was. Chapter 66. The schoolhouse bell had not rung yet. Lysandra sat in the dark with the messenger stone cold against her palm, its 3 words already committed to memory. Do not stop. She wanted to laugh. She wanted to throw the stone through the broken window. She wanted to know how he had placed it here without a sound, how he knew which shadow she would choose, how far ahead of her he was running. She tucked the stone into the satchel. The bell would ring soon. She could not be here when it did. Mirelle's satchel held dry clothes, a wool tunic undyed, the kind a laborer's widow might wear to market. A heavier coat, stained at the cuffs, anonymous. She stripped off the remaining traces of Coralie Threnody, the fine wool, the governess cut bodice, and folded them into the bottom of the satchel. She unpinned her hair and wrapped it tight under a dull scarf. The face in the cracked mortar glass was not Coralie. It was not quite Lysandra either. It was a woman with gray-brown eyes and a salt-burned scar hidden beneath her sleeve, wearing a dead woman's coat, carrying a dead woman's papers, running from a man who had promised to burn the world for her. She pulled the scarf lower. The door opened. The cold hit her like a wall. The frost market was waking. Stalls opened in the gray dawn, vendors stamping their feet against the cold, breath pluming as they laid out salted fish and hard bread and the last of the autumn roots. Rats moved in the gutters. A dog barked at a cart horse too old to care. Lysandra moved through the crowd with her shoulders curved, her pace unhurried, a woman with nothing to hide and nothing worth stealing. She listened. two fishmongers arguing over a delivery. A woman selling wool blankets, her voice hoarse from the cold. A group of carters gathered around a brazier, their hands outstretched, their voices low. She slowed beside the brazier. Not dead. A carter was saying, "Heard it from a factor's clerk not 2 hours ago. Old man Wexgrave walked out of the counting house under his own power, said the whole collapse was an inside job. Infiltrators, enemies of the house." "Who believes him?" another asked. "Doesn't matter who believes him. Matters who's afraid of him, and half the guild still owes him money." Lysandra kept her face still. Corvane had survived. Of course he had. Men like Corvane did not die from a single wound. They bled slowly, publicly, turning every accusation into proof of conspiracy, every document into a forgery, every enemy into a traitor who had always been there. She moved on. The northern dirt was still open. She had coin, she had blank papers. She could buy a seat on a grain barge, be 3 hours downstream before anyone thought to check the market for a woman in an undyed coat. She reached the end of the stall row and stopped. A child sat on an overturned crate, selling dried fish from a basket. A girl, maybe 10, thin wrists visible beneath sleeves too short for her hair a mess of dark curls that had not seen a comb in days. She was staring at Lysandra's satchel. No, not the satchel. The leather tube tucked under her arm, where the corner of her father's sealed packet had slipped free of the wrapping. "That seal?" the girl said. Lysandra kept walking. The girl stood up. "Wait, please, that seal, I know it." Lysandra did not stop. "I know the old cart mark. My dad worked for them. Before." The word hung in the cold air. Before. Lysandra's feet stopped before her mind decided. She turned. The girl was standing now, her fish basket forgotten, her eyes fixed on the corner of the packet. The seal was small, embossed, a wheel and a river mark pressed into old wax. The Okwuosa cartage seal. A design no one in Drosvin had used in 11 years. "Where did you get that?" the girl whispered. Lysandra looked at her. The girl's face was open, hungry, desperate in a way that had nothing to do with coin. "My dad used to show me," she said. "He kept his old badge in a tin. Said they were good people. Said what happened to them was wrong." Lysandra's throat closed. "Your da," she said. "Is he still alive?" The girl shook her head. "Dead 2 winters. Fever got him." And in that moment, Lysandra felt the weight of the 17 names in her mother's note, the families who had been moved to safety, the ones who had not been moved in time, the children who had grown up without fathers, the fathers who had died still believing House Okwuosa had been good people. She opened her mouth to say something, anything, and then she heard it. Footsteps, many of them, moving in unison, the rhythm of men who knew how to sweep a market. Tribunal boots. Coming from the north end of the row. The girl's eyes went wide. "They're looking for someone?" she breathed. "All morning. A woman with a leather tube." Lysandra did not run. She turned back to the girl, crouched, pressed a coin into her palm. "You did not see me," she said. "You were selling fish. You saw nothing." The girl's fingers closed around the coin. "What about the seal?" Lysandra stood. "It was never here." She walked south into the heavier crowd, her shoulders curved, her pace unhurried, the leather tube pressed flat against her ribs beneath the coat. Behind her, the tribunal boots kept coming. And ahead, the river gate glinted gray in the dawn, not yet closed, but barred by men in uniform who had already been told what to look for. A woman. A leather tube. A name that was never supposed to be spoken in this city again. Chapter 67. The river gate sat gray and silent ahead. Iron bars latched across the channel mouth. 2 men in dock watch coats standing with their hands visible, their eyes moving over every woman who passed. Lysandra did not slow. She let her gaze drift past them, let her shoulders stay soft, let her feet carry her at the pace of someone with nowhere to be and nothing to hide. The leather tube pressed against her ribs beneath the coat, invisible, sealed, silent. Behind her, the tribunal boots kept sweeping the market. Ahead, the river gate waited. And the girl was still standing where Lysandra had left her, the coin clutched in her palm, her dark curls a mess against the cold. Lysandra reached the end of the stall raw and turned left instead of walking toward the gate, into a narrower lane between boarded-up fish sellers and a shattered cart. The girl followed. Lysandra heard the small feet, quick and uneven, one shoe scraping. "Wait," the girl said. Lysandra did not stop. "There's a man. He knows things. He worked for your house. He never told anyone, but he talks when he drinks, and I listen." Lysandra slowed. "What man?" "Old cartman. Lives in the dead weight by the shambles. He used to drive for the Okwuosa yard. He still has the badge." Lysandra turned. The girl was a few steps behind, breathing hard, her thin coat flapping open at the throat. She was cold. She had been cold a long time. "Why are you helping me?" The girl looked at the ground. "My dad said if I ever saw someone with that mark, I had to help. He made me promise. He said the people who wore that seal were the only ones who ever paid him fair and called him by his name." Lysandra's chest tightened. "Where is this cartman?" The girl pointed south, past the shambles, past the slaughterhouse runoff where the cobbles turned black with old blood and the smell sat low and permanent. "I can take you, but you have to move. The gray coats are checking every lane." Lysandra looked back toward the river gate. 2 minutes, maybe 3. The dock watchmen would not move unless ordered, and the tribunal was still working the north end. If she went south, she abandoned the gate. If she stayed, she lost the only lead that had found her since the schoolhouse. She made the choice before she finished the thought. "Take me to him." The girl moved. They went south through the shambles, past henning crocuses and men with bloody aprons who did not look up, past a woman scrubbing a drain with a stiff brush, past a pile of bones that had been picked clean and left to freeze. The girl walked fast, her thin legs working, her breath coming in small white bursts. "She talks to him sometimes," the girl said over her shoulder. "The old cartman. He sits in the dead weight by the rendering shed. He doesn't like people, but he liked my Tao." "What is his name?" "Doesn't give one, just sits." The dead weight was a collapsed lean-to against the slaughterhouse wall, roof bowed, walls patched with tarred felt and scrap wood. An old man sat in the opening, knees up, hands wrapped around a tin cup with nothing in it. His beard was gray and uneven, his coat a patchwork of older coats, his eyes roomy and distant until the girl stopped in front of him and said, "She has the mark." The eyes focused. Slow. Measuring. The old man looked at Lysandra the way a horse trader looked at a lame animal, trying to decide whether the trouble was worth the price. "Who are you?" he asked. "Nobody." Good answer. He shifted, bones cracking, and his hand moved to a leather cord around his neck, pulling out a tin badge. The Okwuosa cartage seal, worn smooth at the edges, the wheel and river mark almost invisible from years of handling. "This what she's talking about?" Lysandra pulled the leather tube from under her coat, just enough to show the seal on the corner, then ticked it back. The old man stared at it for a long time. "I knew your mother," he said. The words hit her in the chest like a stone. "She was good people, the only people in this city who treated drivers like men instead of mules." He looked at the ground. "When the counting house burned, I heard the screams. I didn't go. I didn't help. I sat in my cart and drove north and did not look back. You survived." So did you. She crouched in front of him. I need to know what she was doing. Before the fire, she was moving people, wasn't she? Debtor families. The 17 names. The old man's eyes flickered. 17 names, he repeated. That's what she called them. 17 families on the debt rolls that House Wexgrave was going to crush. Your mother was transferring them, one by one, to accounts the Wexgrave auditors couldn't trace. Moving them through cartage routes, river routes, any route that held. How did she move them? He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a scrape. She used a Ruva code, old family code from before the Dynasty Wars. Signal points along the river, the lantern in a certain window, a coat hung on a certain hook, meant the route was open or closed. Your mother had 5 points. 5 houses, 5 families who kept the code alive. Do you know them? He shook his head. I drove cargo, not messages, but I know where the record is. Your father kept a map. A map of the signal points, the safe houses, the river routes. He hid it in the Powden House foundation before he burned it. Cold spread through her. The counting house collapsed. It's rubble. Rubble can be shifted. A shout went up somewhere behind them, closer than before. The girl flinched. The old man's eyes went hard. You need to go. Where is the foundation? South wall of the counting yard, facing the river. There's a drainage hap still intact under the rubble. Your father said if anyone ever needed the code, it would be there. The shouting grew louder, orders being called, the rhythm of men moving in formation. Lysandra stood. Thank you. The old man looked up at her, and for a moment his rheumy eyes cleared. She would have been proud of you, he said. She wanted to believe it. The girl tugged her sleeve. Come on, I know a way past the render sheds. They ran. Through the dead weight, past the rendering shed, through a gap in a fence that led to a frozen mud alley behind the slaughterhouse. The girl moved like she had been running all her life, which she had. The shouting was behind them now, but not far enough. Lysandra's lungs burned. Her hand throbbed where the glass had cut her. The leather tube beat against her ribs. They emerged from the alley into a wider lane, empty, the frost still white on the cobbles, and for one breath she thought they had lost the pursuit. Then she saw them. 2 men in tribunal gray, standing at the far end of the lane, their faces turned toward her. They had not moved yet, but they had seen her. The girl stopped. Her hand found Lysandra's sleeve. What do we do? Before the fire, she was moving people, wasn't she? Debtor families, the 17 names. The old man's eyes flickered. 17 names, he repeated. That's what she called them. 17 families on the debt rolls that House Wexgrave was going to crush. Your mother was transferring them, one by one, to accounts the Wexgrave auditors couldn't trace. Moving them through cartage routes, river routes, any route that held. How did she move them? He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a scrape. She used a river code, old family code from before the Dynasty Wars. Signal points along the river where a lantern in a certain window, a coat hung on a certain hook, meant the route was open or closed. Your mother had 5 points, 5 houses, 5 families who kept the count alive. Do you know them? He shook his head. I drove cargo, not messages, but I know where the record is. Your father kept a map. Chapter 68. They ran. The girl knew the shambles better than Lysandra could have hoped, threading through gaps that looked like dead ends until the last instant, ducking under sagging beams, skirting piles of frozen offal that cracked underfoot like broken glass. The shouts behind them changed shape, no longer a single pursuit, but a net spreading, men calling positions to each other across the frost market. Lysandra credited the voices. 3, maybe 4, more than she could fight. The girl pulled her through a collapsed section of fence into a narrow yard where washing hung frozen on a line, stiff as boards. They crouched behind a rusted coal bin, breath clouding, and Lysandra pressed her back against the brick and forced her mind to work instead of scream. The river code. 5 signal points, 5 houses. Her mother had used them to move 17 families past Wexgrave debt collectors, and her father had hidden the map in the counting house foundation before he burned it. She did not have the map. She had only the old cartman's description and the memory of a childhood spent watching her mother read the river the way other women read prayer books. Think. The counting house foundation was across the market, past the square where Coralie Threnydy's face hung on every post, past the guarded river gate, past the tribunal men who were even now sweeping the shambles with professional patience. They were not running blind. They were clearing zones, methodically, the way men did when they knew the target could not escape the cordon. The girl's hand found her sleeve again. They're going to find us. Lysandra looked at her. The girl could not be more than 12, thin as a winter sparrow, with eyes that had already learned to calculate the distance to the nearest exit. What's your name? Does it matter? Tell me anyway. The girl hesitated. Rella. Rella, I'm going to get us out of here, but I need you to do exactly what I say. Rella nodded once, sharp. Lysandra pulled the leather tube from under her coat and pressed it against her chest, feeling the hard shape of Caedmon's confession and her mother's note through the oilcloth. The map was not in her hands. The map was under rubble on the other side of a cordon, and between her and it lay a square where every post carried her false face. But the river code did not require the map. Her mother had taught it to her in fragments, bedtime stories disguised as games, lantern positions and coat colors, and the angle of a shutter that meant the route was open. Lysandra had been 7 years old. She had not understood what she was learning. She closed her eyes and pulled the fragments together. 5 points, 5 houses. The first was a bell tower, visible from the river. The second was a counting house with a green door. The third was a shrine with a broken weather vane. The fourth was a dock where one piling was painted red. The fifth was a house with a blue shutter that faced the water. The counting house with the green door, that was the derelict one, the old cartman had said. The one whose foundation still held the drainage hatch. The one her father had hidden the map in. It was also the one directly across the square where her face hung on every post. A whistle sounded. Closer now. 2 long blasts, 1 short. A signal. Rella flinched. They're sealing the Natund. How do you know? I know the signals. My father worked the docks before he got sick. Tribunal uses 2 long and 1 short to mean all exits secured, begin interior sweep. Lysandra looked at the girl again, really looked. The scar across her jaw, the quick, measuring eyes. The way she had moved through the shambles like she had been born in its gaps. How old are you? 12. Have you ever been inside a counting house? Rella's mouth twisted. I've been inside places I shouldn't have been. Counting houses are just rooms with more paper. Lysandra almost smiled. Good. Because I need to reach the derelict counting house on the south side of the Frost Market Square, the one with the collapsed roof and the green door that doesn't close properly. Rella's eyes widened. That building's full of tribunal. They've been using it as a staging post all morning. Cold settled in Lysandra's stomach. Then we need a reason to be there that they won't question. They're not going to let a woman and a child walk into their staging post. No, Lysandra said. They're not. She looked at the leather tube in her hands. The evidence, the confession, the names, everything she had bled for, killed for, survived for. If the tribunal took it, she had nothing. If she left it somewhere and lost it, she had nothing. If she walked into that square carrying it, she would be recognized and taken before she reached the counting house door. Rella was watching her, waiting. "There's a drainage hatch in the counting house foundation," Lysandra said. "Under the rubble at the south wall facing the river. My father hid a map there 11 years ago. I need that map." "And the tube?" Lysandra pressed her lips together. "Stays with me." She could not lead it. She could not lose it. She could not let it be taken. But she could hide it. The counting house had a foundation. The foundation had a drainage hatch, and if she could reach that hatch before the tribunal reached her, she could put the tube with the map, both buried in the same darkness, and walk out of the square with nothing but a name she was not allowed to say. Rella touched her arm. "They're coming." The whistle had stopped. The shouts had gone quiet. That was worse. It meant the net was tight enough that the hunters no longer needed to call to each other. Lysandra stood. "Follow me. Stay behind me. If I tell you to run, you run. You don't look back." "Where are you going to be?" "Right behind you." She stepped out from behind the coal bin and into the frozen yard, the leather tube pressed flat against her ribs under her coat, the girl at her heels, and the square ahead of her full of posts that wore her face like a wanted confession. The morning light was gray and thin, the frost still holding, and the first tribunal gray coats she saw were standing at the mouth of the alley she needed to take, their faces turned toward her. They had not moved yet, but they had seen her. Chapter 69. The gray coats at the alley mouth had not moved yet. They had seen her, but they had not raised an alarm, had not drawn weapons, had not sprinted forward with the practiced coordination of hunters who knew the net was tight enough to let the prey walk a few more steps. They were waiting. Lysandra understood the logic in the same cold instant. They wanted to see where she went. They wanted the bolt hole discovered before they closed. Better to let a fugitive lead them to the cache than to capture her in the open and lose the rest. She stopped walking. Rella bumped into her back and went still. "What's wrong?" "The counting house is a staging post," Lysandra said, the words coming fast and low. "If I walk in there with the tube, they take everything. If I hide it before I go in, they might find it during the sweep." Rella's breath made small clouds in the cold air. "Then don't go in." "I have to. The map is in the foundation." "Then give me the tube." Lysandra looked down at the girl, 12 years old, scarred jaw, quick eyes, hands that knew how to move through places she should not have been. "If I disappear into that building with the tube, they grab me and I lose everything. If I disappear without it, they still have me, but they don't have the evidence." Rella's voice was steadier than it should have been. "Give me the tube. I'll hide it in the shambles. You walk in empty-handed. When you come out, I'll be waiting." "Where in the shambles?" "The dead-weight lean-to, under the old cartman's bed. He won't tell." Lysandra looked down at the girl, 12 years old, scarred jaw, quick eyes, hands that knew how to move through places she had not have been. "If I disappear into that building with the tube, they grab me and I lose everything. If I disappear without it, they still have me, but they don't have the evidence." Rella's voice was steadier than it should have been. "Give me the tube. I'll hide it in the shambles. You walk in empty-handed. When you come out, I'll be waiting." "Where in the shambles?" "The dead-weight lean-to, under the old cartman's bed. He won't tell." Lysandra looked down at the girl, 12 years old, scarred jaw, quick eyes, hands that knew how to move through places she should not have been. "If I disappear into that building with the tube, they grab me and I lose everything. If I disappear without it, they still have me, but they don't have the evidence." Rella's voice was steadier than it should have been. "Give me the tube. I'll hide it in the shambles. You walk in empty-handed. When you come out, I'll be waiting." "Where in the shambles?" "The dead-weight lean-to, under the old cartman's bed. He won't tell." Lysandra looked down at the girl, 12 years old, scarred jaw, quick eyes, hands that knew how to move through places she should not have been. If I disappear into that building with the tube, they grab me and I lose everything. If I disappear without it, they still have me, but they don't have the evidence. Rella's voice was steadier than it should have been. Give me the tube. I'll hide it in the shambles. You walk in empty-handed. When you come out, I'll be waiting. Where in the shambles? The dead weight lean-to, under the old cartman's bed, he won't tell. Lysandra looked down at the girl, 12 years old, and stopped the change. This ten's room between two salt-crusted buildings, her thin frame swallowed by the shambles in a heartbeat, and Lysandra was alone in the frozen yard with nothing but the face she had worn for 11 years and the one beneath it. The gray coats were moving now. She could feel the mask pressing against her skin, the familiar ache behind her left eye, the way the edges of her vision blurred when she held it too long. She had worn Coralie Threnody for so many months that she had forgotten what her own face felt like in the wind. She reached up with both hands. The mask released with a sound like tearing silk. She felt it first in the air against her skin, the shock of cold directly on flesh that had not been exposed for almost a year. The wind touched her cheekbones, her jaw, the bridge of her nose. The air tasted different without the mask filtering it. Sharper, more alive, more dangerous. She straightened her spine. She stepped out of the alley. The Frost Market Square spread before her, gray and frozen, the counting house with the green doors slumped on its south edge like a dead animal. Tribunal notices fluttered on every post, her face printed on paper, the name Coralie Threnody stamped beneath it in ink that had already started to bleed in the damp. She walked toward the counting house. The first person she passed was a woman selling dried fish. The woman glanced at her, looked away, did not look back. The second was a carter hauling salt barrels. He did not look at her at all. No one recognized her. Because the city remembered a burned child, a girl who had been pulled from a counting hall fire and sent north with a priest, not a grown woman walking across a square with frost in her hair and ink under her nails. The posters showed Coralie Threnodi's face, the face she had just shed. She was no one. She was everyone. She was a face she had buried for 11 years, and no one saw her at all. The counting house door was propped open with a broken stone. Two gray coats stood on either side, watching the square with the bored alertness of men who had been standing for hours. One of them looked at her as she approached. Markets closed. Tribunal sweep. I'm looking for work, she said. Her voice sounded strange without the mask. Younger, sharper, missing the practiced softness of Coralie's tone. Come back tomorrow. I can scrub, I can carry, I can clear rubble. The gray coat shook his head. Not today. She stopped walking. She stood in the open mouth of the square, the counting house 10 paces away, the drainage hatch in its foundation unreachable, and behind her the net was closing, and ahead of her the door was barred. And she had no name, no mask, no document, no plan, nothing but the cold air on her bare face and the knowledge that she was about to be caught. A voice spoke from behind her. Let her through. She turned. Ivo Mendica stood at the edge of the square, a bandage wrapped around his right hand, his coat stained with river water and soot. He looked at her, not at the mask she had worn, not at the face on the posters, but at the face beneath both, the face he had seen in the lantern light on the river the night before. The gray coat hesitated. Captain, you heard me. Let her through. The gray coats exchanged a look but stepped aside. Ivo walked toward her, his boots heavy on the frozen cobbles, and stopped 3 paces away. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said her name. Lysandra Okwuosa. The frost rocket went quiet. The carters stopped. The fish seller stopped. The sound of them saying it, the living voice of the past catching up, hit her like a blow she had not braced for. A burned child remembered. A girl who had been pulled from a counting hall fire and sent north with a priest, not a grown woman walking across a square with frost in her hair and ink under her nails. The posters showed Coralie Threnody's face, the face she had just shed. She was no one. She was everyone. She was the face she had buried for 11 years, and no one saw her at all. The counting house door was propped open with a broken stone. Two gray coats stood on either side, watching the square with the bored alertness of men who had been standing for hours. One of them looked at her as she approached. "Markets closed. Tribunals sweep." "I'm looking for work," she said. Her voice sounded strange without the mask. Younger, sharper, missing the practiced softness of Coralie's tone. "Come back tomorrow. I can scrub, I can carry, I can clear rubble." The gray coat shook his head. "Not today." She stopped walking. She stood in the open mouth of the square, the counting house 10 paces away, the drainage hatch in its foundation unreachable, and behind her the net was closing, and ahead of her the door was barred, and she had no name, no mask, no document, no plan, nothing but the cold air on her bare face and the knowledge that she was about to be caught. A voice spoke from behind her. "Let her through." She turned. Ivo Mendica stood at the edge of the square, a bandage wrapped around his right hand, his coat stained with river water and soot. He looked at her, not at the mask she had worn, not at the face on the posters, but at the face beneath both, the face he had seen in the lantern light on the river the night before. The gray coat hesitated. "Captain, you heard me. Let her through." The gray coats exchanged a look but stepped aside. Ivo walked toward her, his boots heavy on the frozen cobbles, and stopped 3 paces away. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said her name. Lysandra Okwuosa. The frost rocket went quiet, the cotters stopped. The fish sellers stopped. The sound of them saying it, the living voice of the past catching up, hit her like a blow and good with bitters of a meal. "What's your name?" Lysandra looked at the sky. "I don't know yet." Ralla vanished into the gap between 2 salt-crusted buildings, her thin frame swallowed by the shambles in a heartbeat. And Lysandra was alone in the frozen yard with nothing but the face she had worn for 11 years, and the one beneath it. The gray coat hesitated. "Captain, you heard me. Let her through." The gray coats exchanged a look but stepped aside. Ivo wagged toward her, his boots heavy on the frozen cobbles, and stopped 3 paces away. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said her name. Lysandra Okwuosa. The frost rocket went quiet, the cotters stopped, the fish sellers stopped to the sense of intimation for the hype. Where are their own chans? The best one is diving in his Joe, on a Kligger equipment for a list of heavy. Chapter 70. Ivo Mendica stood 3 paces away, his bandaged hand hanging loose at his side, his face unreadable in the winter light. The frost market held its breath around them, carters frozen mid-step, fish sellers with their hands still wet and empty. 2 kinds of people. Lysandra felt the cold air on her bare face, on the skin that had not known wind in almost a year. She had no mask. She had no tube. She had no name but the one he had just spoken into the silence. "You knew," she said. "Before you said it. You knew on the river." "The lantern caught your face for half a second." Ivo did not step closer. "I spent 11 years studying Wexgrave household records. I know what a burned child's bones look like in the ledgers." "You spent 11 years hunting me." "I spent 11 years reading the trail you left behind." He tilted his chin toward the counting house. "There are papers in there that will be sealed by noon. Factors from the upper district are already on their way to collect everything that survived the collapse. Once they have it, your father's route, your mother's code, everything your family built to escape, it all becomes tribunal property." The gray coats at the counting house door had not moved. They watched him, not her, waiting for an order. "You could seize me," Lysandra said. "That would end your hunt." I could. Ivo's voice carried no satisfaction. But I have been asking the wrong questions for 11 years, hunting the wrong person, watching the wrong doors. He paused. Caedmon Brannigan wrote a confession. 14 names. You have it. She said nothing. Where is the tube? Somewhere you will not find it. I do not need to find it. Ivo took a half step forward. I need you to copy the documents before the tribunal locks the counting house, and everything in it becomes inadmissible. Your father's map, the signal points, the names of the 5 houses that kept the code alive. If that evidence enters tribunal custody, it will be buried so deep no one will ever prove Corvane Wexgrave ordered the purge. Behind her, somewhere beyond the shambles, a whistle sounded. 3 short notes. The first gray coat at the counting house door straightened. Ivo heard it. His jaw tightened. That is the advance. I have maybe 30 seconds before the lead factor arrives, and I can no longer let you through that door without drawing steel. Why would you let me through at all? He looked at her then, and something shifted in his face. Not warmth. Something harder. Something that looked like hunger turned inward. Because I have spent 11 years believing I was hunting a criminal, a ghost, a child who survived by luck and vanished by design. His voice dropped. What I found instead was a woman who gutted a ruling house, using nothing but ledgers, patience, and a name she was willing to burn to ash. I want to see what happens when she stops hiding. The whistle answered again, closer. 2 short notes, 1 long. The gray coats at the door looked at Ivo. One of them spoke. Captain, we need to clear the square. Ivo did not look away from Lysandra. Your choice. Walk through the door, copy the map, and let the copies reach places the tribunal cannot touch. Or stand here and let every document your parents died to protect become a dead letter. He lowered his voice. But decide now, because the man who is about to walk into this square does not want to use you. He wants the name dead. The frost rocket had begun to move again, carters hauling their loads, fish sellers gathering their baskets, the slow dissolution of a crowd that knew when to scatter. The gray coats were pulling the counting house door wider. Lysandra looked at Ivo Mendica's face. The bandaged hand, the river-stained coat, the eyes of a man who had spent 11 years reading the wrong trail and had just realized the correct one led straight through him. She took a step toward the counting house. The gray coats parted. Behind her, she heard Ivo turn and bark an order at someone she could not see, his voice carrying the authority of a man who had just chosen which kind of person he was going to be. She did not look back. She stepped through the counting house door. I need a map, match the pap, and let the copies reach places the tribunal cannot touch. Or stand here and let every document your parents died to protect become a dead letter. He lowered his voice. But decide now, because the man who is about to walk into this square does not want to use you. He wants the name dead. The frost rocket had begun to move again, carters hauling their loads, fish sellers gathering their baskets, the slow dissolution of a crowd that knew when to scatter. The gray coats were pulling the counting house door wider. Lysandra looked at Ivo Mendica's face, the bandaged hand, the river-stained coat, the eyes of a man who had spent 11 years reading the wrong trail and had just realized the correct one led straight through him. She took a step toward the counting house. The gray coats parted. Behind her, she heard Ivo turn and bark an order at someone she could not see, his voice carrying the authority of a man who had just chosen which kind of person he was going to be. She did not look back. She stepped through the counting house door and walked up. It induces the chesting cancels there. I think he looked it in me in my own chapter. It simply provides my wife's KI of in the sensory-based, about the case that I probably had discussed by the knave actor. He looked at the sentry into his vicious overcoming everything, and you already even tends to do our spenets there well? I am like that. Against the warblack changes me. I think you could do not get all this Gavrix, where you think every works make a lights. Coming through me, Jesus, and I do it. I am really daily knowing now that we're calling for the back. I have never bade me. He shouldn't then, it's just my cluing. I am so designed to take him out for the math. I am so doubt of you for the gerund in the sky, which it's not tending a loke. I am special a faunal. This soy startly deals back about the amount. So, again my deckening scrutely. New. Clee for the Black, Chapter 71. The counting house smelled of wet ash and splintered wood, the collapsed roof letting in pale winter light that fell in broken stripes across overturned ledgers. Lysandra stood just inside the threshold, her bare face still strange to the air, and watched dust rise from the wreckage in lazy clouds. Behind her, Ivo's boots scraped stone as he pulled the door nearly shut, leaving a finger's width of gray light. "South wall," he said. "You said drainage hatch." She was already moving past the rubble, stepping over a charred beam that had fallen across a clerk's desk, the wood still holding the ghost of a ledger page pressed into its surface by heat. The counting house had been a shell for 11 years, but someone had been here recently. A clear path wound through the debris, swept clean of glass and nails. Tribunal staging post. They had been using this building for weeks. The south wall stood intact where the rest of the roof had fallen inward. Old counting shelves lined it, their ledgers swollen with moisture and slumped like corpses against each other. Lysandra dropped to her knees at the base of the wall, where the stone met the floor, and ran her fingers along the join until she found what she was looking for. A gap, just wide enough for a hand. Ivo crossed the room and dropped beside her, his bandaged hand joining hers at the edge of the iron plate. Together they pulled, strain running through both their arms, and the hatch groaned free with a sound like a tooth being dragged from old bone. Beneath it, darkness, and the faint smell of river silt. Lysandra reached into the hole, her arm vanishing to the shoulder, her fingers finding nothing but wet stone and mud. She reached deeper, her cheek pressed to the cold floor, and her fingertips brushed something that was not stone. Paper, wrapped in oilcloth. She pulled it out and laid it on the floor between them. The oilcloth was sealed at the edges with wax that had held for 11 years. She worked the seal open with her thumbnail, and the cloth fell away to reveal a bundle of pages, their ink still sharp, the paper dry and intact. Her father's handwriting. Ivo leaned over her shoulder as she spread the pages across the floor. The first was a map of the river, drawn in careful ink, marked with 5 symbols. A bell tower, a counting house, a shrine with a broken weather vane, a dock with a red piling, a house with a blue shutter. Beside each symbol, a name written in her mother's hand. The 5 houses. The second page held a list of signal codes, river distances, and safe house locations, each entry dated and signed. The third page was a letter, addressed to no one, that began, "If you are reading this, I am dead, and you are the child who survived me." Lysandra's throat closed. She did not read further. "There are more ledgers here," Ivo said, his voice low. He had moved to the counting shelves and was pulling swollen volumes free, flipping through pages crusted with moisture. Old Owusu route records, delivery logs, debt schedules that never made it to the guild registers. "Copy everything that names the 5 houses," she said. "Everything that proves the river code existed." "We do not have time to copy everything." "Then copy what matters." She found a Brecken burnt bottle in the debris, the glass cracked but the residue still dark enough to write with. A splintered board served as her desk, a torn ledger page as her paper. She began to copy the map, her hand moving fast, each line carrying the weight of 11 years of waiting. Behind her, Ivo worked through the ledgers with the methodical patience of a man who had spent his life reading other people's records. She heard him mutter under his breath once, a name she did not catch, then the rustle of paper being folded. Outside, the first horn sounded long and low, carrying across the market square. The lead factor was here. "They will seal the building," Ivo said. "Every exit, every window. They will turn this place into a vault, and we will be inside it." Lysandra did not stop copying. "How long?" "Minutes, maybe less." She finished the last signal point, folded the copied page, and pressed it into the lining of her coat. The original map she slid back into the oilcloth and returned to the drainage hatch, covering it with the iron plate. "Show me what you found." Ivo crossed to her, carrying a single ledger page, its edges charred but the writing still legible. He held it so the light fell across the ink, and she saw Corvane Wexgrave's signature at the bottom of a payment order dated 3 days before the counting house fire. The amount was enough to pay off the debt of a small house. The payee field was blank. "This was the bribe," she said. "This was the price of your mother's death." Ivo's voice was flat, but his jaw was tight. "And it is only 1 page. There will be more in the Upper District archives if we can get to them before the tribunal buries everything." Another horn answered the first. Closer now. The sound bounced off the walls of the market square and seeped through the counting house's broken roof. "We need to leave," Ivo said. "Through the hatch. It leads to the river." "The water will be cold enough to stop your heart." "I have been colder." She moved toward the hatch, but Ivo did not follow. He was standing in the stripe of winter light, reading from a second page he had pulled from the ledgers, his expression shifting into something she had not seen on his face before. "What is it?" He did not answer immediately. He read the page again, his lips moving slightly, and then he looked at her with an expression that was not shock, not anger, but something older. Something that looked like the moment a man realizes the story he has been told his whole life is a lie. "This is Caedmon's confession," he said. "You said you did not have the tube." "I do not have it. That is a copy. I made it while you were reading the ledgers." "When?" "While you were looking at the south wall." He stared at her. She did not flinch. "You copied a confession with 14 murders on it, and you did it while I was standing 3 feet away." "I am good at multitasking." Ivo shook his head, but there was something in his eyes that was not anger. It looked almost like respect. "Do you know what this confession proves?" he said, "beyond the murders." "Tell me." "Caedmon Brannigan did not kill for himself. He killed for you." Ivo held the page up. "Every name on this list is someone who could have identified you, someone who saw your face, your hand, your coat, your entrance to a room you should not have been in. He did not kill to protect Wexgrave House. He killed to protect a woman who would destroy it." He paused. "That means the city has been told only fragments of what happened. Corvane's version, the tribunal's version. But this confession, combined with your father's map, combined with the payment order I just found, tells a story that no one in Drosvin has ever heard." The horn sounded a third time. The front door shook. Someone had just struck it from the outside. Ivo looked at the door, then at the hatch, then at her. "Go," he said, "not without the copies." He handed her the pages with the debris. The glass cracked, but the residue still dark enough to write with. A splintered board served as her desk, a torn ledger page as her paper. She began to copy the map, her hand moving fast, each line carrying the weight of 11 years of waiting. Behind her, Ivo worked through the ledgers with the methodical patience of a man who had spent his life reading other people's records. She heard him mutter under his breath, "Rents," a name she did not, and through the iron she heard the front door splinter open, heavy boots entering the counting house, and Ivo's voice saying, calm and professional, "I have secured the building factor. No one inside but me." Chapter 72. The water took her breath before she could take another. She broke the surface, gasping. The copies pressed flat against her ribs beneath the soaked wool, and stroked south along the current with the last strength her arms remembered. The cold was not pain yet. It was absence. It spread from her fingers and toes, up through her wrists and ankles, each stroke stealing a little more sensation. Behind her, the counting house door had splintered open. She heard Iva's voice, calm and professional, telling the factors the building was secured. She heard boots crossing the floor above the hatch. She kept swimming. The mooring post with the red piling appeared through the fog like a promise she did not trust. She reached it, her fingers numbed to hooks that barely gripped the wet wood, and pulled herself out round the curve until she saw the house with the blue shutter. It was dark. No lamp in the window. No smoke from the chimney. She dragged herself onto the narrow landing, water streaming from her coat, her boots, the hem of her dress. The door was locked. She knocked. 3 quick beats. The signal from her mother's code fragmented in her memory, but the rhythm still there. No answer. She knocked again, harder, and the door opened a hand's width. A woman's face appeared in the gap, older than Mirelle, her hair the color of old iron, her eyes moving from Lysandra's wet face to the water pooling at her feet. Who sent you? Ivo Mendaka, and my mother. The woman's gaze sharpened. What is her name? Ina Ogusa. The door swung open. Lysandra stepped inside and the woman closed and barred it behind her without another word. She pointed to a chair by the cold hearth, threw a blanket at Lysandra's chest, and vanished into the back of the house without introducing herself. Lysandra stood in the dark room, water dripping onto the floorboards, her hands shaking so hard she could barely grip the blanket. She did not sit. She pulled the copies from beneath her coat, spread them across the table, and watched the ink bleed at the edges where the water had touched. The map, the signal points, the letter from her father, and beneath them, Caedmon's confession. The copies she had made while Ivo searched the ledgers, the ink still smudged in places but every name legible. She read it again. 14 names. 14 people who had died so she could stay hidden, so Coralie Threnody could walk through Wexgrave House without suspicion. She pressed her palm flat against the page, as if she could feel the weight of each name through the paper. The front door shook. Not a knock, something heavy striking the wood from the outside. Lysandra's hand went to her belt, but she had no weapon. The woman appeared from the back room, a cleaver in her grip, and gestured for Lysandra to move away from the door. The door shook again, and this time a voice followed it. Open it. The voice was low, hoarse, and familiar. Lysandra knew it before the woman reached the latch. Caedmon. The woman looked at Lysandra. Lysandra nodded, and the woman drew the bar back, stepping aside with the cleaver still raised. Caedmon pushed through the door and closed it behind him. His coat was torn at the shoulder, dark with blood she could not tell was his or another's. His face was pale, his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat or river water, and he was breathing like a man who had run through fire to get here. She had never seen him look less composed. You should not be here, she said. No. He leaned against the door, his hand pressed to his ribs. I should not be anywhere near you. I have been telling myself that since the river. Then why are you here? He did not answer immediately. He looked at the copies spread across the table, at the ink bleeding at the edges, at her hands still shaking from the cold. The counting house is sealed, he said. Ivo bought you time, but the lead factor is not satisfied. He is sweeping the shambles house by house. He will reach this street before the hour turns. Then I will leave. You will not get to follow here and offer another route, another escape, another thing you arranged without my consent. I know that too. Then why? Caedmon looked at her, and for a moment his composure cracked into something raw, unguarded, almost young. Because I do not know how to stop. The silence stretched between them. The woman with the cleaver had retreated to the back room, leaving them alone with the wet copies and the cold hearth. By what right will you keep deciding the shape of my survival? Lysandra's voice was quiet, but it carried. Every door you opened, every person you killed, every lie you told, you chose for me. You made yourself the author of my life without ever asking if I wanted you to write it. Caedmon's jaw tightened. His hand pressed harder against his ribs, and she saw blood seep between his fingers. None, he said. Then what? None. He met her eyes, and his voice was steady. I have no right. I had no right from the beginning, but I stayed anyway. He held her gaze for a long breath. I am staying now, not because I have a claim on you, because there is no other place I would rather be than between you and the people who want you dead. The door shook again. This time it was not his fist. 3 heavy blows, spaced apart, official. A voice called through the wood. Open in the name of the tribunal factors. We are searching every house on this street. Caedmon turned toward the door. Lysandra did not move. Caedmon looked at her, and something passed between them. Not forgiveness, not trust, but acknowledgement. He was here. He would come, and whether she wanted him to or not, he would hold the door. Go, he said. Through the back. The woman will show you the channel. She did not argue. She gathered the copies, pressed them against her chest, and followed the iron-haired woman into the dark of the house without looking back. Behind her, she heard Caedmon draw the bar and open the door. Chapter 73. The iron-haired woman moved through the dark house without a lamp, her feet finding floorboards that did not creak, her hand reaching back once to guide Lysandra around a gap where the stairs had rotted through. They passed a kitchen where cold hearth ash smelled of fish bones and tallow. They passed a pantry with a broken latch, a corridor where rain had warped the wallboards into waves, and then a door that opened onto a narrow yard hemmed by fences slick with frost. The woman pointed to a gap between 2 sheds where the fence had been cut and replaced with a loose board. Through there. Follow the drainage ditch until you smell salt. The channel mouth is under a collapsed jetty. There is a skiff tied to the downstream piling. And you? The woman shook her head. I will clean the table and tell them you came alone. Lysandra wanted to thank her. She did not know the woman's name. She did not know if the woman had children or a husband or a life that would be destroyed when the tribunal traced the escape back to this house. She said, Tell them Ina Ogusa's daughter sends her gratitude. The woman's face shifted, something close to pain, and then she was gone. The door closed, the bolt shot from inside. Lysandra ran. The drainage ditch was frozen at the edges, the ice cracking under her weight as she followed the shallow cut between sheds and empty lots. The cold bit through her wet boots. The copies pressed against her ribs, the ink bleeding into her shirt, the paper already softening. Behind her, she heard shouting, then the splinter of wood, then a voice she knew, Caedmon's voice. Tell Vervan I tried. Tell him I came for the documents and she was already gone. The lie landed clean. She almost believed it herself. She kept running. The ditch widened as the ground sloped toward the river, the fences giving way to reeds, the reeds giving way to marsh. The salt hit her nostrils a moment before she heard the slap of water against stone. The slaughterhouse channel. It was narrow, no wider than 2 carts, the water black and sluggish between crumbling stone walls. The collapsed jetty the woman had mentioned lay ahead, a skeleton of rotted beams tilting into the current. Beneath it, a skiff. Lysandra slid down the bank, mud catching her heels, and reached for the rope. A hand closed around her wrist. She twisted, the knife already half out of her belt, and found Caedmon's face inches from hers. His coat was torn open. His hand was wet with blood that was not his. "The oil," he said, breathing hard. "I told them I spilled account oil in the alley. They will find the spill and the torch and assume I burned the evidence to keep it from them." "You gave them a reason to hunt you." "I gave them a reason to stay out of that house while you ran." He released her wrist and stepped back. "The skiff would take you to the marsh outlet. From there, follow the reeds east. There is a fishing camp 2 miles down that still answers to the Okwuosa name." He pressed something into her hand, a folded scrap of paper heavy with wax. "The butcher's name. Tell him Caedmon sent you. He will take you as far as the Greywater confluence." She looked at the paper, then at him. "Why are you doing this?" Caedmon's jaw tautened. The smoke was curling over the rooftops now, gray and thick, carrying the sharp chemical smell of burning oil. "Because Corvane means to live long enough to destroy every witness," he said. "He has already sent riders to the Frostgate. He will have Eamon killed before dawn. He will have Mirelle's name on a seizure order by noon. He will burn every person who ever touched your story." "And you?" "I am already burned." He said it without self-pity. "The only question is whether you survive long enough to make the fire mean something." The first shot cracked the air. Lysandra flinched. The bullet struck the stern wall above her head, spraying fragments into the water. Caedmon turned. The factors were at the top of the bank, 3 of them, their coats dark against the flames behind them, their pistols raised. "Go," he said. She did not argue. She dropped into the skiff, grabbed the oar, and pushed off as a second shot punched through the reeds where her head had been. Caedmon was running, not away from the factors but toward them, his arms spread, his voice carrying over the gunfire. "She went through the counting house. I can show you the hatch." The lie again. The same shape as every other gift he had forced on her. The cover she had not asked for, the sacrifice she could not refuse. The skiff slid under the collapsed jetty. The channel narrowed. The smoke swallowed the bank, the shouting, the third shot that might have been aimed at her or at him. Lysandra rowed. The reeds closed around her. The marsh opened ahead, flat and gray under the winter sky, and she was alone again with the wet copies and the cold and the knowledge that Caedmon had made himself a target so she could reach the water. She did not look back. She rowed until her arms shook and her breath came in gasps that fogged the air. And when she finally let the skiff drift into a channel of still black water, she allowed herself to open her father's letter. The wax seal cracked under her thumb. The paper was dry beneath the oilcloth, preserved through 11 years of waiting, and the first words she read made her chest seize. "If you are reading this, I am dead, and you are the child who survived me. But you are not the only one." Chapter 74. The skiff drifted in the still black water, and the words on the paper blurred and sharpened and blurred again. "But you are not the only one." Lysandra read the sentence 5 times before the meaning reached her chest. Not the only one. Another child. A sibling she had never known, or a cousin hidden the same way she had been. Or someone else who carried the Okwuosa blood through the winter purge and into the years after. Her hand shook. The letter trembled. She folded it before she could read more, pressed it against her ribs with the other wet copies, and forced herself to breathe. The marsh was quiet now. The runshots had stopped. The smoke still curled above the rooftops, gray and thinning, but the shouts had faded into a distant murmur that could have been wind or pursuit or nothing at all. She should row. The fishing camp was 2 miles east. The butcher could take her to Greywater. She had the documents, the map, the confession, the letter that might name the other survivor. She should row. Instead, she listened. The murmur sharpened. A voice she knew, raised in command, not in pain. Ivo. Hold the rear door, 3 of them, coming through the counting yard. He was alive, still inside the counting house, still fighting. And Caedmon had run toward the factors with his arms spread, buying her time with a lie that would not hold forever. Lysandra looked at the skiff, at the reeds, at the gray sky that promised snow before evening. Then she looked back at the smoke. She tied the skiff to a root, pressed the oilcloth packet deep inside her coat, and waded through the marsh mud toward the sound of Ivo's voice. The counting house had changed in the minutes she had been gone. The front wall was breached, the door splintered inward, and a shaft of winter light cut through the dust where tribunal factors had forced entry. The rear door, the one that opened onto the counting yard, was being hammered from the outside by men who did not announce themselves. Corvane's men. Had to be. Lysandra slipped through the drainage hatch she had used to escape, the rusted iron still wet from her earlier passage, and pulled herself into the ruined main room on her belly. Ivo stood at the rear door, his back braced against a fallen beam, a ledger in one hand and a knife in the other. He was not using the ledger as a weapon, he was reading it. 3 men in the yard, he said without looking up. 1 at the front door, 2 more climbing through the collapsed roof. We have approximately 90 seconds before they triangulate. Where is Caedmon? Ivo's jaw tightened. He came back through the oil fire, told me you were clear. Then the factors arrived ahead of schedule. Where is he? A crash from the roof. Plaster rained down, white and fine, catching in Lysandra's hair. Ivo pointed with the knife. East counting room. He is buying time so I can finish reading this ledger. The absurdity of it almost made her laugh. 2 men surrounded, fighting for their lives, and Ivo was still chasing paper. Then she saw his face. He was not reading for pleasure. He was reading because the ledger held the payee name. The blank field on the payment order, the name Corvane had left empty so the bribe could be assigned to anyone. He wrote it in the margin, Ivo said, his voice low. 3 pages deep, a different hand, smaller, pressed harder into the paper. Someone who knew the order would be found and wanted the name to survive even if the order was destroyed. Whose name? Ivo turned the ledger toward her. The margin read, Heir, paid in full, witness to clearance. Heir, the magistrate, the man who had chaired the debt seizure panel, the man Corvane had named in the draft confession as the one who authorized the purge. The man who was supposed to be dead. Veller survived, Lysandra said. He did not die in the fire. He was paid. Paid, witnessed, and still farking the upper districts with a magistrate's seal. Ivo closed the ledger. That name is worth more than anything else in this building. The rear door shuddered. A second blow. A third. Then a voice from the front hall, cold and familiar. She is in there. Take her alive. I want her to see me when the paper's burned. Corvane. Lysandra's blood turned to salt. He had come himself, not to capture her, not to kill her, but to watch, to stand over the documents she had spent 11 years hunting and strike the match with his own hand. Ivo moved first. He crossed the room, grabbed her arm, and pulled her toward the east counting room where the roof was still intact and the wall backed onto the slaughterhouse channel. The magistrate's name gets out, Corvane falls regardless of what burns here today, he said. You carry that name, you carry the map, the letter, the confession. He cannot take those from you unless he takes you. He will try. He will succeed if you stay in this room. The east counting room door swung open, and Caedmon stood in the frame. His coat was black with soot, his hands were raw, the knuckles split, and his face was the face of a man who had already died once today and was simply waiting for the body to catch up. He looked at her, at Ivo, at the ledger in Ivor's hands. You found it. The magistrate's name, Ivo said. Caedmon nodded, then he looked at Lysandra, and something in his eyes shifted. Not relief, not hope, something closer to acceptance. Corvane brought 10 men, he said. Half are in the yard, half are at the front door. He is standing in the street with a lantern and a satisfaction that tells me he believes the documents still die with you. Then he believes wrong. Then we move. Corvane turned and led them into the east counting room. The room was smaller than the main hall, lined with shattered shelves and collapsed ledgers, the air thick with paper dust and the smell of old ink. A window faced the slaughterhouse channel, boarded shut, but the boards were rotted and the frame was warped. We go through the window, drop into the channel, and circle back through the reeds to the skiff, Caedmon said. They will see us. They would be looking at the front door. A crash from the main room. The rear door had given way. Corvane's men were inside. Ivo moved to the window, drove his shoulder into the boards, and the frames splintered outward. Cold air flooded the room, sharp with the smell of blood and marsh mud and the distant promise of snow. Go, he said. Caedmon went first, dropping into the channel with a splash that was swallowed by the reeds. Ivo followed, the ledger pressed against his chest. Lysandra paused at the window. Behind her, the main room was filling with voices. Corvane's voice, sharp and precise, giving orders. The scrape of boots on shattered ledger pages, the rustle of paper being gathered and thrown into a pile. He was already destroying what remained. He did not know she had the copies. He did not know she had the name. She stepped onto the windowsill, and from the street outside, a voice called out, calm and unhurried, carrying through the broken walls like a blade through silk. Lysandra Okwuosa. Her name, spoken without accusation, without triumph, without any heat at all. I have your priest. I have your housekeeper. I have the girl who carries your leather too. She froze. The question is not whether you escape, the voice continued. The question is whether you can live with the cost of it. Lysandra turned. Through the broken front wall, past the smoke and the splintered beams, she saw a figure standing in the Frost Market Square. The figure held a lantern. The figure wore the dark coat of a tribunal factor. But the face beneath the hood was not the face of a stranger. It was the face of the iron-haired woman who had opened the safehouse door and guided her to the slaughterhouse channel. The iron-haired woman who had said, Aya Okwuosa's daughter sends her gratitude, and whose face had registered pain. The iron-haired woman smiled, and in the lantern light, Lysandra saw the truth she had missed, the shape of the betrayal she had never anticipated, the face of the informant who had been tracking her since the shambles. I am sorry it has to be this way, the woman said, but your mother's network was never as loyal as she believed. The manders swung, and the trap closed. Chapter 75. The smoke had already found them. It rolled through the east counting room in gray sheets, thin at first, then thickening until every breath carried the taste of burning ledger paper and old wood. The fire had spread faster than Caedmon predicted, climbing the main hall beams, eating the shelves where Corvane's men had piled the documents for destruction. Lysandra stood at the window, one foot on the sill, the iron-haired woman's voice still ringing in her skull. Your mother's network was never as loyal as she believed. The words sat in her chest like a blade she had swallowed. Lysandra! Ivo's hand closed on her arm. Now. She looked past him. Through the broken wall, the iron-haired woman still stood in the Frost Market Square, lantern raised, her face unreadable in the firelight. Brother Aemon was somewhere behind her. Mirelle, Rella, who carried the leather tube with her father's map, and the signal codes, and the letter that said, You are not the only one. I cannot leave them. You cannot save them by dying in the same room, Ivo said. The copies go out through the hatch. That is how Corvane falls. That is how you make her capture of them mean nothing. A crash from the main hall. A voice, Corvane's, raised above the crackle of flame. "Find her. Bring her alive. The papers burn either way." Caedmon appeared at Ivo's shoulder, his face streaked with soot, his eyes fixed on the window. The channel below swam with reeds and dark water, and the distant gleam of the skiff. "The hatch leads to the river," he said. "The tributary feeds into the gray water. If you reach the fishing camp, the butcher's knave gets it through." "Ivo goes," Lysandra said. Both men looked at her. "Ivo goes with the copies. He knows the factors, he knows the magistrate's name, he knows the bribe. He is the only one who can make the evidence speak without needing to hide." "The hatch is one body at a time," Ivo said. "If I go first, the window closes behind me." "Then go." She pressed the oilcloth packet into his hands, the copies of the map, the signal codes, the payment order with Heir name in the margin. Caedmon's confession. Ivo looked at the packet, then at her. "You are choosing to stay." "I am choosing what survives." The fire coughed a new wave of heat through the door, and the boards above them groaned. Ivo's jaw tightened, and then he was gone, dropping through the window into the channel, the packet pressed against his chest. The reeds swallowed him. Lysandra turned back to the room. The smoke had grown thicker, coiling along the ceiling, sinking toward the floor. Through the haze, she saw movement at the broken wall, a figure stepping through the gap where the rear door had been. Corvane Wexgrave. He carried no weapon, his coat was untouched by ash. His pale gray eyes moved across the east counting room with the same deliberate patience he applied to ledgers and debt schedules and the destruction of families. Behind him, the fire climbed the main hall beams. "The hatch is sealed," he said. "If I go first, the window closes behind me." "Then go." She pressed the oilcloth pocket into his hands, the copies of the map, the signal codes, the payment order with Heir name in the margin. Caedmon's confession. Ivo looked at the packet, then at her. "You are choosing to stay. I am choosing what survives." The fire coughed a new wave of heat through the door, and the boards above them groaned. Ivo's jaw tightened, and then he was gone, dropping through the window into the channel, the packet pressed against Lysandra's back, and the memory rose without warning. The counting hall. 11 years ago. The flames climbing the walls the same way, orange and gold and greedy. Her mother's voice through the smoke, telling her to run, telling her not to look back. The heat on her skin, the taste of ash, the sound of a beam falling, and the world going dark. Lysandra. Her mother's voice. Who is leaving this house? Aemon's question from the Undercroft, not the shrine, not the market, the Undercroft, where she had asked him if he knew her father was alive. Who is leaving this house? The answer had been, the child who survived. And she was still that child. Lysandra straightened. The smoke was thick, the fire was close, and Corvane Wexgrave stood between her and the only exit. But she had the copies in Ivo's hands. She had the magistrate's name. She had the confession that would burn Wexgrave House to the ground, even if every document in this room turned to ash. She had what survived. "Kill me," she said, "and the evidence still lives. Ivo Mendaka carries your name, your bribe, and your magistrate's signature through the river. He knows what to do with it. He may not survive the swim. He will." The fire coughed, and a beam above them groaned, and Corvane took another step forward. And through the smoke, past the heat, past the crackle of flame and the distant shouts of his men, his pale gray eyes met hers. He knew her, and she knew that he would spend his last breath trying to destroy her. But she was already gone. The window was at her back, the channel was below, and in the freezing water, a hand reached up through the reeds. Ivo had not left. Chapter 76. The hand breached the reeds. Not a ghost, not a trick of the firelight. Ivo Mendica's fingers closed on the rotted window frame, and his head broke the surface, river water streaming from his hair, his breath a raw scrape in his throat. He had not left. Lysandra reached for him, and Corvane moved. He did not run. He did not shout for his men. Corvane Wexgrave crossed the burning room with the same measured pace he applied to signing death warrants, and when he reached the window, he drove his boot into the frame where Ivo's fingers gripped the wood. The kick landed. Ivo's grip held. "You," Corvane said, and his voice carried no heat. "Were paid to guard my house, not to drown in its ruins." Ivo pulled himself higher, one arm hooking over the sill. "I was paid to guard a lie. The truth pays better." The fire coughed behind them. A beam groaned overhead, shedding sparks like slow rain. Corvane turned back to Lysandra, and in the orange light, his pale gray eyes held something she had never seen in them before. Not fear, grief. "You want to know what happened," he said. "Not the version you built, not the story your father told himself so he could sleep. The truth." "I know the truth," Lysandra said. "You know the signature. You know the bribe. You know I profited." Corvane stepped closer, and the firelight caught the burn scar along his jaw, silver and old. "You do not know why the Thuguso counting house burned. You do not know what your mother said to me when I came to offer terms." Lysandra's chest went still. He was not lying. She had spent 11 years reading merchants, counting their tells, knowing when a man spoke truth because it cost him something to say it. Corvane Wexgrave was not lying. "Your father came to me," Corvane said, 3 weeks before the fire. He knew the Cartage Guild would collapse if the debt schedules were enforced. He knew 17 families would lose everything. He begged for terms. "Liar. Ask the ledgers. Ask the marginal notes you found. Your father signed the payment order because I offered him a way out, a consolidation, a repayment plan that would have kept his house standing." The flames ate the east wall. The heat pressed against Lysandra's back, and she felt it, the logic of it, the nightmare shake of it. "But the terms required collateral," she said. Corvane nodded. "Your mother's river code, the signal points, the safe houses. I needed the network dismantled before it could be used to shelter debtors from legitimate seizure." She would never. She refused. Corvane's voice hardened for the first time. "She told me I could burn every ledger in Drosven before she gave up a single root. She told me the network was not mine to buy." Lysandra heard her mother's voice, the same voice that had told her to run, not to look back, to survive. "Not mine to buy." "Your father accepted the terms," Corvane said. "Your mother burned the counting house instead. She chose defiance over mercy. She chose to destroy everything rather than surrender a single name." The fire roared. Lysandra stood in the heat, the smoke, the weight of 11 years, and she understood. Corvane had not ordered the fire. He had not killed her mother. He had offered a deal. Her father had accepted, and her mother had burned it all rather than let the network fall into his hands. But that was not the whole truth. "You left out the profit," Lysandra said. Corvane's jaw tightened. "The payment order," she said, "dated 3 days before the fire. Bribe for a purge, not a consolidation. You never intended to save the 17 families. You intended to dismantle the Thuguso house and take the roots for yourself." The fire changed everything. "The fire gave you cover." Lysandra stepped toward him, and the flames rose behind her, and she felt no fear. "You came to offer terms, but you came with a purchase order already signed. You were ready to profit whether she surrendered or burned. Corvane said nothing. You did not punish my mother's defiance, Lysandra said. You buried it. You built your fortune on a fire you did not light, and you let her name rat while you spent the money it made. The fire ate the east counting room, and Corvane Wexgrave, for the first time in 11 years, had no answer. He looked at her, and in his pale gray eyes the certainty cracked. The ledger closed, the neat calculation of guilt and necessity crumbled into ash. Your mother's notation, he said, the one in the charred fragment. What did it say? Lysandra remembered. 17 names still vulnerable. Delay closes at midnight. If I do not survive, Caedmon knows the route. She was buying time, Lysandra said, not destroying the network, moving it. The fire was not defiance, it was sacrifice. Corvane's face went still. Every death, Lysandra said, you profited. Every corpse, every debt, every orphan, you counted them like cargo. She burned the building with herself inside. She burned it so the 17 families could vanish while you counted the dead. The fire found a reserve of oil beneath the counting room floor. The floor bucked beneath them. Ivo grabbed Lysandra's arm and pulled her toward the window, toward the water, toward the hand that had not left. Corvane did not move. He stood in the flame, the slake, the ruin of his house, and he looked at Lysandra Okwuosa with something she had never expected to see in his face. Truth. He's alive, Corvane said. The floor groaned. Your father, Caedmon Okwuosa, is alive. I have known for 8 years. The words did not land like a blow. They landed like a door slamming shut somewhere inside her chest. I did not kill him, Corvane said. I could not find him. But I knew. And I let you believe he died in the fire because his survival would unravel everything. The beam above them splintered. Ivo pulled Lysandra through the window, and she dropped, hit the freezing water, felt the current close over her head. And through the reeds, through the dark, through the roar of flame and the crash of the counting house falling into ash, she heard Corvane Wexgrave say her name. Lysandra, not Coralie, not the governess, not the daughter of a dead house, her name. And in his voice, for the first time, something that sounded like uncertainty. The river took her. The fire claimed the sky. And above the burning ruin, in the frost rocket square, the iron-haired woman raised her lantern and began to walk toward the water. Chapter 77. The water pulled at her clothes, at the torn sleeves, at the weight of river silt gathering in her boots. The cold had stopped being cold. It had become a pressure, a numbness that pressed against her ribs and made her hands feel like someone else's hands. Ivo held her arm. His grip was the only warm thing in the river. Behind them, the counting house fell. The sound was not loud. It was deep, a grinding that traveled through the water and into her chest like a second heartbeat. Timber, stone, iron, fire. The east counting room collapsed into the channel, and the flames that had been eating the walls became a column of light that turned the river gold. Lysandra did not look back. She could not. The beam that had nearly killed her was somewhere in that wreckage. Corvane Wexgrave was somewhere in that wreckage. Her mother's fire, her father's signature, the payment order, the sealed hatch, the iron-haired woman with her lantern and her captured witnesses. All of it, behind her. Ivo pulled her toward the reeds. The water shallowed. Her boots scraped silt, then mud, then the frozen edge of a bank she did not recognize. She crawled. Her knees hit wet earth. Her hands found reeds, dead stalks that broke under her weight, and she kept moving until the water stopped pulling at her and the air was colder than the river. Ival knelt beside her. His face was cut. His coat was gone. He was shaking. "We need to move," he said. She could not answer. The Frost Market Square was visible through the trees. The fire had drawn a crowd. She could see lanterns, torches, the shapes of men running with buckets, the silhouette of a woman in a dark coat standing at the edge of the light with her face turned toward the water. The iron-haired woman. She had not stopped walking. "Lysandra," the voice came from the left. She turned. Caedmon Brannigan stood at the edge of the reeds, his coat burned, his hands bloody, his hair wet with river water and soot. He was alive. He was standing, and he was looking at her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not hunger, not calculation, not devotion. Something softer, something finished. He took a step toward her, and she did not move away. "I saw you drop," he said. "I saw the window. I saw the fire take the room. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead first. Twice now." His voice cracked. "Twice I have watched you fall into something I could not follow." Lysandra said nothing. The fire lit the Frost Market. The crowd shouted. The iron-haired woman walked. Caedmon took another step. "I can still take you away," he said. She looked at him. "There is a vessel at the North Channel," he said. "River sweep brig. Crew paid for 3 years. Papers ready. If we cross the shambles before the cordon closes, we reach it before dawn. The evidence goes with us, all of it. The map, the confession, the payment order. We burn nothing. We keep everything. We leave Drosfin behind." He did not reach for her. He did not touch her. He stood in the mud and the reeds and the ruin of everything he had built, and he said, "I cannot make you choose me. I know that now. But I am asking you to choose yourself, to choose the evidence, to choose the truth. And if that means I am beside you, I will be beside you. If it means I am behind you, I will be behind you." The fire roared. The iron-haired woman was closer now. Lysandra looked at Caedmon Brannigan, the man who had killed for her, lied for her, buried truth to protect her revenge, and she felt the shape of the refusal forming in her throat. But it did not come out angry. It came out quiet. "I cannot choose you," she said. Caedmon's jaw tightened. He did not look away. "Not because I do not want to," she said. "Because I do not know who I am when I am not running. Because my father is alive. Because my mother burned herself alive to save 17 families. Because I have spent 11 years becoming a weapon pointed at the wrong target, and I do not know what I am when I stop being that weapon." She took a breath. "Every time you have chosen for me," she said, "you have chosen well. You saved my life more times than I can count. But I need to choose for myself now, even if I choose wrong." The silence held. Caedmon Brannigan stood in the reeds, the firelight catching the blood on his hands, and he bowed his head. Not a gesture of submission, a gesture of acceptance. "Then choose," he said, "and I will hold the door." Turned. He walked toward the Frost Market Square, toward the crowd, toward the iron-haired woman who was still walking toward the water, and his hands were empty, but his back was straight, and he did not look back. Ivo grabbed Lysandra's arm. "We need to move," he said. "The cordon is closing." Lysandra looked at the river. The fire had spread to the quay. The counting house was gone. The evidence was in Ivo's coat, wet and heavy and still readable if they dried it before dawn. Her father was alive somewhere in the city. The iron-haired woman raised her lantern, and from the direction of the shambles a whistle sounded. 2 long blasts, 1 short, sort of exit secured. "Begin interior sweep," The cordon had closed, and Caedmon Brannigan was wrecking into it alone. Chapter 78. Ivo's hand found her wrist in the dark. "This way," he said, before they finished the sweep. The reeds gave way to mud, then to stone. A retaining wall, old moss-slick, half collapsed into the channel. Lysandra saw the outline of an iron grate set into the stone, rusted to the color of dried blood, the bars thick as her thumb and bent outward at the bottom, as if something had pushed through from the other side. The old drainage route. Her father's map had marked it. A line drawn in faded ink beneath the counting house foundations, branching south toward the Greywater tributary. She had assumed it was sealed when the counting house burned. "It still opens?" she said. "I checked," Ivo said, "before I came back for you." He had not left. He had not run. He had crawled into a sealed channel, found another exit, and returned through a collapsing building to pull her from the fire. She did not have words for that. She grabbed the grate and pulled. The rusted hinges screamed. The grate swung outward, revealing a black opening barely wide enough for her shoulders, the water inside moving slow and heavy with the smell of silt and old iron. Behind them, the whistle sounded again. Closer now, 2 long blasts, 1 short. The interior sweep had begun. "Go," Ivo said. She went. The water hit her waist, then her chest, then her throat. The cold was a blade, and she was already numb from the river, but this was different. This was enclosed. This was dark. The walls pressed close enough to scrape her shoulders on both sides, and the ceiling dropped so low she had to duck her head to keep her mouth above the waterline. Ivo followed. She heard his breath catch when the cold reached his chest, heard him curse once, softly, then nothing but the sound of their bodies pushing through the current. The tunnel ran straight for 20 feet, then bent hard to the left. Lysandra felt the walls change. Stone gave way to packed earth reinforced with timber, the beams black with age and slick with algae. Root hung down from above, thin as fingers, brushing her face as she passed. She kept moving. The water rose to her chin. She kept moving. The tunnel forked. Left into darkness, right into a narrow shaft where she could see a faint gray light at the top, moonlight filtering through a grate somewhere above ground. She stopped. "Which way?" she said. Ivo came up beside her, breathing hard. His face was barely visible in the dark, cut and pale and streaked with soot. "The map showed a skiff cache," he said. "Beyond the reeds, past the old salt warehouse. That shaft leads up to a maintenance yard behind the frost market." "That's where the cordon is." "Yes." She looked at the left fork. Darker. No light. No way to know where it led. "Your father's map marked it as a secondary route," Ivo said. "Said it empties into the marsh beyond the bleaching fields. Longer, colder, but the cordon won't expect it." Lysandra chose left. The water dropped as they moved. From chin to chest, chest to waist, waist to knees. The floor began to rise, gravel and broken stones scraping under her boots. The walls widened, the ceiling lifted. And then she heard it. Water. Moving water. Not the slow crawl of the drainage tunnel, but the open current of the river, running fast against the bank. The tunnel rocked onto a narrow channel barely visible from the main river, hidden between the collapsed walls of an old salt warehouse and a tangle of dead willow. The reeds grew thick here, head high, swaying in the current. The water was black and cold and moving. And there, half hidden beneath a fallen beam, was the skiff. Small, single person, wood weathered gray, the paint long gone, a single oar wedged under the seat. Her father's cache. Still here, still waiting. 11 years. Lysandra waded to the skiff and gripped the gunwale. The wood held. The beam that had fallen across it shifted as she pulled, sliding into the water with a soft splash that echoed off the warehouse walls. "Get in," Ivo said. She did not argue. She climbed into the skiff, the wet evidence heavy in her coat, the cold making her fingers stiff and clumsy. Ivo pushed the bow clear of the reeds, then grabbed the stern and hauled himself over the side. The skiff rocked. The current caught them. They slid into the channel, past the dead willows, past the collapsed warehouse, past the reeds that whispered against the hull like fingers brushing wood. Behind them, the frost rocket with a smear of orange light through the fog. Ahead, the river opened into darkness. Lysandra took the oar. She pulled. The skiff moved. "How far to the fishing camp?" she said. 2 miles, Ivo said. "Maybe less if the current holds." She pulled again. The oar bit into water, and the skiff surged forward, and for a moment, a single moment, she thought they might actually make it. The bullet hit the stern a handspan from her back. Wood exploded. Lysandra threw herself flat as a second shot cracked past her ear, the sound splitting the night open, and she twisted to look behind her. The bank was alive with lanterns. At least a dozen, maybe more. Burning orange and yellow and white, bobbing as the men carrying them ran along the water's edge, spreading out, sealing the gap between the reeds and the open river. And at the center of the light, standing at the edge of the water with a pistol still smoking in her hand, was the iron-haired woman. She lowered the muzzle. She raised her voice. "She is not to be killed," she said. "Take her alive. The documents do not lead the river." The lanterns spread, the men fanned out. The skiff was still in range, still visible, still caught in the moonlight and the firelight and the certainty of what was coming. Ivo grabbed the oar. He pulled. The skiff lurched forward, and from the bank, the iron-haired woman raised her hand and made a single gesture, 2 fingers cutting sideways across her throat. Not a threat, a signal. And behind them, on the river itself, a lantern ignited in the darkness. A vessel. Blocking the channel ahead, long and low and black, with a torch burning at the bow and armed men standing on a rail. Lysandra looked at the skiff, the single oar, the 2 miles of open water between her and the fishing camp. She looked at the vessel blocking her path. She looked at Ivo, who was still pulling, still fighting, still refusing to stop even though the trap had closed on both sides. And she understood. Her father's route had not been forgotten. It had been waiting. And someone else had been waiting too. Chapter 79. The cold had become part of her. Not something she felt anymore, but something she was. Bone deep and permanent, the river's memory locked in her joints. The skiff drifted in the marsh shadow where the reeds grew thick enough to hide a small boat and the 2 people who had no business still being alive. From here she could see the city waking. First the bells, the frost market bell, then the shrine bell, then the counting house bell that had not rung in 11 years. Someone had pulled the rope until the sound cracked across the rooftops like a bone breaking. Smoke rose from the Wexgrave counting district, not the clean smoke of winter hearths, but a black column that climbed and spread, carrying ash that fell like snow on the river. "Listen," Ivo said. She listened. Through the bells and the wind, a voice. A herald at the river gate, reading from a paper, the words carried across the water in fragments she could not quite catch. But she heard the rhythm of them, the way the crowd shifted and murmured at each pause, the way a woman's voice rose in a sharp cry that was not grief, but recognition. "Seizure orders," Ivo said quietly. 3 Wexgrave debt notes called simultaneous. The counting house guild moved before dawn. The victory she had imagined for 11 years had no sound. She had thought she would hear Corvane's name dragged through the streets like a carcass behind a cart, but what she heard instead was a bell rung by a clerk who had never met her mother, a crier reading numbers that became ash as soon as they left his mouth, and a woman somewhere in the crowd who had just understood that the house she served was falling. The victory was real. She could see it in the smoke, hear it in the bells, feel it in the way the river itself seemed to hold its breath. But it did not taste like she had expected. "Your father's letter," Ivo said. "The other survivor. We could still find them." She nodded. The skiff rocked roughly as she reached into her coat and pulled out Caedmon's confession. The pages were wet, the ink smudged in places, the paper soft and fragile from river water. She had not opened it since she stopped reading halfway through, horrified by the list of names, the careful accounting of every death he had caused to keep her hidden. This time she read to the end, every page, every name. Then she found the postscript, written smaller at the very bottom of the final page, as if added after the confession was complete, the ink a different shade, the handwriting slightly less controlled. "If you are reading this, you survived. The safe houses are still in place, the butcher who knows the Greywater route, the fishing camp that answers to the name, the family who keeps the blue shutter. I have told no one else. But Corvane will rebuild. He has the tribunal on retainer and the scars to convince them he was the victim. By noon, the hunt will have a new name and a new face. Yours." The paper trembled in her hand. "What is it?" Ivo said. She did not answer. She read the last line again. "By noon, the hunt will have a new name and a new face." He meant hers, not Coralie Threnody, the vanished governess who had fled into smoke and was already being remembered as a thief and a spy. Lysandra Okwuosa, the woman who had gutted a ruling house and walked out of the fire. The name the tribunal would learn before noon and would never forget. A horn sounded from the river gate, low and long, the signal for a formal proclamation. The crowd on the bank had thickened. More voices now, some angry, some exultant, the sound of a city that had woken to find its certainties overturned. A man in a counting-house coat was shouting at a herald, his face red, his hands gesturing wildly. A woman in servant's dress was crying, and another woman held her. The smoke was thinning, the bells were slowing. The scandal was real. Wexgrave House was exposed, its debts public, its Patriarch's signature called into question across every counting room in Drossvin. But Coralie was already reaching for his next weapon. She folded Caedmon's confession carefully, the paper crackling with cold and moisture, and pressed it back inside her coat against her ribs. The map was there too, and the payment order, and her mother's charred note. The evidence that had cost so much. "Blue Shutter House," she said. "We go there first." "You trust that name?" "I trust the people who still use the code." Ivo said nothing. He picked up the oar and turned the skiff's nose toward the bank, toward the edge of the marsh where the dead willows gave way to the first roofs of the shambles. She looked back at the city one last time. The smoke was thinning, but the bells were still ringing, and her name was beginning to spread through the streets like water through cracked ice. The victory had landed, but she could already hear Corvane rebuilding. The skiff slipped through the reeds and vanished into the shadow of the bank, and behind them, the hunt began again. Chapter 80. The skiff scraped against a submerged timber, and Ivo's hand shot out to steady her before she pitched forward into the reeds. "Here," he said. "The bank beneath those willows. The blue shutter is 2 streets north." She stepped into water that reached her knees, cold and sudden, the marsh bottom sucking at her boots. The reeds stood taller than her head, dead and dry, rattling against each other in a wind that carried smoke and the distant chime of bells still ringing. Ivo pulled the skiff up until its nose lodged in mud, then stood beside her, listening. No voices, no whistles, just the bells, and the water, and the rustle of dead things. "This way," she said. They moved through the marsh single file, her hand brushing the dry stalks, her feet finding solid ground where the water shallowed. The evidence pressed against her ribs, wet paper and wet leather, the weight of everything she had carried through fire and river, and the collapse of a house. The reeds thinned. A narrow lane opened between two warehouses, their windows dark, their doors bolted. Beyond them, a roof with a shutter painted the color of deep water, almost black in the gray dawn light. She stopped at the corner of the lane and waited. No movement at the windows, no candle, no sign of life. But the shutter was blue, the same blue her mother had described in bedtime stories that were not stories, the code word for safety, for the house that would open when no other door would. She crossed the lane and knocked. 3 short raps. A pause. 2 more. The seconds stretched. Then the door opened a hand's width and a woman's face appeared in the gap, a bold, beating at the edges of every letter. She laid it flat on the oilcloth and pressed the creases with her palm. The list of 14 names. The postscript. The signature. Sarah began to write, her hands steady, her letters precise, the confession taking shape again on clean, dry paper. "How many copies?" she asked. 3, Lysandra said. 1 for each remaining house. If I am caught, the evidence survives in hands they cannot trace to me. Sarah nodded and kept writing. Ivo watched the lane through the shutter crack, his body still, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. The only sounds were the scratch of the pen, the hiss of the fire, and the distant bells that had not yet stopped. Lysandra stood beside the table and watched her mother's network come alive again. The copies took an hour. By the time Sarah finished, the confession had been transcribed 3 times, the payment order copied in careful cursive, the river map traced onto fresh vellum with the 5 signal points marked in ink the color of rust. Lysandra folded the originals back into her coat. "The copies go to the green door and the dock piling house before noon," Sarah said. "I will carry them myself. The 3rd stays here, sealed, in case I do not return. The tribunal will question everyone connected to the old network. They have questioned me before." Sarah's voice was flat. "They learned nothing then. They will learn nothing now." Lysandra believed her. Ivo turned from the window. "There is a boat at the North Channel, a fishing trawler that answers to the Okwuosa name. The captain is the butcher's brother, and he will take you as far as the Greywater confluence before the morning tide turns." "The butcher from the confession?" "The same." Lysandra looked at the copies on the table, at the careful handwriting that had turned Caedmon's confession into something that could outlive her, at the map that would keep the network alive even if she never returned. She picked up the leather tube and pressed it against her chest, where the pages of the original confession lay against her skin, wet and cold and real. "Then we go," she said. Sarah unbolted the door and checked the lane. Empty. The fog had thickened, rolling in from the river in gray sheets that swallowed the rooftops and muffled every sound. "The North Channel is 2 streets over, then down the salt steps to the water. The trawler is the 3rd vessel from the stone jetty, flying a mended net on the mast. Tell the captain Sarah sent you, and he will cast off before you finish speaking." Lysandra stepped past her into the fog. Then she stopped. "The other survivor," she said. "My father's letter says I am not the only one. Do you know who?" Sarah's face was unreadable in the gray light. "I know the name," she said, "but I do not know where they are now. The network broke contact after the purge, and I have not heard the name spoken aloud in 11 years. "Tell me." Sarah hesitated. Then she said it, one word, a name that landed like a stone in still water. Elena. Lysandra felt the word hit her chest, a name she had not heard since she was 7 years old, her mother's youngest sister, who had been visiting from the upriver trade house the week of the fire and was never seen again. Shithabitly. The tribunal will question everyone connected to the old network. They have questioned me before. Sarah's voice was flat, but they've learned nothing then. They will learn nothing now. Lysandra believed her. Ivo turned from the window. There is a boat at the North Channel, a fishing trawler that answers to the Oguso name. The captain is the butcher's brother, and he will take you as far as the Greywater confluence before the morning tide turns. The butcher from the confession. The same. Lysandra looked at the copies on the table, at the careful handwriting that had turned Kavlin's confession into something that could outlive her, at the map that would keep the network alive even if she never returned. She picked up the leather tube and pressed it against her chest, where the pages of the original confession lit against her skin, wet and cold and real. Then we go, she said. Sarah unmounted the door and checked the lane. Empty. The fog had thickened, rolling in from the river in gray sheets that swallowed the rooftops and muffled every sound. The North Channel is 2 streets over, then down the salt steps to the water. The trawler is the 3rd vessel from the stone jetty, flying a mended net on the mast. Tell the captain Sarah sent you, and he will cast off before you finish speaking. Lysandra stepped past her into the fog. Then she stopped. The other survivor, she said. My father's letter says I am not the only one. Do you know who? Sarah's face was unreadable in the gray light. I know the name, she said, but I do not know where they are now. The network broke contact after the purge, and I have not heard the name spoken aloud in 11 years. Tell me. Sarah hesitated. Then she said it, one word, a name that landed like a stone in still water. Elena. Lysandra felt the word hit her chest, a name she had not heard since she was 7 years old, her mother's youngest sister, who had been visiting from the upriver trade house the week of the fire and was never seen again. Tell me. Sarah hesitated. Then she said it, one word, a name that landed like a stone in still water. Elena. Lysandra felt the word hit her chest, a name she had not heard since she was 7 years old, her mother's youngest sister, who had been visiting from the upriver trade house the week of the fire and was never seen again. Tell me. Sarah hesitated. Then she said, you are standing in it. Ivo moved to the window, parting the shutter a finger's width to check the lane. We have until noon before the hunt has her name and face, maybe less. The tribunal has her description from Wexgrave already, Sarah said, but the description that have is Coralie Threnody. If you have shed the mask, they will be looking for the wrong woman until someone corrects the record. Corvane will correct it, Lysandra said. He knows whom I am. He will tell them before the bells stop. Sarah crossed to a cabinet and took out a sheet of paper, a jot of ink, a pen with a worn nib. Then we have time to make copies. Lysandra pulled Caedmon's confession from her coat, the pages soft and damp, the ink bleeding at the edges of every letter. She laid it flat on the oilcloth and pressed the creases with her palm. The list of 14 names, the postscript, the signature. Sarah began to write, her hands steady, her letters precise, the confession taking shape again on clean, dry paper. How many copies? She asked. 3. Lysandra said. 1 for each remaining house. If I am caught, the evidence survives in hands they cannot trace to me. Sarah nodded and kept writing. Ivo watched the lane through the shutter crack, his body still, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. The only sounds were the scratch of the bed, the hiss of the fire, and the distant bells that had not yet stopped. Lysandra stood beside the table and watched her mother's network come alive again. The copies took to the green door and the dock piling house before noon, Sarah said. I will carry them myself. The thode stays here, sealed, in case I do not return. The tribunal will question everyone connected to the old network. They have questioned me before. Sarah's voice was flat, but they've learned nothing then. We stop to turn? What do you work for us? Their suistiness. The stone letters has they need the stay copy slitterly. The solvage waincy soned. The chas dead aldi. Steading here, and just after the stickilist curs, jecting present, that's that same time it's my sweetie speech, this is not a way. What are you going to you? The styrios, the boast, my Wexgrave. Who know this waste? Acticity, I guess because you extically magnified before them, sadwich. I hate this walk slowly. The stone letters who they need with the win, the stone letters they need is on this, screet drops. It's not a white with the gentis. But they don't live it with the truss. We start making for them. What you witch to Lou. Stop leftedly showing out. No voices that is not no heads will win the day. Was actually making me the weight with the fact that I need. Whatever. Not that point for. The stone letters have they need for me, with the lidry rain. Now it's the things that we are terrified being loft, if I'll it's something it feels great, but no one speaks is. Lysandra sticked in the reeled, look and mourn from the class the Munian Terrace and Presinat, who look like listen to my soloed gowd. However sones dreaming dorth. No one is just a copy cause with us Ivo followed, and the man at the tiller pushed off with a single pole, the trawler sliding away from the stone jetty into the fog as silently as a thought. Drosvin faded behind them. The bells grew distant, the smoke thinned, the city became a rumor in the gray, a memory of fire and ledgers, and a name that had been buried for 11 years, and was now rising, rising, rising. Lysandra stood at the stern and watched the shore disappear. She had entered Wexgrave House as Coralie Threnody, a woman made of lies and discipline, and a grief she had never let breathe. She was leaving as Lysandra Okwuosa. Hunted, named, alive. The fog was lifting as the trawler cleared the marsh channel, the sky opening into a pale winter dawn that showed the river wide and dark ahead, the gray-water confluence invisible beyond the bend. She was leaving Drosvin. But she was not leaving the story. Ahead, at the bend where the river curved toward the gray water, a horn sounded. Long, low, deliberate. The captain's hand tightened on the tiller. Ivo moved to stand beside her, his body tense, his eyes fixed on the bend where the sound had come from. Tribunal, he said. They have a vessel on the confluence. Lysandra's hand went to the leather tube, to the evidence that had cost her everything that mattered. They are looking for a woman with a leather tube, she said. They have a description of Coralie Threnody, and by noon they will have a new name and a new face. Mine, Ivo said quietly. She looked at him. They will have mine, she said. Lysandra Okwuosa. The horn sounded again, closer. The captain cursed under his breath and began turning the trawler toward the north bank, toward a narrow tributary that might offer cover, might offer escape, might offer nothing at all. Lysandra stood at the stern, her mother's trod note pressed against her heart, Caedmon's confession wet against her ribs, and watched the bend where the tribunal vessel would appear at any moment. The trap on Wexgrave House had closed. The larger one was opening ahead, and she was sailing straight into it.